Preface of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aeneid by Virgil. Translated by J. W. MacKail. Preface. There is something grotesque in the idea of a prose translation of a poet, though the practice has become so common that it has ceased to provoke a smile or demand an apology. The language of poetry is language in fusion, that of prose is language fixed and crystallized, and an attempt to copy the one material in the other must always count on failure to convey what is, after all, one of the most essential things in poetry, its poetical quality. And this is so with Virgil more perhaps than any other poet. For more, perhaps, than any other poet, Virgil depends on his poetical quality from first to last. Such a translation can only have the value of a copy of some great painting executed in mosaic, if indeed a copy in Berlin wool is not a closer analogy. And even at the best, all it can have to say for itself will be, in Virgil's own words, experior sensus, nihil hic nisi carmina desunt. In this translation I have in the main followed the text of Conington and Nettleship. The more important deviations from this text are mentioned in the notes, but I have not thought it necessary to give a complete list of various readings, or to mention any change, except where it might lead to misapprehension. Their notes have also been used by me throughout. Beyond this, I have made constant use of the mass of ancient commentary going under the name of Servius, the most valuable perhaps of all, as it is in many ways the nearest to the poet himself. The explanation given in it has sometimes been followed against those of the modern editors. To other commentaries only occasional reference has been made. The sense that Virgil is his own best interpreter becomes stronger as one studies him more. My thanks are due to Mr. Evelyn Abbott, fellow and tutor of Balliol, and to the Reverend H. C. Beeching, for much valuable suggestion and criticism. End of Preface. Section 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. The Aeneid by Virgil. Translated by J. W. MacKail. Chapter 1. The Coming of Aeneas to Carthage. Part 1. I sing of arms, and the man who of old from the coasts of Troy came, an exile of fate, to Italy and the shore of Lavinium, hard driven on land and on the deep by the violence of heaven, for cruel Juno's unforgetful anger, and hard bestead in war also, ere he might found a city, and carry his gods into Latium, from whom is the Latin race, the lords of Alba, and the stately city of Rome. Muse, tell me why, for what attaint of her deity, or in what vexation, did the Queen of Heaven drive one so excellent in goodness to circle through so many afflictions, to face so many toils? Is anger so fierce in celestial spirits? There was a city of ancient days that Tyrian settlers dwelt in, Carthage, over against Italy and the Tiber mouths afar, rich of store and mighty in war's fierce pursuits, wherein, they say, alone beyond all other lands had Juno her seat, and held Samos itself less dear. Here was her armour, here her chariot. Even now, if fate permit, the goddess strives to nurture it for queen of the nations. Nevertheless, she had heard a race was issuing of the blood of Troy, which sometime should overthrow her Tyrian citadel. From it should come a people, lord of lands and tyrannous in war, the destroyer of Libya. So rolled the destinies. Fearful of that, the daughter of Saturn, the old war in her remembrance that she fought at Troy for her beloved Argos long ago, Nor had the spirits of her anger, nor the bitterness of her vexation yet gone out of mind. Deep stored in her soul lies the judgment of Paris, the insult of her slighted beauty, the hated race and the dignities of ravished Ganymede. Fired with this also, she tossed all over ocean the Trojan remnant left of the Greek host, and merciless Achilles, and held them afar from Latium. And many a year were they wandering, driven of fate around all the seas. Such work was it to found the Roman people. Hardly out of sight of the land of Sicily did they set their sails to sea, and merrily upturned the salt foam with brazen prow, when Juno, the undying wound still deep in her heart, thus broke out alone. "Am I then to abandon my baffled purpose, powerless to keep the Teucrian king from Italy, and because fate forbids me? Could Pallas lay the Argive fleet in ashes, and sink the Argives in the sea, for one man's guilt, mad Orlean Ajax? Her hand darted Jove's flying fire from the clouds, scattered their ships, upturned the seas in tempest. Him, his pierced breast yet breathing forth the flame, she caught in a whirlwind, and impaled on a spike of rock. But I, who move queen among immortals, I, sister and wife of Jove, wage warfare all these years with a single people. And is there any who still adores Juno's divinity, or will kneel to lay sacrifice on her altars?" Such thoughts inly revolving in her kindled bosom, the goddess reaches Aeolia, the home of storm-clouds, the land laden with furious southern gales. Here, in a desolate cavern, Aeolus keeps under royal dominion and yokes in dungeon fetters the struggling winds and loud storms. They with mighty moan rage indignant round their mountain barriers. In his lofty citadel Aeolus sits sceptred, assuages their temper, and soothes their rage. Else would they carry with them seas and lands, and the depth of heaven, and sweep them through space in their flying course. But, fearful of this, the Lord omnipotent hath hidden them in a caverned gloom, and laid a mountain mass high over them, and appointed them a ruler, who should know by certain law to strain and slacken the reins at command. To him now Juno spoke thus in suppliant accents: "Aeolus, for to thee hath the Father of gods and King of men given the wind that lulls and that lifts the waves. A people, mine enemy, sails the Tyrrhene sea, carrying into Italy the conquered gods of their Ilian home. Rouse thy winds to fury, and overwhelm their sinking vessels, or drive them asunder, and strew ocean with their bodies. Mine are twice seven nymphs of passing loveliness. Her who of them all is the most excellent in beauty, Diopeia, I will unite to thee in wedlock to be thine for ever, that for this thy service she may fulfil all her years at thy side, and make thee father of a beautiful race." Aeolus thus returned: "Thine, O queen, the task to search whereto thou hast desire. For me it is right to do thy bidding. For thee have I this poor kingdom, from thee my sceptre and Jove's grace. Thou dost grant me to take my seat at the feast of the gods, and makest me sovereign over clouds and storms." Even with these words, turning his spear, he struck the side of the hollow hill, and the winds, as in banded array, pour where passage is given them, and cover earth with eddying blasts. East wind and west wind together, and the gusty southwester, falling prone on the sea, stir it up from its lowest chambers, and roll vast billows to the shore. Behind rises shouting of men and whistling of cordage. In a moment clouds blot sky and daylight from the Teucrians' eyes, black night broods over the deep, pole thunders to pole, and the air quivers with incessant flashes. All menaces them with instant death. Straightway Aeneas's frame grows unnerved and chill, and stretching either hand to heaven, he cries thus aloud: Ah, thrice and 4 times happy they who found their doom under high Troy town before their fathers' faces! Ah, son of Tydeus, bravest of the Grecian race, that I could not have fallen on the Ilian plains, and gasped out this my life beneath thine hand! Where under the spear of Aeacides lies fierce Hector, lies mighty Sarpedon, where Simois so often bore beneath his whirling wave shields and helmets and brave bodies of men. As the cry leaves his lips, a gust of the shrill north strikes full on the sail, and raises the waves up to heaven. The oars are snapped, the prow swings away, and gives her side to the waves. Down in a heap comes a broken mountain of water. These hang on the wave's ridge, to these the yawning billows shows ground amid the surge, where the sea churns with sand. 3 ships the south wind catches and hurls on hidden rocks amid the waves which Italians call the altars, a vast reef banking the sea. 3 the east forces from the deep into shallows and quicksands, piteous to see, dashes on shoals, and girdles with a sand-bank. 1, wherein loyal Orontes and his Lycians rode, before their lord's eye a vast sea descending strikes astern. The helmsman is dashed away and rolled forward headlong. Her, as she lies, the billow sends spinning thrice round with it, and engulfs in a swift whirl. Scattered swimmers appear in the vast eddy, armour of men, timbers, and Trojan treasure amid the water. Ere now the stout ship of Ilioneus, ere now of brave Achates, and she wherein Abas rode, and she wherein aged Aletes, have yielded to the storm. Through the shaken fastenings of their sides they all draw in the deadly water, and their opening seams give way. Meanwhile Neptune discerned with astonishment the loud roaring of the vexed sea, the tempest let loose from prison, and the still water boiling up from its depths, and lifting his head calm above the waves, looked forth across the deep. He sees all ocean strewn with Aeneas' fleet, the Trojans overwhelmed by the waves and the ruining heaven. Juno's guile and wrath lay clear to her brother's eye. East wind and west he calls before him, and thereon speaks thus. Stand you then so sure in your confidence of birth? Careless, O winds, of my deity, dare you confound sky and earth, and raise so huge a coil? You whom but better to still the aroused waves. For a second sin you shall pay me another penalty. Speed your flight, and say this to your king. Not to him, but to me was allotted the stern trident of ocean empire. His fastness is on the monstrous rocks, where thou and thine, east wind, dwell. There let Aeolus glory in his palace, and reign over the barred prison of his winds. Thus he speaks, and ere the words are done he soothes the swollen seas, chases away the gathered clouds, and restores the sunlight. Cymothoe and Triton together push the ships strongly off the sharp reef. Himself he eases them with his trident, channels the vast quicksands, and assuages the sea, gliding on light wheels along the water. Even as when oft in a throng of people strife hath risen, and the base multitude rage in their minds, and now brands and stones are flying, madness lends arms. Then, if perchance they catch sight of one reverent for goodness and service, they are silent, and stand by with attentive ear. He with speech sways their temper, and soothes their beasts. Even so hath fallen all the thunder of ocean, when riding forward beneath a cloudless sky, the lord of the sea wheels his coursers, and lets his gliding chariot fly with loosened rein. The outworn Aeneadae hasten to run for the nearest shore, and turn to the coast of Libya. There lies a spot deep within, an island forms a harbour with outstretched sides, whereon all the waves break from the open sea, and part into the hollows of the bay. On this side and that, and twin crags, beneath whose crest the sheltered water lies wide and calm, Above hangs a background of flickering forest and the dark shade of rustling groves. Beneath the seaward brow is a rock-hung cavern. Within it, fresh springs and seats in the living stone, a haunt of nymphs, where tired ships need no fetters to hold nor anchor to fasten them with crooked bight. Here, with 7 sail gathered of all his company, Aeneas enters, and disembarking on the land of their desire, the Trojans gain the chosen beach, and set their feet dripping with brine upon the shore. At once Achates struck a spark with the flint, and caught the fire on leaves, and laying dry fuel round, kindled it into flame. Then, weary of fortune, they fetch out corn spoiled by the sea, and weapons of corn-dressing, and begin to parch over the fire and bruise in stones the grain they had rescued. Meanwhile Aeneas scales the crag, and seeks the whole view wide over ocean, if he may see aught of Antiquity, storm-crossed with his Phrygian galleys, armed with Capys and Caicus armour high astern. Ship in sight is none. 3 stags he espies staying on the shore. Behind whole herds follow, and graze in long train across the valley. Stopping short, he snatched up a bow and swift arrows, the arms trusting Achates was carrying, and first the leaders, their stately heads high with branching antlers, then the common herd fall to his hand, as he drives them with his shafts in a broken crowd through the leafy woods. Nor stays he till 7 great victims are stretched on the sod, fulfilling the number of his ships. Thence he seeks the harbour, and parts them among all his company. The casks of wine that good Acestes had filled on the Trinacrian beach, the hero's gift at their departure, he thereafter shares, and calms with speech their sorrowing hearts. O comrades, for not now nor aforetime are we ignorant of ill. O tried by heavier fortune, unto this last likewise will God appoint an end. The fury of Scylla and the roaring recesses of her crags you have been anigh. The rocks of the Cyclops you have trodden. Recall your courage, put dull fear away. This too sometime we shall haply remember with delight. Through chequered fortunes, through many perilous ways, we steer for Latium, where destiny points us a quiet home. There the realm of Troy may rise again unforbidden. Keep heart and endure till prosperous fortune come. Such words he utters, and sick with deep distress he feigns hope on his face, and keeps his anguish hidden deep in his breast. The others set to the spoil they are to feast upon, tear chine from ribs, and lay bare the flesh. Some cut into pieces, and pierce it still quivering with spits. Others plant cauldrons on the beach, and feed them with flame. Then they repair their strength with food, and lying along the grass take their fill of old wine and fat venison. After hunger is driven from the banquet, and the board cleared, they talk with lingering regret of their lost companions, swaying between hope and fear, whether they may believe them yet alive, or now in their last agony and deaf to mortal call. Most does good Aeneas inly wail the loss now of the valiant Orontes, now of Amycus, the cruel doom of Lycus, of brave Gaius, and brave Cloanthus. And now they ceased, when from the height of air Jupiter looked down on the whale-winged sea, and outspread lands, the shores and broad countries, and looking stood on the cope of heaven, and cast down his eyes on the realm of Libya. To him, thus troubled at heart, Venus, her bright eyes brimming with tears, sorrowfully speaks. O thou who dost sway mortal and immortal things with eternal command and the terror of thy thunderbolt, how can my Aeneas have transgressed so grievously against thee? How his Trojans, on whom, after so many deaths outgone, all the world is barred for Italy's sake? From them sometime in the rolling years the Romans were to arise indeed, from them were to be rulers, who, renewing the blood of Teucer, should hold sea and land in universal lordship. This thou didst promise. Why, O father, is thy decree reversed? This was my solace for the wretched ruin of sunken Troy, doom balanced against doom. Now so many woes are spent, and the same fortune still pursues them. Lord and king, what limit dost thou set to their agony? Antenor could elude the encircling Achaeans, could thread in safety the Illyrian bays and inmost realms of the Liburnians, could climb Timavus' source, whence through 9 months pours the bursting tide amid dreary moans of the mountain, and covers the fields with hoarse waters. Yet there did he set Patavium town, a dwelling place for his Teucrians, gave his name to a nation, and hung up the armour of Troy. Now, settled in peace, he rests and is in quiet. We, thy children, we whom thou beckonest to the heights of heaven, our fleet miserably cast away for a single enemy's anger, are betrayed and severed far from the Italian coasts. Is this the reward of goodness? Is it thus thou dost restore our throne? Smiling on her with that look which clears sky and storms, the parent of men and gods lightly kissed his daughter's lips, then answered thus: Spare thy fears, Cytherean. Thy people's destiny abides unshaken. Thine eyes shall see the city Lavinium, their promised home. Thou shalt exalt to the starry heaven thy noble Aeneas, nor is my decree reversed. He thou lovest, for I will speak, since this care keeps torturing thee, and will unroll further the secret records of fate, shall wage a great war in Italy, and crush warrior nations. He shall appoint his people a law and a city, till the 3rd summer see him reigning in Latium, and 3 winters' camps pass over the conquered Rutulians. But the boy Ascanius, whose surname is now Iulus he was while the Ilian state stood sovereign, 30 great circles of rolling months shall he fulfil in government. He shall carry the kingdom from its fastness in Lavinium, and make a strong fortress of Alba the Long. Here the full space of 300 years shall the kingdom endure, under the race of Hector's kin, till the royal priestess Ilia from Mars' embrace shall give birth to a twin progeny. Thence shall Romulus, gay in tawny hide of the she-wolf that nursed him, take up their line, and name them Romans after his own name. I appoint to thee neither period nor boundary of empire. I have given them dominion without end. Nay, harsh Juno, who in her fear now troubles earth and sea and sky, shall change to better counsels, and with me shall cherish the lords of the world, the gowned race of Rome. Thus it is willed. A day will come in the lapse of cycles, when the house of Assaracus shall lay Phthia and famed Mycenae in bondage, and reign over conquered Argos. From the fair line of Troy a Caesar shall arise, who shall limit his empire with ocean, his glory with the firmament. Julius, inheritor of a great Ilias name. Him one day, thy care done, thou shalt welcome to heaven, loaded with eastern spoils. To him too shall vows be addressed. Then shall war cease, and the iron ages soften. Whore Faith and Vesta, Quirinius and Remus brothers again, shall deliver statutes. The dreadful steel-riveted gates of war shall be shut fast. On murderous weapons the inhuman Fury, his hands bound behind him with 100 fetters of brass, shall sit within, shrieking with terrible blood-stained lips. So speaking, he sends Maia's son down from above, that the land and towers of Carthage, the new town, may receive the Trojans with open welcome, lest Dido, ignorant of doom, might debar them her land. Flying through the depth of air on winged oarage, the flight messenger alights on the Libyan coasts. At once he does his bidding. At once, for a god willed it, the Phoenicians allay their haughty temper. The queen above all takes to herself grace and compassion towards the Teucrians. End of Section 1. Section 2 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. The Aeneid by Virgil. Translated by J.W. MacKail. Chapter 1. The Coming of Aeneas to Carthage. Part 2. But good Aeneas, night-long revolving many and many a thing, issues forth, so soon as bountiful light is given, to explore the strange country. To what coasts the wind has borne him, who are their inhabitants, men or wild beasts, for all he sees is wilderness. This he resolves to search, and bring back the certainty to his comrades. The fleet he hides close to embosoming groves beneath a caverned rock, amid shivering shadow of the woodland. Himself, Achates alone following, he strides forward, clenching in his hand 2 broad-headed spears. And amid the forest his mother crossed his way, wearing the face and raiment of a maiden, or like the Harpalice of Thrace, when she tires her coursers and outstrips the winged speed of Hebrus in her flight. For huntress fashion had she slung the ready bow from her shoulder, and left her blown tresses free, bared her knee, and knotted together her garment's flowing folds. "Ah, my men," she begins, "show me if haply you have seen a sister of mine straying here, girt with quiver and a lynx's dappled fell, or pressing with shouts on the track of a foaming boar." Thus Venus, and Venus' son answering thus began, "Sound nor sight have I had of sister of thine, O maiden unnamed, for thy face is not mortal, nor thy voice of human tone. O goddess, assuredly, sister of Phoebus perchance, or one of the nymphs' blood. Be thou gracious, whoso thou art, and lighten this toil of ours. Deign to instruct us beneath what skies, on what coast of the world we are thrown. Driven hither by wind and desolate waves, we wander in a strange land among unknown men. Many a sacrifice shall fall by our hand before thine altars." Then Venus, "Nay, to no such offerings do I aspire. Tyrian maidens are wont ever to wear the quiver, to tie the purple buskin high above their ankle. Punic is the realm thou seest, Tyrian the people, and the city of Agenor's kin. But their borders are Libyan, a race unassailable in war. Dido sways the sceptre, who flying her brother set sail from the Tyrian town. Long is the tale of crime, long and intricate, but I will briefly follow its argument. Her husband is Sychaeus, wealthiest in lands of the Phoenicians, and loved of her with ill-fated passion, to whom with virgin rights her father had given her maidenhood in wedlock. But the kingdom of Tyre was in her brother Pygmalion's hands, a monster of guilt unparalleled. Between these madness came. The unnatural brother, blind with lust of gold and reckless of his sister's love, lies Sychaeus low before the altars with stealthy unsuspected weapon, and for long he hid the deed, and by many a crafty pretence cheated her love-sickness with hollow hope. But in slumber came the very ghost of her unburied husband. Lifting up a face pale in wonderful wise, he exposed the merciless altars, and his breast stabbed through with steel, and unwove all the blind web of household guilt. Then he counsels hasty flight out of the country, and to aid her passage disclosed treasures long hidden underground, an untold mass of silver and gold. Stirred thereby, Dido gathered a company for flight. All assemble in whom hate of the tyrant was relentless or fear keen. They seize on ships that chance to lie ready, and load them with the gold. Pygmalion's hoarded wealth is borne overseas. A woman leads the work. They came at last to the land where they wilt descry a city now great, New Carthage, and her rising citadel, and bought ground, called thence Byrsa, as much as a bull's hide could encircle. But who, I pray, are you, and from what coasts come, or whither hold you your way? At her question he, sighing and drawing speech deep from his breast, thus replied. Ah, goddess! Should I go on retracing from the fountain head, were time free to hear the history of our woes, sooner would the evening star lay day asleep in the closed gates of heaven. Us, as from ancient Troy, if the name of Troy hath haply passed through your ears, we sailed over alien seas, the tempest at his own wild will hath driven on the Libyan coast. I am Aeneas the good, who carry in my fleet the household gods I rescued from the enemy. My fame is known high in heaven. I seek Italy, my country, my kin of Jove's supreme blood. With 20 sail did I climb the Phrygian sea. Oracular tokens led me on, my goddess mother pointed the way. Scarce 7 survived the shattering of wave and mind. Myself unknown, destitute, driven from Europe and Asia, I wander over the Libyan wilderness. But staying longer complaint, Venus thus broke in on his half-told sorrows. Whoso thou art, not hated I think of the immortals dost thou draw the breath of life, who hast reached the Tyrian city. Only go on, and betake thee hence to the courts of the queen, for I declare to thee thy comrades are restored, thy fleet driven back into safety by the shifted northern gales, except my parents were pretenders, and unavailing the augury they taught me. Behold these 12 swans in joyous line, whom, stooping from the tract of heaven, the bird of Jove fluttered over the open sky. Now in long train they seem either to take the ground, or already to look down on the ground they took. As they again disport with clapping wings, and utter their notes as they circle the sky in company, even so do these ships and crews of thine either lie fast in harbour, or glide under full sail into the harbour mouth. Only go on, and turn thy steps where the pathway leads thee. Speaking, she turned away, and her neck shone roseate, her immortal tresses breathed the fragrance of deity. Her raiment fell flowing down to her feet, and the godhead was manifest in her tread. He knew her for his mother, and with this cry pursued her flight. Thou also merciless, why mockest thou thy son so often in feigned likeness? Why is it forbidden to clasp hand in hand, to hear and utter true speech? Thus reproaching her, he bends his steps toward the city. But Venus girt them in their going with dull mist, and shed round them a deep divine clothing of cloud, that none might see them, none touch them, or work delay, or ask wherefore they came. Herself she speeds through the sky to Paphos, and joyfully revisits her habitation, where the temple and its 100 altars steam with Sabaean incense, and are fresh with fragrance of chaplets in her worship. They, meantime, have hasted along where the pathway points, and now were climbing the hill which hangs enormous over the city, and looks down on its facing towers. Aeneas marvels at the massive building, pastoral huts once of old, marvels at the gateways and clatter of the pavements. The Tyrians are hot at work to trace the walls, to rear the citadel, and roll up great stones by hand, or to choose a spot for their dwelling and enclose it with a furrow. They ordain justice and magistrates, and the august senate. Here some are digging harbours, here others lay the deep foundations of their theatre, and hew out of the cliff vast columns, the lofty ornaments of the stage to be. Even as bees, when summer is fresh over the flowery country, ply their task beneath the sun, when they lead forth their nation's grown brood, or when they press the liquid honey and strain their cells with nectarous sweets, or relieve the loaded incomers, or in banded array drive the idle herd of drones far from their folds. They swarm over their work, and the odorous honey smells sweet of thyme. Happy they whose city already rises, cries Aeneas, looking on the town roofs below. Girt in the cloud he passes amid them, wonderful to tell, and mingling with the throng, is descried of none. In the heart of the town was a grove deep with luxuriant shade, wherein first the Phoenicians, buffeted by wave and whirlwind, dug up the token Queen Juno had appointed, the head of a war-horse. Thereby was their race to be through all ages illustrious in war and opulent in living. Here to Juno was Sidonian Dido, founding a vast temple, rich with offerings and the sanctity of her godhead. Brazen steps rose on the threshold, brass clamped the pilasters, doors of brass swung on grating hinges. First in this grove did a strange chance meet his steps and allay his fears. First here did Aeneas dare to hope for safety, and have fairer trust in his shattered fortunes. For while he closely scans the temple that towers above him, while awaiting the queen he admires the fortunate city, the emulous hands and elaborate work of her craftsmen, he sees ranged in order the battles of Ilium, that war whose fame was already rumoured through all the world, the sons of Atreus and Priam, and Achilles, whom both found pitiless. He stopped and cried, weeping, "What land is left, Achates, what tract on earth that is not full of our agony? Behold Priam! Here too is the meed of honour, here mortal estate touches the soul to tears. Dismiss thy fears, the fame of this will somehow bring thee salvation." So speaks he, and fills his soul with the painted show, sighing often the while, and his face wet with the full river of tears. For he saw how, warring round the Trojan citadel here, the Greeks fled, the men of Troy hard on their rear. Here the Phrygians, plumed Achilles in his chariot pressing their flight. Not far away he knows the snowy canvas of Rhesus' tents, which, betrayed in their first sleep, the blood-stained son of Tydeus laid desolate in heap slaughter, and turns the ruddy steeds away to the camp ere ever they tasted Trojan fodder or drank of Xanthus. Elsewhere Troilus, his armour flung away in flight, luckless boy, no match for Achilles to meet, is borne alone by his horses, and thrown back entangled with his empty chariot, still clutching the reins. His neck and hair are dragged over the ground, and his reversed spear scores the dust. Meanwhile the Ilian women went with disordered tresses to unfriendly Pallas' temple, and bore the votive garment, sadly beating breasts with palm. The goddess, turning away, held her eyes fast on the ground. Thrice had Achilles whirled Hector round the walls of Troy, and was selling the lifeless body for gold. Then at last he heaves a loud and heart-deep groan, as the spoils, as his chariot, as the dear body met his gaze, and Priam outstretched unarmed hands. Himself, too, he knew joining battle with the foremost Achaeans, knew the eastern ranks and swart Memnon's armour. Penthesilea leads her crescent-shielded Amazonian columns in furious heat, with thousands around her, clasping a golden belt under her naked breast. The warrior maiden clashes boldly with men. While these marvels meet Dardanian Aeneas's eyes, while he dizzily hangs wrapt in one long gaze, Dido the queen entered the precinct, beautiful exceedingly, a youthful train thronging round her. Even as on Eurotas' banks, or along the Cynthian ridges, Diana wheels the dance, while behind her 1,000 mountain nymphs crowd to left and right. She carries quiver on shoulder, and as she moves outshines them all in deity. Latona's heart is thrilled with silent joy. Such was Dido, so she joyously advanced amid the throng, urging on the business of her rising empire. Then in the gates of the goddess, beneath the central vault of the temple roof, she took her seat girt with arms and high enthroned. And now she gave justice and laws to her people, and adjusted or allotted their task-work in due proportion. When suddenly Aeneas sees advancing with a great crowd about them Antheus and Sergestus and brave Cloanthus, and other of his Trojans, whom the black squall had sundered at sea and borne far away on the coast. Dizzy with the shock of joy and fear, he and Achates together were on fire, with eagerness to clasp their hands. But in confused uncertainty they keep hidden, and clothed in sheltered cloud wait to espy what fortune befalls them, where they are leaving their fleet ashore, why they are now come. For they advanced, chosen men from all the ships, praying for grace, and held on with loud cries towards the temple. After they entered in, and free speech was granted, aged Ilioneus, with placid mien, thus began. Queen, to whom Jupiter hath given to found this new city, and lay the yoke of justice upon haughty tribes, we beseech thee, we wretched Trojans, storm-driven over all the seas, stay the dreadful flames from our ships, spare a guiltless race, and bend a gracious reward on our fortunes. We are not come to deal slaughter through Libyan homes, or to drive plundered spoils to the coast. Such violence sits not in our mind, nor is a conquered people so insolent. There is a place Greeks name Hesperia, an ancient land, mighty in arms and foison of the clod. Oenotrian men dwelt therein. Now rumour is that a younger race from their captain's name have called it Italy. Thither lay our course, when Orion, rising on us through the cloud-rack with sudden surf, bore us on blind shoals, and scattered us afar with his boisterous gales and whelming brine over waves and trackless reefs. To these your coasts we, a scanty remnant, floated up. What race of men, what land, how barbarous soever, allows such a custom for its own? We are debarred the shelter of the beach. They rise in war, and forbid us to set foot on the brink of their land. If you slight human kinship and mortal arms, yet look for gods unforgetful of innocence and guilt. Aeneas was our king, foremost of men in righteousness, incomparable in goodness as in warlike arms, whom, if fate still preserves, if he draws the breath of heaven, and lies not yet low in dispiteous gloom, fear we have none, nor mayest thou repent of challenging the contest of service. In Sicilian territory too is tilth and town, and famed Acestes himself of Trojan blood. Grant us to draw ashore our storm-shattered fleet, to shape forest trees into beams, and strip them for oars. So, if to Italy we may steer with our king and comrades found, Italy and Latium shall we gladly seek. But if salvation is clean gone, if the Libyan gulf holds thee, dear lord of thy Trojans, and Ilius our hope survives no more, seek we then at least the straits of Sicily, the open homes whence we sail hither, and Acestes for our king. Thus Ilioneus and all the Dardanian company murmured assent. Then Dido, with downcast face, briefly speaks. Cheer your anxious hearts, O Teucrians. Put by your care. Hard fortune in a strange realm forces me to this task, to keep watch and ward on my wide frontiers. Who can be ignorant of the race of Aeneas's people, who of Troy town and her men and deeds, or of the great war's consuming fire? Not so dull are the hearts of our Punic wearing, not so far doth the sun yoke his steeds from our Tyrian town. Whether your choice be broad Hesperia, the fields of Saturn's dominion, or Eryx for your country, and Acestes for your king, my escort shall speed you in safety, my arsenals supply your need. Or will you ever find rest here with me, and share my kingdom? The city I establish is yours. Draw your ships ashore. Trojan and Tyrian shall be held by me in even balance. And would that he, your king, that Aeneas were here, storm-driven to this same haven. But I will send messengers along the coast, and bid them trace Libya to its limits, if haply he strays shipwrecked in forest or town. Stirred by these words, brave Achates and Lord Aeneas both ere now burn to break through the cloud. Achates first accosts Aeneas. Goddess-born, what purpose now rises in thy spirit? Thou seest all is safe, our fleet and comrades are restored. One only is wanting, whom our eyes saw whelmed amid the waves. All else is answerable to thy mother's words. Scarce had he spoken, when the encircling cloud suddenly parts and melts into clear air. Aeneas stood discovered in sheen of brilliant light, like a god in face and shoulders, for his mother's self had shed on her son the grace of clustered locks, the radiant light of youth, and the lustre of joyous eyes. As when ivory takes beauty under the artist's hand, or when silver or Parian stone is inlaid in gold. Then, breaking in on all with unexpected speech, he thus addresses the queen. I, whom you seek, am here before you, Aeneas of Troy, snatched from the Libyan waves. O thou who alone hast pitied Troy's untold agonies, thou who with us, the remnant of the Grecian foe, worn out ere now by every suffering land and sea can bring, with us in our utter want dost share thy city and home. To render meet recompense is not possible for us, O Dido, nor for all who scattered over the wide world are left of our Dardanian race. The gods grant thee worthy reward, if their deity turn any regard on goodness, if aught avails justice, and conscious purity of soul. What happy ages bore thee? What mighty parents gave thy virtue birth? While rivers run into the sea, while the mountain shadows move across thy slopes, while the stars have pasturage in heaven, ever shall thine honour, thy name and praises endure in the unknown lands that summon me. With these words he advances his right hand to dear Ilioneus, his left to Serestus, and then to the rest, brave Gyas and brave Cloanthus. Dido the Sidonian stood astonished, first at the sight of him, then at his strange fortunes, and these words left her lips. What fate follows thee, goddess-born, through perilous ways? What violence lands thee on this monstrous coast? Art thou that Aeneas whom Venus the bountiful bore to Dardania and Anchises by the wave of Phrygian Simois? And well I remember how Teucer came to Sidon, when exiled from his native land he sought Belus' aid to gain new realms. Belus, my father, even then ravaged rich Cyprus, and held it upon his conquering sway. From that time forth have I known the fall of the Trojan city, known thy name, and the Pelasgian princes. Their very foe would extol the Teucrians with highest praises, and boasted himself a branch of the ancient Teucrian stem. Come, therefore, O men, and enter our house. Me too hath a like fortune driven through many a woe, and willed at last to find my rest in this land. Not ignorant of ill do I learn to succour the afflicted. With such speech she leads Aeneas into the royal house, and orders sacrifice in the gods' temples. Therewith she sends her company on the shore 20 bulls, 100 great bristly-backed swine, 100 fat lambs, and their mothers with them, gifts of the day's gladness. But the palace within is decked with splendour of royal state, and a banquet made ready amid the halls. The coverings are curiously wrought in splendid purple. On the tables is massy silver, and deeds of ancestral valour graven in gold, all the long course of history drawn through many a heroic name, from the nation's primal antiquity. Aeneas, for a father's affection denied his spirit rest, sends Achates speeding to his ships to carry this news to Ascanius, and lead them to the town. In Ascanius is fixed all the parents' loving care. Presents likewise he bids them bring, saved from the wreck of Ilium, a mantle stiff with gold embroidery, and a veil with woven border of yellow acanthus flower, that once decked Helen of Argos, the marvel of her mother Leda's giving. Helen had borne them from Mycenae, when she sought Troy towers and a lawless bridal. The sceptre, too, that Ilione, Priam's eldest daughter, once had worn, a beaded necklace, and a double circlet of jewelled gold. Achates, hasting on his message, bent his way towards the ships. But in the Cytherean's breast new arts, new schemes revolve. If Cupid, changed in form and feature, may come in sweet Acanius' room, and his gifts kindle the queen to madness, and set her inmost sense aflame. Verily she fears the uncertain house, the double-tongued race of Tyre. Cruel Juno frets her, and at nightfall her care floods back. Therefore to winged love she speaks these words: Son, who art alone my strength and sovereignty, son, who scornest the mighty father's Typhoean shafts, to thee I fly for succour, and sue humbly to thy deity. How Aeneas thy brother is driven about all the sea-coasts by bitter Juno's malignity, this thou knowest, and hast often grieved in our grief. Now Dido the Phoenician holds him stayed with soft words, and I tremble to think how the welcome of Juno's house may issue. She will not be idle in this supreme turn of fortune. Wherefore I counsel to prevent her wiles, and circle the queen with flame, that, unalterable by any deity, she may be held fast to me by passionate love for Aeneas. Take now my thought how to do this. The boy prince, my chiefest care, makes ready at his dear father's summons to go to the Sidonian city, carrying gifts that survive the sea and the flames of Troy. Him will I hide deep asleep in my holy habitation, high in Cythera's hills or in Idalium, that he may not know nor cross our wiles. Do thou but for one night feign his form, and, boy as thou art, put on the familiar face of a boy. So, when in festal cheer, amid royal dainties and Bacchic juice, Dido shall take thee to her lap, shall fold thee in her clasp, and kiss thee close and sweet, thou mayest embreathe a hidden fire, an unsuspected poison. Love obeys his dear mother's words, lays by his wings, and walks rejoicingly with Aeolus' tread. But Venus pours gentle dew of slumber on Ascanius' limbs, and lifts him, lulled in her lap, to the tall Idalian groves of her deity, whose soft amaracus folds him round with the shadowed sweetness of his odorous blossoms. And now, obedient to her words, Cupid went merrily to Achates' guiding, with the royal gifts of the Tyrians. Already at his coming the queen hath sat her down in the midmost on her golden throne under the splendid tapestries. Now Lord Aeneas, now too the men of Troy gather, and all recline on the strewn purple. Servants pour water on their hands, serve corn from baskets, and bring napkins with close-cut pile. 50 handmaids are within, whose task is in their course to keep unfailing store, and kindle the household fire. And 100 others, and as many pages, all of like age, load the board with food, and array the wine-cups. Therewithal the Tyrians gathered full in the wide feasting chamber, and take their appointed places on the broidered cushions. They marvel at Aeneas's gifts, marvel at Iolus, at the god's face of flame and forged speech, at the mantle and veil wrought with yellow acanthus flower. Above all, the hapless Phoenician, victim to coming doom, cannot satiate her soul, but, stirred alike by the boy and the gifts, she gazes and takes fire. He, when hanging clasped on Aeneas's neck, he had satisfied all the deluded patient's love, makes his way to the queen. The queen clings to him with her eyes and all her soul, and ever and anon fondles him in her lap. Ah, poor Dido, witless how mighty a deity sinks into her breast. But he, mindful of his mother the Acadalian, begins touch by touch to efface Sychaeus, and sows the surprise of a living love in the long-since unstirred spirit and disaccustomed heart. Soon as the noise of banquet ceased, and the board was cleared, they set down great bowls and enwreathe the wine. The house is filled with hum of voices eddying through the spacious chambers. Lit lamps hang down by golden chainwork, and flaming tapers expel the night. Now the queen called for the heavy cup of jewelled gold, and filled it with pure wine. Therewith was the use of Belus, and all the Belus' race. Then the hall was silenced. "Jupiter," she cries, "for thou art reputed lawgiver of hospitality, grant that this be a joyful day to the Tyrians and the voyagers from Troy, a day to live in our children's memory. Bacchus, the giver of gladness, be with us, and Juno the bountiful, and you, O Tyrians, be favourable to our assembly." She spoke, and poured liquid libation on the board, which done, she first herself touched it lightly with her lips, then handed to Bitias, and bade him speed. He valiantly drained the foaming cup, and floated him with the brimming gold. The other princes followed. Long-haired Iopus on his gilded lyre fills the chamber with songs ancient Atlas taught. He sings of the wandering moon and the sun's travails. Whence is the human race and the brute? Whence fire and water? Of Arcturus, the rainy Hyades, and the twin oxen. Why wintry suns make such haste to dip in ocean, and what delay makes the nights drag lingeringly? Tyrians and Trojans after them redouble applause. Therewithal Dido wore the night in changing talk, alas, and drank long draughts of love, asking many a thing of Priam, many a thing of Hector. Now in what armour the son of the morning came, now of what fashion were Diomedes' horses, now of mighty Achilles. "Nay, come," she cries, "tell to us, O guest, from their first beginning the treachery of the Grecians, thy people's woes, and thine own wanderings. For this is now the 7th summer that bears thee a wanderer over all the earth and sea." End of Section 2.
Section 3 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nigel Carrington. The Aeneid by Virgil. Translated by J.W. MacKail. The Story of the Sack of Troy, Part 1. All were hushed and sate with steadfast countenance. Thereon, high from his cushioned seat, Lord Aeneas thus began. "Dreadful, O Queen, is the woe thou bidst me recall. How the Grecians pitiably overthrew the wealth and lordship of Troy. And I myself saw these things in all their horror, and I bore great part in them. What Myrmidon or Dolopian or soldier of stern Ulysses could in such a tale restrain his tears? And now night falls dewy from the steep of heaven, and the setting stars counsel to slumber. Yet if thy desire be such to know our calamities, and briefly to hear Troy's last agony, though my spirit shudders at the remembrance and recoils in pain, I will essay. Broken in war and beaten back by fate, and so many years now slid away, the Grecian captains build by Pallas' divine craft a horse of mountainous build, ribbed with sawn fur. They fain it vowed for their return, and this rumour goes about. Within the blind sides they stealthily imprison chosen men, picked out one by one, and fill the vast cavern of its womb full with armed soldiery. There lies in sight an island well known in fame, Tenedos, rich of store while the realm of Priam endured, now but a bay and roadstead treacherous to ships. Hither they launch forth, and hide on the solitary shore. We fancied they were gone, and had run down the wind for Mycenae. So all the Teucrian land put her long grief away. The gates are flung open, men go rejoicingly to see the Doric camp, the deserted stations and abandoned shore. Here the Dolopian troops were tented, here cruel Achilles, here their squadrons lay, here the lines were wont to meet in battle. Some gaze astonished at the deadly gift of Minerva the Virgin, and wonder at the horse's bulk. And Thymoetes begins to advise that it be drawn within our walls and set in the citadel, whether in guile, or that the doom of Troy was even now setting thus. But Capys, and they whose mind was of better counsel, bid us either hurl sheer into the sea the guileful and sinister gift of Greece, or heap flames beneath to consume it, or pierce and explore the hollow hiding-place of its womb. The wavering crowd is torn apart in high dispute. At that, foremost of all, and with the great throng about him, Laocoon runs hotly down from the high citadel, and cries from far, "Ah, wretched citizens, what height of madness is this? Believe you the foe is gone? Or think you any Grecian gift is free of treachery? Is it thus we know Ulysses? Either Achaeans are hid in this cage of wood, or the engine is fashioned against our walls to overlook the houses and descend upon the city. Some delusion lurks there. Trust not the horse, O Trojans. Be it what it may, I fear the Grecians even when they offer gifts." Thus speaking, he hurled his mighty spear with great strength at the creature's side and the curved framework of the belly. The spear stood quivering, and the jarred cavern of the womb sounded hollow, and uttered a groan, and had divine ordinance. Had a soul not infatuate been with us, we had moved us to lay violent steel on the Argolic hiding-place, and Troy would now stand, and you, tall towers of Priam, yet abide. Lo, Dardanian shepherds meanwhile dragged clamorously before the king a man with hands tied behind his back, who, to compass this very thing, to lay Troy open to the Achaeans, had gone to meet their ignorant approach, confident in spirit, and doubly prepared to spin his snares, or to meet assured death. From all sides, in eagerness to see, the people of Troy run steaming in, and vie in jeers at their prisoner. Know now the treachery of the Grecians, and from a single crime learn all. For as he stood amid our gaze, confounded, disarmed, and cast his eyes around the Phrygian columns, "Alas," he cried, "what land now, what seas may receive me? Or what is the last doom that yet awaits my misery? Who have neither any place among the Grecians, and likewise the Dardanians clamour in wrath for the forfeit of my blood." At that lament our spirit was changed, and all assault stayed. We encourage him to speak and tell of what blood he is sprung, or what assurance he brings his captors. "In all things assuredly," says he, "O king, befall what may, I will confess to thee the truth. Nor will I deny myself of Argolic birth, nor, if fortune hath made Sinon unhappy, shall her malice mould him to a cheat and a liar. Hath a tale of the name of Palamedes, son of Belus, haply reached thine ears, and of his glorious rumour and renown, whom under false evidence the Pelasgians, because he forbade the war, sent innocent to death by wicked wickedness. Now they bewail him when he hath left the light. In his company, being near of blood, my father, poor as he was, sent me hither to arms from mine earliest years. While he stood unshaken in royalty and potent in the councils of the kings, we too wore a name and honour. When by subtle Ulysses' malice, no unknown tale do I tell, he left the upper regions, my shattered life crept on in darkness and grief, inly indignant at the fate of my innocent friend. Nor in my madness was I silent, and, should any chance offer, did I ever return a conqueror to my native Argos, I vowed myself his avenger, and with my words I stirred his bitter hatred. From this came the first taint of ill. From this did Ulysses ever threaten me with fresh charges. From this flung dark sayings among the crowd, and sought confederate arms. Nay, nor did he rest, till by Calchas' service. But yet why do I vainly unroll the unavailing tale, or why hold you in delay, if all Achaeans are ranked together in your mind, and it is enough that I bear the name? Take the vengeance deferred. This the Ithacan would desire, and the sons of Atreus buy at a great ransom. Then indeed we press on to ask and inquire the cause, witless of wickedness, so great and Pelasgian craft. Trembling, the false-hearted one pursues his speech. Often would the Grecians have taken to flight, leaving Troy behind, and disbanded in weariness of the long war, and would God they had. As often the fierce sea tempest barred their way, and the gale frightened them from going. Most of all, when this horse already stood framed with beams of maple, storm clouds roared over all the sky. In perplexity we sent Eurypylus to inquire of Phoebus' oracle, and he brings back from the sanctuary these words of terror. With blood of a slain maiden, O Grecians, you appease the winds, when first you came to the Ilian coasts. With blood must you seek your return, and an Argive life be the accepted sacrifice. When that utterance reached the ears of the crowd, their hearts stood still, and a cold shudder ran through their inmost sense. For whom is doom proposed? Who is claimed of Apollo? At this the Ithacan with loud clamour drags Calchas the soothsayer forth amidst them, and demands of him, what is this the gods signify? And now many and one foretold me the villain's craft and cruelty, and silently saw what was to come. Twice 5 days he is speechless in his tent, and will not have any one denounced by his lips or given up to death. Scarcely at last, at the loud urgence of the Ithacan, he breaks into speech as was planned, and appoints me for the altar. All consented, and each one's particular fear was turned, me, to my single destruction. And now the dreadful day was at hand. The rites were being ordered for me, the salted corn and the chaplets to wreathe my temples. I broke away, I confess it, from death. I burst my bonds, and lurked all night darkling in the sedge of the marshy pool, till they might set their sails, if haply they should set them. Nor have I any hope more of seeing my old home, nor my sweet children, and the father whom I desire. Of them will they even haply claim vengeance for my flight, and wash away this crime in their wretched death. By the heavenly powers I beseech thee, the deities to whom truth is known, by all the faith yet unsullied that is anywhere left among mortals, pity woes so great, pity an undeserving sufferer. At these his tears we grant him life, and accord our pity. Priam himself at once commands his shackles and strait bonds to be undone, and thus speaks with kindly words: Whoso thou art, now and henceforth dismiss, and forget the Greeks, thou shalt be ours. And unfold the truth to this my question: Wherefore have they reared this vast size of horse? Who is their counsellor, or what their aim? What propitiation or what engine of war is this? He ended. The other, stored with the treacherous craft of Pelagia, lifts to heaven his freed hands. You, everlasting fires, he cries, and you, inviolable sanctity, be my witness. You, O altars and accursed swords, I fled, and chaplets of the gods I wore as victim. Unblamed may I break the oath of Greek allegiance, unblamed, hate them, and bring all to light that they conceal. Nor am I bound by any laws of country. Do thou only keep by thy promise, O Troy, and preserve faith with thy preserver, as my news shall be true, as my recompense great. All the hope of Greece, and the confidence in which the war began, ever centred in Pallas' aid. But since the wicked son of Tydeus and Ulysses, forger of crime, made bold to tear the fated Palladium from her sanctuary, and cut down the centuries on the towered height, since they grasped the holy image and dared with bloody hands to touch the maiden chaplets of the goddess, since then the hope of Greece ebbed and slid away backwards, their strength was broken, and the mind of the goddess estranged. Whereof the Tritonian gave token, by no uncertain signs. Scarcely was the image set in the camp. Flame shot sparkling from its lifted eyes, and salt sweat started over its body. Thrice, wonderful to tell, it leapt from the ground, with shield and spear quivering. Immediately Calchas prophesies that the seas must be explored in flight. nor may Troy towers be overthrown by Argive weapons, except they repeat their auspices at Argos, and bring back that divine presence they have borne away with them in the curved ships overseas. And now they have run down the wind for their native Mycenae, to gather arms and gods to attend them. They will remeasure ocean, and be on you unawares. So Calchas expounds the omens. This image, at his warning, they reared in recompense for the Palladium and the injured deity, to expiate the horror of sacrilege. Yet Calchas bade them raise it to this vast size with oaken crossbeams, and build it up to heaven, that it may not find entry at the gates, nor be drawn within the city, nor protect your people beneath the consecration of old. For if hands of yours should violate Minerva's offering, then utter destruction, the god's turn rather on himself, his augury, should be upon Priam's empire and the Phrygian people. But if under your hands it climbed into your city, Asia should advance in mighty war to the walls of Pelops, and a like fate awaited our children's children. So by Sinon's wiles and craft and perjury the thing gained belief, and we were ensnared by treachery and forced tears. We, whom neither the son of Tydeus, nor Achilles of Larissa, whom not 10 years, nor 1,000 ships brought down. Here another sight, greater, alas, and far more terrible meets us, and alarms our thoughtless senses. Laocoon, allotted priest of Neptune, was slaying a great bull at the accustomed altars, and lo, from Tenedos over the placid depths, I shudder as I recall, 2 snakes in enormous coils pressed down the sea and advance together to the shore. Their breasts rise through the surge, and their blood-red crests overtop the waves. The rest trails through the main behind and wreathes back in voluminous curves. The brine gurgles and foams. And now they gained the fields, while their bloodshot eyes blazed with fire, and their tongues lapped and flickered in their hissing mouths. We scatter, pallid at the sight. They in unfaltering train make towards Laocoon, and first the serpents twine in their double embrace his 2 little children, and bite deep in their wretched limbs. Then him likewise, as he comes up to help with arms in his hand, they seize and fasten in their enormous coils. And now, twice clasping his waist, twice encircling his neck with their scaly bodies, they tower head and neck above him. He at once strains his hands to tear their knots apart. His fillets spattered with foul black venom, at once raises to heaven awful cries, as when, bellowing, a bull shakes the wavering axe from his neck, and runs wounded from the altar. But the 2 snakes glide away to the high sanctuary, and seek the fierce Tritonian citadel, and take shelter under the goddess's feet beneath the circle of her shield. Then indeed a strange terror thrills in all our amazed breasts, and Laocoon, men say, hath fulfilled his crime's desert in piercing the consecrated wood and hurling his guilty spear into its body. All cry out that the image must be drawn to its home, and supplication made to her deity. We sunder the walls, and lay open the inner city. All set to the work. They fix rolling wheels under its feet, and tie hempen bands on its neck. The fated engine climbs our walls, big with arms. Around it boys and unwedded girls chant hymns and joyfully lay their hand on the rope. It moves up and glides menacing into the middle of the town. O native land, O Ilium, house of gods, and Dardanian city renowned in war, 4 times in the very gateway did it come to a stand, and 4 times armour rang in its womb. Yet we urge it on, mindless and infatuate, and plant the ill-ominous thing in our hallowed citadel. Even then Cassandra opens her lips to the coming doom, lips at a god's bidding, never believed by the Trojans. We, the wretched people to whom that day was our last, hang the shrines of the gods with festal boughs throughout the city. Meanwhile the heavens wheel on, and night rises from the sea, wrapping in her vast shadow earth and sky and the wiles of the Myrmidons. About the town the Teucrians are stretched in silence. Slumber laps their tired limbs. And now the Argive squadron was sailing in order from Tenedos, and in the favouring stillness of the quiet moon sought the shores it knew. When the royal galley ran out of flame, and, protected by the gods' malign decrees, Sinon stealthily lets loose the imprisoned Grecians from their barriers of pine, the horse opens and restores them to the air, and joyfully issuing from the hollow wood, Thysander and Sthenelus the captains and terrible Ulysses slide down the dangling rope with Acamas and Thoas and Neoptolemus, son of Peleus, and MacKail first of all, and Menelaus, and Epeius himself, the artificer of the treachery. They sweep down the city, buried in drunken sleep. The watchmen are cut down, and at the open gates they welcome all their comrades and unite their confederate bands. It was the time when by the gift of God rest comes stealing first and sweetest on unhappy men in slumber. Lo, before mine eyes Hector seemed to stand by, deep in grief and shedding abundant tears, torn by the chariot as once of old, and black with gory dust, his swollen feet pierced with the thongs. Ah me, in what guise was he? How changed from the Hector who returns from putting on Achilles' spoils, or launching the fires of Phrygia on the Grecian ships! With ragged beard and tresses clotted with blood, and all the many wounds upon him that he received around his ancestral walls. Myself, too, weeping, I seemed to accost him ere he spoke, and utter forth mournful accents. O light of Dardania, O surest hope of the Trojans, what long delay is this hath held thee? From what borders comest thou, Hector, our desire? With what weary eyes we see thee, after many deaths of thy kin, after diverse woes of people and city. What indignity hath marred thy serene visage? Or why discern I these wounds? He replies naught, nor regards my idle questioning, but heavily drawing a heart-deep groan. "Oh, fly, goddess-born," he says, "and rescue thyself from these flames. The foe holds our walls. From her high ridges Troy is toppling down. Thy country and Priam ask no more. If Troy towers might be defended by strength of hand, this hand too had been their defence. Troy commends to thee her holy things, and household gods take them to accompany thy fate. Seek for them a city, which after all the seas have known thy wanderings, thou shalt at last establish in might." So speaks he, and carries forth in his hands from their inner shrine the chaplets and strength of Vesta and the everlasting fire. Meanwhile the city is stirred with mingled agony, and more, though my father Anchises' house lay deep withdrawn and screened by trees, the noises grow clearer, and the clash of armour swells. I shake myself from sleep, and mount over the sloping roof, and stand there with ears attent, even as when flame catches a cornfield while south winds are furious, or the racing torrent of a mountain stream sweeps the fields, sweeps the smiling crops and labours of the oxen, and hurls the forest with it headlong. The shepherd, in witless amaze, hears the roar from the cliff-top. Then indeed proof is clear, and the treachery of the Grecians opens out. Already the house of Deiphobus hath crashed down in wide ruin amid the overpowering flames. Already our neighbour Ucaligan is ablaze. The broad Sigean bay is lit with the fire. Cries of men and blare of trumpets rise up. Madly I seize my arms. Nor is there so much purpose in arms, but my spirit is on fire to gather a band for fighting and charge for the citadel with my comrades. Fury and wrath drive me headlong, and I think how noble is death in arms. And lo, Panthus eluding the Achaean weapons. Panthus, son of Othrys, priest of Phoebus in the citadel, comes hurrying with the sacred vessels and conquered gods, and his little grandchild in his hand, and runs distractedly towards my gates. How stands the state, O Panthus? What stronghold are we to occupy? Scarcely had I said so, when groaning he thus returns. The crowning day is come, the irreversible time of the Dardanian land. No more are we a Trojan people. Ilium and the great glory of the Teucrians is no more. Angry Jupiter hath cast all into the scale of Argos. The Grecians are lords of the burning town. The horse, standing high amid the city, pours forth armed men, and Sinon scatters fire, insolent in victory. Some are at the wide-flung gates, all the thousands that ever came from populous Mycenae. Others have beset the narrow streets with lowered weapons. Edge and glittering point of steel stand drawn, ready for the slaughter. Scarcely at the entry do the guards of the gates essay battle, and hold out in the blind fight. Heaven's will, thus declared by the son of Othrys, drives me amid flames and arms, where the baleful fury calls, and tumult of shouting rises up. Rhipeus and Epytus, most mighty in arms, join company with me. Hypanis and Dymas meet us in the moonlight, and attach themselves to our side, and young Charybdis, son of Mygdon. In those days it was he had come to Troy, fired with mad passion for Cassandra, and bore a son's aid to Priam and the Phrygians, hapless that he listened not to his raving bride's counsels. Seeing them close ranked, and daring for battle, I therewith began thus: Men, hearts of supreme and useless bravery, if your desire be fixed to follow one who dares the utmost, you see what is the fortune of our state. All the gods by whom this empire was upheld have gone forth, abandoning shrine and altar. Your aid comes to a burning city. Let us die, and rush on their encircling weapons. The conquered have one safety, to hope for none. So their spirit is heightened to fury. Then, like wolves ravening in a black fog, whom mad malice of hunger hath driven blindly forth, and their cubs left behind, await with throats unslaked. Through the weapons of the enemy we march to certain death, and hold our way straight into the town. Night's sheltering shadow flutters dark around us. Who may unfold in speech that night's horror and death agony, or measure its woes in weeping? The ancient city falls with her long years of sovereignty. Corpses lie stretched stiff all about the streets and houses and awful courts of the gods. Nor do Teucrians alone pay forfeit of their blood. Once and again valour returns, even in conquered hearts, and the victorious Grecians fall. Everywhere is cruel agony, everywhere terror, and the sight of death at every turn. End of section 3, read by Nigel Carrington. Section 4 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Read by Nigel Carrington. The Aeneid by Virgil. Translated by J. W. MacKail. The Story of the Sack of Troy. Part 2. First, with a great troop of Grecians attending him, Androgeus meets us, taking us in ignorance for an allied band, and opens on us with friendly words. Hasten, my men, why idly linger so late? Others plunder and harry the burning citadel. Are you but now on your march from the tall ships? He spoke, and immediately, for no answer of any assurance was offered, knew he was fallen among the foe. In amazement he checked foot and voice, even as one who, struggling through rough briars, hath trodden a snake on the ground, unwarned, and suddenly shrinks fluttering back as it rises in anger and puffs its green throat out. Even thus Androgeus drew away, startled at the sight. We rush in and encircle them with serried arms, and cut them down dispersedly in their ignorance of the ground and seizure of panic. Fortune speeds our first labour. And here Charybdis, flushed with success and spirit, cries, "O comrades, follow me, where fortune points before us the path of safety, and shows her favour. Let us exchange shields, and accoutre ourselves in Grecian suits. Whether craft or courage, who will ask of an enemy? The foe shall arm our hands." Thus speaking, he next dons the plumed helmet and beautifully blazoned shield of Androgeus, and fits the Argive sword to his side. So does Rhipeus, so Dymas in likewise, and all our men in delight arm themselves one by one in the fresh spoils. We advance, mingling with the Grecians, under a protection not our own, and join many a battle with those we meet amid the blind night. Many a Greek we send down to hell. Some scatter to the ships and run for the safety of the shore. Some in craven fear again climb the huge horse and hide in the belly they knew. Alas, that none may trust at all to estranged gods. Lo, Cassandra, maiden daughter of Priam, was being dragged with disordered tresses from the temple and sanctuary of Minerva, straining to heaven her blazing eyes in vain. Her eyes for fetters locked her delicate hands. At this sight Charybdis burst forth, infuriate, and flung himself on death amid their columns. We all follow him up and charge with massed arms. Here, first from the high temple roof, we are overwhelmed with our own people's weapons, and a most pitiful slaughter begins through the fashion of our armour and the mistaken Greek crests. Then the Grecians, with angry cries at the maiden's rescue, gather from every side and fall on us. Ajax in all his valour, and the 2 sons of Atreus, and the whole Dolopian army, as oft when bursting in, whirlwind west and south clash with adverse blasts, and the east wind exultant on the coursers of the dawn. The forests cry, and fierce in foam Nereus with his trident stirs the seas from their lowest depth. Those too appear, whom our stratagem routed through the darkness of dim night, and drove all about the town. At once they know the shields and lying weapons, and mark the alien tone on our lips. We go down, overwhelmed by numbers. First Charybdis is stretched by Peneleus' hand at the altar of the goddess omnipotent, and Rhipeus falls, the one man who was most righteous and steadfast in justice among the Teucrians. The gods' ways are not as ours. Hypanis and Dymas perish, pierced by friendly hands. Nor did all thy goodness, O Panthus, nor Apollo's fillet protect thy fall. O ashes of Ilium and death flames of my people, you I call to witness that in your ruin I shunned no Grecian weapon or encounter, and my hand earned my fall, had destiny been thus. We tear ourselves away, I and Iphitus and Pelias, Iphitus now stricken in age, Pelias halting too under the wound of Ulysses, called forward by the clamour to Priam's house. Here indeed the battle is fiercest, as if all the rest of the fighting were nowhere, and no slaughter but here throughout the city. So do we descry the war in full fury, the Grecians rushing on the building, and their shielded column driving up against the beleaguered threshold. Ladders cling to the walls, and hard by the doors and planted on the rungs they hold up their shields in the left hand to ward off our weapons, and with their right clutch the battlements. The Dardanians tear down turrets and the covering of the house roof against them. With these for weapons, since they see the end is come, they prepare to defend themselves, even in death's extremity, and hurl down gilded beams, the stately decorations of their fathers of old. Others, with drawn swords, have beset the doorway below, and keep it in crowded column. We renew our courage to aid the royal dwelling, to support them with our succour, and swell the force of the conquered. There was a blind doorway giving passage through the range of Priam's halls by a solitary postern, whereby, while our realm endured, hapless Andromache would often and often glide unattended to her father-in-law's house, and carry the boy Astyanax to his grandsire. I issue out on the sloping height of the ridge, whence wretched Teucrian hands were hurling their ineffectual weapons. A tower stood on the sheer brink, its roof ascending high into heaven, whence was wont to be seen all Troy, and the Grecian ships and Achaean camp. Attacking it with iron round about, where the joints of the lofty flooring yielded, we wrench it from its deep foundations and shake it free. It gives way, and suddenly falls, thundering in ruin, crashing wide over the Grecian ranks. But others swarm up, nor meanwhile do stones nor any sort of missile slacken. Right before the vestibule and in the front doorway, Pyrrhus moves rejoicingly in the sparkle of arms and gleaming brass. Like as when a snake, fed on poisonous herbs, whom chill winter kept hid and swollen underground, now fresh from his weeds, outworn and shining in youth, wreathes his slippery body into the daylight. His upreared breast meets the sun, and his triple-cloven tongue flickers in his mouth. With him huge Periphas, and Automedon the armour-bearer, driver of Achilles' horses, with him all his Scyrian men climb the roof and hurl flames on the housetop. Himself among the foremost, he grasps a poleaxe, bursts through the hard doorway, and wrenches the brazen-plated doors from the hinge. And now he hath cut out a plank from the solid oak, and pierced a vast gaping hole. The house within is open to sight, and the long halls lie plain. Open to sight are the secret chambers of Priam and the kings of old, and they see armed men standing in front of the doorway. But the inner house is stirred with shrieks and misery and confusion, and the court echoes deep with women's wailing. The golden stars are smitten with the din. Affrighted mothers stray about the vast house, and cling fast to the doors, and print them with kisses. With his father's might Pyrrhus presses on, nor guards nor barriers can hold out. The gate totters under the hard-driven ram, and the doors fall flat, rent from the hinge. Force makes way. The Greeks burst through the entrance and pour in, slaughtering the foremost, and filling the space with a wide stream of soldiers. Not so furiously when a foaming river bursts his banks and overflows, beating down the opposing dikes with whirling water, is he borne, mounted over the fields, and sweeps herds and pens all about the plains. Myself I saw in the gateway Neoptolemus, mad in slaughter, and the 2 sons of Atreus, saw Hecuba and the 100 daughters of her house, and Priam polluting with his blood the altar fires of his own consecration. The 50 bridal chambers, so great was the hope of his children's children, their doors, magnificent with spoils of barbaric gold, have sunk in ruin. Where the fire fails, the Greeks are in possession. Perchance, too, thou mayest inquire what was Priam's fate. When he saw the ruin of his captured city, the gates of his house burst open, and the enemy amid his innermost chambers, the old man idly fastens round his aged trembling shoulders his long disused armour, girds on the unavailing sword, and advances on his death among the thronging foe. Within the palace and under the bare cope of sky was a massive altar, and hard on the altar an ancient bay-tree leaned, clasping the household gods in its shadow. Here Hecuba and her daughters crowded vainly about the altar stones, like doves driven headlong by a black tempest, and crouched, clasping the gods' images. And when she saw Priam, her lord, with the armour of youth on him, "What spirit of madness, my poor husband," she cries, "hath stirred thee to gird on these weapons, or whither dost thou run? Not such the succour, nor these the defenders that time requires. No, were mine own Hector now beside us. Retire, I beseech thee, hither. This altar will protect us all, or thou wilt share our death." With these words on her lips, she drew the aged man to her, and set him on the holy seat. And lo, escaped from slaughtering Pyrrhus through the weapons of the enemy, Polites, one of Priam's children, flies wounded down the long colonnades, and circles the empty halls. Pyrrhus pursues him fiercely with aimed wound, just catching at him, and follows hard on him with his spear. As at last he issued before his parents' eyes and faces, he fell, and shed his life in a pool of blood. At this Priam, although even now fast in the toils of death, yet withheld not nor spared a wrathful cry. "Ah, for thy crime, for this thy hardihood, may the gods, if there is goodness in heaven to care for aught such, pay thee in full thy worthy meed, and return thee the reward that is due, who has made me look face to face on my child's murder, and polluted a father's countenance with death. Ah, not such to a woe as the Achilles whose parentage thou beliest. But he revered a suppliant's right and trust, restored to the tomb Hector's pallid corpse, and sent me back to my realm. Thus the old man spoke, and launched his weak and unwounding spear, which, recoiling straight from the jarring brass, hung idly from his shield above the boss. Thereat Pyrrhus, thou then shalt tell this, and go with the message to my sire, the son of Peleus. Remember to tell him of my baleful deeds, and the degeneracy of Neoptolemus. Now die!" So saying, he drew him quivering to the very altar, slipping in the pool of his child's blood, and wound his left hand in his hair, while in his right the sword flashed out and plunged to the hilt in his side. This was the end of Priam's fortunes. Thus did allotted fate find him, with burning Troy and her sunken towers before his eyes, once magnificent lord over so many peoples and lands of Asia. The great corpse lies along the shore, a head severed from the shoulders, and a body without a name. But then an awful terror began to encircle me. I stood in a maze. There rose before me the likeness of my loved father, as I saw the king, old as he, sobbing out his life under the ghastly wound. There rose Creusa, forlorn, my plundered house, and little Iülus' peril. I look back and survey what forces around me. All outwearied, have given up and leapt headlong to the ground, or flung themselves wretchedly into the fire. Yes, and now I only was left, when I espy the daughter of Tyndarus, close in the courts of Vesta, crouching silently in the fane's recesses. The bright glow of the fires lights my wandering, as my eyes stray all about, fearing the Teucrians' anger for the overthrown towers of Troy, and the Grecians' vengeance, and the wrath of the husband she had abandoned. She, the common fury of Troy and her native country, had hidden herself, and cowered unseen by the altars. My spirit kindles to fire, and rises in wrath to avenge my dying land, and take repayment for her crimes. Shall she verily see Sparta and her native Mycenae unscathed, and depart a queen and triumphant? Shall she see her spousal and her home, her parents and children attended by a crowd of Trojan women and Phrygians to serve her, and Priam have fallen under the sword, Troy blazed in fire, the shore of Dardania so often soaked with blood? Not so! For though there is no name or fame in a woman's punishment, nor honour in the victory, yet shall I have praise in quenching a guilty life and exacting a just recompense, and it will be good to fill my soul with the flame of vengeance and satisfy the ashes of my people. Thus broke I forth and advanced infuriate, when my mother came visibly before me, clear to sight as never till then, and shone forth in pure radiance through the night, gracious, evident in Godhead, in shape and stature such as she is wont to appear to the heavenly people. She caught me by the hand and stayed me, and pursued thus with roseate lips, "Son, what overmastering pain thus wakes thy wrath? Why ravest thou, or whither is thy care for us fled? Wilt thou not first look to it, where thou hast left Anchises, thine aged worn father, or if Creusa, thy wife, and the child Ascanius survive, round about whom all the Greek battalions range, and without my preventing care the flames ere this had made them their portion, and the hostile sword drunk their blood. Not the hated face of the Laconian woman, Tyndarus' daughter, not Paris is to blame. The gods in anger overturn this magnificence, and make Troy topple down. Look for all the cloud that now veils thy gaze, and dulls mortal vision with damp encircling mist, I will rend from before thee. Fear thou no commands of thy mother, nor refuse to obey her counsels. Here, where thou seest sundered piles of masonry and rocks, violently torn from rocks, and smoke eddying mixed with dust, Neptune with his great trident shakes wall and foundation out of their places, and upturns all the city from her base. Here Juno in all her terror holds the Scaean gates at the entry, and girt with steel calls her allied army furiously from those ships. Even now, on the citadel's height, look back! Tritonian palace is planted in glittering halo and Gorgonian terror. Their lord himself pours courage and prosperous strength on the Grecians, himself stirs the gods against the arms of Dardania. Haste away, O son, and put an end to the struggle. I will never desert thee. I will set thee safe in the courts of thy father's house. She ended, and plunged in the dense blackness of the night. Awful faces shine forth, and set against Troy divine majesties. Then indeed I saw all Ilium sinking in flame, and Neptunian Troy uprooted from her base, even as an ancient ash on the mountain heights, hacked all about with steel and fast-falling axes, when husbandmen emulously strain to cut it down. It hangs threateningly with shaken top and quivering tresses asway, till gradually overmasted with wounds it utters one last groan, and rending itself away, falls in ruin along the ridge. I descend, and under a god's guidance clear my way between foe and flame. Weapons give ground before me, and flames retire. And now, when I have reached the courts of my ancestral dwelling, our home of old, my father, whom it was my first desire to carry high into the hills, and whom first I sought, declines. Now Troy is rooted out to prolong his life through the pains of exile. "Ah, you," he cries, "whose blood is at the prime, whose strength stands firm in native vigour, do you take your flight. Had the lords of heaven willed to prolong life for me, they should have preserved this my home. Enough and more is the one desolation we have seen, survivors of a captured city. Thus, oh thus salute me, and depart, as a body laid out for burial. Mine own hand shall find me death. The foe will be merciful and seek my spoils. Light is the loss of a tomb. This long time hated of heaven, I uselessly delay the years since the father of gods and king of men blasted me with wind of thunder and scathe of flame." Thus held he on in utterance, and remained obstinate. We press him, dissolved in tears, my wife, Creüsa, Ascanius, all our household, that our father involve us not all in his ruin, and add his weight to the sinking scale of doom. He refuses, and keeps seated steadfast in his purpose. Again I rush to battle, and choose death in my misery. For what had counsel or chance yet to give? Thoughtest thou my feet, O father, could retire and abandon thee? And fell so unnatural words from a parent's lips? If heaven wills that naught be left of our mighty city, if this be thy planted purpose, thy pleasure to cast in thyself and thine to the doom of Troy, for this death indeed the gate is wide, and even now Pyrrhus will be here newly bathed in Priam's blood, Pyrrhus who slaughters the son before the father's face, the father upon his altars. For this was it, bountiful mother. Thou dost rescue me amid fire and sword, to see the foe in my inmost chambers, and Ascanius and my father, Creüsa by their side, hewn down in one another's blood? My arms, men, bring my arms! The last day calls on the conquered. Return me to the Greeks, let me revisit and renew the fight. Never today shall we perish unavenged. Thereat I again gird on my sword, and fitting my left arm into the clasps of the shield, strode forth of the palace. And lo, my wife clung round my feet on the threshold, and held little Iülus up to his father's sight. If thou goest to die, let us two hurry with thee to the end. But if thou knowest any hope to place in arms, be this household the first defence. To what is little Iülus and thy father? To what am I left, who once was called thy wife? So she shrieked and filled all the house with her weeping. When a sign arises, sudden and marvellous to tell, for between the hands and before the faces of his sorrowing parents, lo, above Ulysses' head there seemed to stream a light luminous cone, and a flame whose touch hurt not to flicker in his soft hair and play round his brows. We, in a flutter of affright, shook out the blazing hair and quenched the holy fires with spring water. But Lord Anchises joyfully upraised his eyes, and stretching his hands to heaven, "Jupiter, omnipotent," he cries, "if thou dost relent at any prayers, look on us this once alone, and if our goodness deserve it, give thine aid hereafter, O Lord, and confirm this thine omen." Scarcely had the aged man spoken thus, when with sudden crash it thundered on the left, and a star, gliding through the dusk, shot from heaven, drawing a bright trail of light. We watch it slide over the palace roof, leave the mark of its pathway, and bury its brilliance in the wood of Ida. The long-drawn track shines, and the region all about fumes with sulphur. Then, conquered indeed, my father rises to address the gods and worship the holy star. Now delay is done with, I follow, and where you lead I come. Gods of my fathers, save my house, save my grandchild. Yours is this omen, and in your deity Troy stands. I yield, O my son, and refuse not to go in thy company. He ended, and now more loudly the fire rolls along the city, and the burning tides roll nearer. Up then, beloved father, and lean on my neck. These shoulders of mine will sustain thee, nor will so dear a burden weigh me down. Howsoever fortune fall, one and undivided shall be our peril, one the escape of us twain. Little Iolus shall go along with me, and my wife follow our steps afar. You of my household give heed to what I say. As you leave the city, there is a mound and ancient temple of Ceres, lonely on it, and hard by an aged cypress, guarded many years in ancestral awe. To this resting place let us gather from diverse quarters. Thou, O father, take the sacred things and the household gods of our ancestors in thine hand. For me, just parted from the desperate battle, with slaughter fresh upon me, to handle them were guilt, until I wash away, in a living stream, the soilure. So spoke I, and spread over my neck and broad shoulders a tawny lion skin for covering, and stooped to my burden. Little Iulus, with his hand fast in mine, keeps uneven pace after his father. Behind, my wife follows. We pass on in the shadows, and I, lately moved by no weapons launched against me, nor by the thronging bands of my Grecian foes, am now terrified at every breath, startled by every noise, thrilling with fear alike for my companion and my burden. And now I was nearing the gates, and thought I had outsped all the way, when suddenly the crowded trampling of feet came to our ears, and my father, looking forth into the darkness, cries, my son, fly, they draw near. I espy the gleaming shields and the flicker of brass. At this, in my flurry and confusion, some hostile god bereft me of my senses. For while I plunged down byways and swerved from where the familiar streets ran, Creusa, alas! Whether torn by fate from her unhappy husband, she stood still, or did she mistake the way, or sink down outwearied, I know not. And never again was she given back to our eyes. Nor did I turn to look for my lost one, or cast back a thought, ere we were come to ancient Ceres' mound and hallowed seat. Here, at last, when all gathered, one was missing, vanished from her child's and her husband's company. What man or god did I spare in frantic reproaches? Or what crueler sight met me in our city's overthrow? I charged my comrades with Ascanius and Lord Anchises, and the gods of Teucria, hiding them in the winding vale. Myself I regained the city, girding on my shining armour, fixed to renew every danger, to retrace my way throughout Troy, and fling myself again on its perils. First of all I regained the walls and the dim gateway whence my steps had issued. I scan and follow back my footprints with searching gaze in the night. Everywhere my spirit shudders, dismayed at the very silence. Thence I pass on home, if haply her feet, if haply had led her thither. The Grecians had poured in and filled the palace. The devouring fire goes rolling before the wind high as the roof. The flames tower over it, and the heat surges up into the air. I move on, and revisit the citadel and Priam's dwelling, where now in the spacious porticos of Juno's sanctuary, Phoenix and accursed Ulysses, chosen centuries, were guarding the spoil. Hither from all quarters is flung in masses the treasure of Troy, torn from burning shrines, tables of the gods, bowls of solid gold, and the raiment of the captives. Boys and cowering mothers in long file stand around. Yes, and I dared to cry abroad through the darkness. I filled the streets with calling, and yet again with vain reiterance cried piteously on Creusa. As I stormed and sought her endlessly among the houses of the town, there rose before mine eyes a melancholy phantom, the ghost of very Creusa, in likeness larger than her wont. I was motionless, my hair stood up, and the accents faltered on my tongue. Then she thus addressed me, and with this speech allayed my distresses. What help is there in this mad passion of grief, sweet my husband? Not without divine influence does this come to pass, nor may it be, nor does the highest lord of Olympus allow that thou shouldest carry Creusa hence in thy company. Long shall be thine exile, and weary spaces of sea must thou furrow through, and thou shalt come to the land of Hesperia, where Lydian Tiber flows with soft current through rich and populous fields. There prosperity awaits thee, and a kingdom, and a king's daughter for thy wife. Dispel these tears for thy beloved Creusa. Never will I look on the proud homes of the Myrmidons or Dolopians, or go to be the slave of Greek matrons. I, a daughter of Dardania, a daughter-in-law of Venus the goddess. But the mighty mother of the gods keeps me in these her borders. And now farewell, and still love thy child and mine. This speech uttered while I wept, and would have said many a thing, she left me, and retreated into thin air. Thrice there was I fain to lay mine arms round her neck. Thrice the vision I vainly clasped fled out of my hands, even as the light breezes, almost like the fluttering sleep. So at last, when the night is spent, I revisit my comrades. And here I find a marvellous great company, newly flocked in, mothers and men, a people gathered for exile, a pitiable crowd. From all quarters they are assembled, ready in heart and fortune to whatsoever land I will conduct them overseas. And now the morning star rose over the high ridges of Ida, and led on the day, and the Grecians held the gateways in leaguer, nor was any hope of help given. I withdrew, and raising my father up, I sought the mountain. End of section 4 of the Aeneid of Virgil, read by Nigel Carrington.
Section 5 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary J. The Aeneid by Virgil, translated by J.W. MacKail. Book 3rd, The Story of the 7 Years' Wandering. After heaven's lords pleased to overthrow the state of Asia and Priam's guiltless people, and proud Ilium fell, and Neptunian Troy smokes all along the ground, we are driven by divine omens to seek distant places of exile in wastelands. Right under Antandros, in the mountains of Phrygian Ida, we built a fleet, uncertain whither the fates carry us, where a resting place is given, and gather the people together. Scarcely had the first summer set in, when Lord Anchises bids us spread our sails to fortune, and weeping I leave the shores and havens of my country, and the plains where once was Troy. I sail to sea in exile with my comrades and son, and the gods of household and state. A land of vast plains lies apart, the home of Mavers in Thracian tillage, and sometimes under warrior Lycurgus' reign, friendly of old to Troy, and their gods in alliance while our fortune lasted. Hither I pass, and on the winding shore I lay under thwarting fates the first foundations of a city, and from my own name fashion its name, Aeneid. I was paying sacrifice to my mother, daughter of Dione, and to all the gods, so to favour the work begun, and slew a shining bull on the shore to the high lord of the heavenly people. Haply there lay a mound hard at hand, crowned with cornel thickets, and bristling dense with shafts of myrtle. I drew near, and essaying to tear up the green wood from the soil, that I might cover the altar with leafy boughs, I see a portent ominous and wonderful to tell. For from the first tree whose roots are rent away and broken from the ground, drops of black blood trickle, and gore stains the earth. An icy shudder shakes my limbs, and my blood curdles chill with terror. Yet from another I go on again to tear away a tough shoot, fully to fathom its secret. Yet from another black blood follows out of the bark. With many searchings of heart I prayed the woodland nymphs, and Lord Gravitas, who rules in the Getic fields, to make the sight propitious as was meet, and lighten the omen. But when I assail a third spear shaft with a stronger effort, pulling with knees pressed against the sand, shall I speak or be silent? From beneath the mound is heard a pitiable moan, and a voice is uttered to my ears. Woe's me! Why rendest thou me, Aeneas? Spare me at last in the tomb, spare pollution to thine innocent hands. Troy bore me, not alien to thee am I, nor this blood that oozes from the stem. Ah, fly the cruel land, fly the greedy shore, for I am Polydorus. Here the iron harvest of weapons hath covered my pierced body, and shot up in sharp javelins. Then, indeed, borne down with dubious terror, I was motionless. My hair stood up, and the accents faltered on my tongue. This Polydorus, once with great weight of gold, had hapless Priam sent in secret to the nurture of the Thracian king, when now he was losing trust in the arms of Dardania, and saw his city leaguered round about. The king, when the Teucrian power was broken and fortune withdrew, following Agamemnon's estate in triumphant arms, severs every bond of duty, murders Polydorus, and lays strong hands on the gold. O accursed hunger of gold, to what dost thou not compel human hearts? When the terror left my senses, I lay the divine tokens before the chosen princes of the people, with my father at their head, and demand their judgment. All are of one mind, to leave the guilty land, and, abandoning a polluted home, to let the gales waft our fleets. So we bury Polydorus anew, and the earth is heaped high over his mound. Altars are reared to his ghost, sad with dusky chaplets and black cypress. And all around are the Ilian women, with hair unbound in their fashion. We offer bubbling bowls of warm milk and cups of consecrated blood, and lay the spirit to rest in her tomb, and with loud voice utter the last call. Thereupon, so soon as ocean may be trusted, and the winds leave the seas in quiet, and the soft whispering south wind calls seaward, my comrades launch their ships and crowd the shores. We put out from harbour, and lands and towns sink away. There lies in mid-sea a holy land, most dear to the mother of the Nereids and Neptune of Aigai, which strayed about coast and strand till the archer god, in his affection, chained it fast from high Mykonos and Gyros, and made it lie immovable and slight the winds. Hither I steer, and it welcomes my weary crew to the quiet shelter of a safe haven. We disembark and worship Apollo's town. Aeneas the king, king at once of the people and priest of Phoebus, his brows garlanded with fillets and consecrated laurel, comes to meet us. He knows Anchises, his friend of old. We clasp hands in welcome and enter his palace. I worshipped the god's temple, an ancient pile of stone. Lord of Thymbra, give us an enduring dwelling place. Grant a house and family to thy weary servants, and a city to abide. Keep Troy's second fortress, the remnant left of the Grecians and merciless Achilles. Whom follow we, or whither dost thou bid us go? Where fix our seat? Grant an omen, O Lord, and inspire our minds. Scarcely had I spoken thus, suddenly all seemed to shake, all the courts and laurels of the god, the whole hill to be stirred round about, and the cauldron to moan in the opening sanctuary. We sink low on the ground, and a voice is borne to our ears. Stubborn race of Dardanus, the same land that bore you by parentage of old shall receive you again on her bountiful breast. Seek out your ancient mother. Hence shall the house of Aeneas sway all regions, his children's children, and they who shall be born of them. Thus Phoebus, and mingled outcries of great gladness uprose. All ask, what is that city? Whither calls Phoebus our wandering, and bids us return? Then my father, unrolling the records of men of old, Hear, O princes, says he, and learn your hopes. In mid-ocean lies Crete, the island of high Jove, wherein is Mount Ida, the cradle of our race. 100 great towns are inhabited in that opulent realm. From it our forefather Teucer of old, if I can recall the tale aright, sailed to Rhetian coasts and chose a place for his kingdom. Not yet was Ilium nor the towers of Pergama reared. They dwelt in the valley bottoms. Hence came our lady, haunter of Cybele, the Corybantic cymbals in the grove of Ida. Hence the rites of inviolate secrecy, and the lions yoked under the chariot of their mistress. Up, then, and let us follow where divine commandments lead. Let us appease the winds, and seek the realm of Gnosis. Nor is it a far journey away. Only be Jupiter favourable, and the third day shall bring our fleet to anchor on the Cretan coast. So spoke he, and slew fit sacrifice on the altars, a bull to Neptune, a bull to thee, fair Apollo, a black sheep to Tempest, a white to the prosperous west winds. Rumour flies that Idomeneus, the captain, is driven forth of his father's realm, and the shores of Crete are abandoned, that the houses are void of foes, and the dwellings lie empty to our hand. We leave the harbour of Ortygia, and fly along the main, by the revel-trod ridges of Naxos, by green Danusa, Olearus, and snow-white Paris, and the sea-strewn Cyclades, threading the racing channels among the crowded lands. The seaman's clamour rises in emulous dissonance. Each cheers his comrade. Seek we Crete and our forefathers. A wind rising astern follows us forth on our way, and we glide at last to the ancient Curitian coast. So I set eagerly to work on the walls of my chosen town, and call it Pergamea, and exhort my people, joyful at the name, to cherish their homes and rear the castle buildings. And even now the ships were drawn up on the dry beach. The people were busy in marriages, and among their new fields. I was giving statutes and homesteads, when suddenly from a tainted space of sky came, noisome on men's bodies, and pitiable on trees and crops, pestilence and a year of death. They left their sweet lives, or dragged themselves on in misery. Sirius scorched the fields into barrenness, the herbage grew dry, and the sickly harvest denied sustenance. My father counsels to remeasure the sea, and go again to Phoebus in his Ortygian oracle, to pray for grace, and ask what issue he ordains to our exhausted state, whence he bids us search for aid to our woes, whither bend our course. Night fell, and sleep held all things living on the earth. The sacred images of the gods and the household deities of Phrygia that I had borne with me from Troy out of the midst of the burning city seemed to stand before mine eyes as I lay sleepless, clear in the broad light where the full moon poured through the latticed windows. Then thus addressed me, and with this speech allayed my distresses. What Apollo hath to tell thee when thou dost reach Ortygia, he utters here, and sends us unsought to thy threshold. We who followed thee and thine arms when Dardania went down in fire, we who under thee have traversed on shipboard the swelling sea, we, in likewise, will exalt to heaven thy children to be, and give empire to their city. Do thou prepare a mighty town for a mighty people, nor draw back from the long wearisome chase. Thou must change thy dwelling. Not to these shores did the god at Delos counsel thee, or Apollo bid thee find rest in Crete. There is a region Greeks name Hesperia, an ancient land, mighty in arms, and foison of the clod. Oenotrian men dwell there within. Now rumour is that a younger race have called it Italy after their captain's name. This is our true dwelling-place. Hence is Dardanus sprung, in Lord Aeneas, the first source of our race. Up, arise, and tell with good cheer to thine aged parent this plain tale, to seek Corythus and the lands of Ausonia. Jupiter denies thee the Dictaean fields. Astonished at this vision and divine utterance, nor was that slumber, but openly I seemed to know their countenances, their veiled hair, and gracious features, and therewith a cold sweat broke out all over me. I spring from my bed and raise my voice and upturned hands skyward, and pay pure offerings on the hearth. The sacrifice done, I joyfully tell Anchises, and relate all in order. He recognizes the double descent and twofold parentage, and the later wanderings that had deceived him among ancient lands. Then he speaks. O son, hard wrought by the destinies of Ilium, Cassandra only foretold me this fortune. Now I recall how she prophesied this was fate to our race, and often cried of Hesperia, often of an Italian realm. But who was to believe that Teucrian should come to Hesperian shores? Or whom might Cassandra then move by prophecy? Yield we to Phoebus, and follow the better way he counsels. So says he, and we all rejoicingly obey his speech. This dwelling likewise we abandon, and leaving some few behind, spread our sails, and run over the waste sea in our hollow wood. After our ships held the high seas, nor any land yet appears, the sky all round us, and all round us the deep. A dusky shower drew up overhead, carrying night and tempest, and the waves shuddered and gloomed. Straightway the winds upturn the main, the great seas rise, we are tossed asunder over the dreary gulf. Storm clouds enwrap the day, and rainy gloom blots out the sky. Out of the clouds bursts fire fast upon fire. Driven from our course we go wandering on the blind waves. Palinurus himself professes he cannot tell day from night on the sky, nor remember the way amid the waters. 3 dubious days of blind darkness we wander on the deep, as many nights without a star. Not till the 4th day was land at last seen to rise, discovering distant hills, and sending up wreaths of smoke. The sails drop. We swing back to the oars. Without delay the sailors strongly toss up the foam, and sweep through the green water. The shores of the Strophides first receive me thus, won from the waves. Strophides, the Greek name they bear, islands lying in the great Ionian Sea, which boating Celino and other harpies inhabit since Phineus's house was shut on them, and they fled in terror from the board of old. Then these, no deadlier portent, nor any fiercer plague of divine wrath, hath issued from the Stygian waters. Winged things with maidens' countenance, bellies dropping filth, and clawed hands and faces, ever wan with hunger. When borne hitherward we enter the haven, lo! We see goodly herds of oxen scattered on the plains, and goats flocking untended over the grass. We attack them with the sword, and call the gods and Jove himself to share our spoil. Then we build seats on the winding shore, and banquet on the dainty food. But suddenly the harpies are upon us, swooping awfully from the mountains, and shaking their wings with loud clangour, plunder the feast, and defile everything with unclean touch, spreading a foul smell and uttering dreadful cries. Again, in a deep recess, under a caverned rock, shut in with waving shadows of woodland, we array the board and renew the altar fires. Again, from their blind ambush in divers quarters of the sky, the noisy crowd flutter with clawed feet around their prey, defiling the feast with their lips. Then I bid my comrades take up arms and proclaim war on the accursed race. Even as I bade they do, range their swords and cover among the grass, and hide their shields out of sight. So when they swooped clamorously down along the winding shore, Maecenas, from his watchtower on high, signals on the hollow brass. My comrades rush in and essay the strange battle, to set the stain of steel on the winged horrors of the sea. But they take no violence on their plumage, nor wounds on their bodies, and soaring into the firmament with rapid flight, leave their foul traces on the spoil they had half consumed. Celino alone, prophetess of ill, alights on a towering cliff, and thus breaks forth in deep accents. War is it for your slaughtered oxen and steers cut down, O children of Laomedon. War is it you would declare, and drive the guiltless harpies from their ancestral kingdom? Take then to heart, and fix fast these words of mine, which the Lord omnipotent foretold to Phoebus, Phoebus Apollo to me, I, eldest born of the Furies, reveal to you. Italy is your goal. Wooing the winds, you shall go to Italy, and enter her harbours unhindered. Yet shall you not wall round your ordained city, ere this murderous outrage on us compel you, in portentous hunger, to eat your tables with gnawing teeth. She spoke, and winged her way back to the shelter of the wood, but my comrades' blood froze chill with sudden affright, their spirits fell, and no longer with arms, nay, with vows and prayers, they bid me entreat favour, whether these be goddesses or winged things ill ominous and foul. And Lord Anchises from the beach calls with outspread hands on the mighty gods, ordering fit sacrifices. Gods, avert their menaces. Gods, turn this woe away, and graciously save the righteous. Then he bids pluck the cable from the shore, and shake loose the sheets. Southern winds stretch the sails. We scud over the foam-flecked waters, whither wind and pilot called our course. Now wooded Zacynthus appears amid the waves, and Dolichium, and Same, and Nerito's sheer rocks. We fly past the cliffs of Ithaca, Laertes' realm, and curse the land, fostress of cruel Ulysses. Soon, too, Mount Leucada's cloudy peaks are sighted, and Apollo dreaded of sailors. Hither we steer wearily, and stand in to the little town. The anchor is cast from the prow. Sterns are grounded on the beach. So, at last having attained to land beyond our hopes, we purify ourselves in Jove's worship, and kindle altars of offering, and make the Actian shore gay with the games of Ilium. My comrades strip and, slippery with oil, exercise their ancestral contests, glad to have got past so many Argive towns, and held on their flight through the encircling foe. Meanwhile the sun rounds the great circle of the year, and icy winter ruffles waters with northern gales. I fix against the doorway a hollow shield of brass that tall abbess had borne, and mark the story with a verse. These arms, Aeneas from the conquering Greeks. Then I bid leave the harbour, and sit down at the thwarts. Emulously my comrades strike the water, and sweep through the seas. Soon we see the cloud-capped Phaeacian towers sink away, skirt the shores of Epirus, and enter the Chaonian haven, and approach high Buthrotum town. Here the rumour of a story beyond belief comes on our ears. Helenus, son of Priam, is reigning over Greek towns, master of the bride and sceptre of Pyrrhus and Aeacid, and Andromache hath again fallen to a husband of her people. I stood amazed, and my heart kindled with marvellous desire to accost him and learn of so strange a fortune. I advanced from the harbour, leaving the fleet ashore, just when haply Andromache, in a grove before the town, by the waters of a famed Simois, was pouring libation to the dust, and calling Hector's ghost to a tomb with his name, on an empty turfed green with 2 altars that she had consecrated, a wellspring of tears. When she caught sight of me coming, and saw distractedly the encircling arms of Troy, terror-stricken at the vision marvellously shewn, her gaze fixed, and the heat left her frame. She swoons away, and hardly at last speaks after long interval. Comest thou, then, a real face, a real messenger to me, goddess born? Livest thou? Or, if sweet light is fled, ah, where is Hector? She spoke, and, bursting into tears, filled all the place with her crying. Just a few words I force up, and deeply moved gasp out in broken accents. I live indeed. I live on through all extremities. Doubt not, for real are the forms thou seest. Alas! After such a husband, what fate receives thy fall? Or what worthier fortune revisits thee? Dost thou, Hector's Andromache, keep bonds of marriage with Pyrrhus? She cast down her countenance, and spoke with lowered voice. O single and happy eminence, that maiden daughter of Priam, sentenced to die under high Troy town at an enemy's grave, who never bore the shame of the lot, nor came captive to her victorious master's bed. We, sailing over alien seas from our burning land, have endured the haughty youthful pride of Achilles' seed, and borne children in slavery. He, thereafter, wooing Leda's Hermione, and a Lacedaemonian marriage passed me over to Helenus' keeping, a bondwoman to a bondman. But him, Orestes, aflame with passionate desire for his stolen bride, and driven by the furies of crime, catches unguarded and murders at his ancestral altars. At Neoptolemus' death a share of his realm fell to Helenus' hands, who named the plains Chionian, and called all the land Chionia, after Chaon of Troy, and built withal a Pergama and this Ilian citadel on the hills. But to thee how did winds, how fates give passage? Or whose divinity landed thee all unwitting on our coasts? What of the boy Ascanius? Lives he yet, and draws breath thy darling, whom Troy's— Yet hath the child affection for his lost mother? Is he roused to the valour of old, and the spirit of manhood by his father Aeneas, by his uncle Hector? Such words she poured forth weeping, and prolonged the vain wail. When the hero Helenus, son of Priam, approaches from the town with a great company, knows us for his kin, and leads us joyfully to his gates, shedding a many tears at every word, I advance and recognize a little Troy, a copy of the great Pergama, and a dry brook with the name of Xanthus, and clasp a Scaean gateway. Therewithal my Teucrians make holiday in the friendly town. The king entertained them in his spacious colonnades. In the central hall they poured goblets of wine and libation, and held the cups while the feast was served on gold. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary J. The Aeneid by Virgil. Translated by J.W. MacKail. Book 3rd, The Story of the 7 Years' Wandering, Part 2. And now a day and another day hath sped. The breezes woo our sails, and the canvas blows out to the swelling south. With these words I accost the prophet, and thus make request. Son of Troy, interpreter of the gods, whose sense is open to Phoebus' influences, his tripods and laurels, to stars and tongues of birds, and auguries of prosperous flight, tell me now, for the voice of revelation was all favourable to my course, and all divine influence counselled me to seek Italy and explore remote lands. Only Celino the harpy prophesies of strange portents, a horror to tell, and cries out wrath and bale and foul hunger. What perils are the first to shun, or in what guidance may I overcome these sore labours? Hereat Helenus, first suing for divine favour with fit sacrifice of steers, and unbinding from his head the chaplets of consecration, leads me in his hands to thy courts, O Phoebus, thrilled with the fullness of the deity, and then utters these prophetic words from his augural lips. Goddess-born, since there is clear assurance that under high omens thou dost voyage through the deep, so the king of the gods allots destiny and unfolds change. This is the circle of ordinance. A few things out of many I will unfold to thee in speech, so that thou mayest more safely traverse the seas of thy sojourn, and find rest in the Ausonian haven. For Helenus is forbidden by the destinies to know, and by Juno, daughter of Saturn, to utter more. First of all, the Italy thou deemest now nigh, and close at hand, unwitting. The harbours thou wouldst enter, far are they sundered by a long and trackless track through length of lands. First must the Tanacrian wave clog thine oar, and thy ships traverse the salt Ausonian plain, by the infernal poles and Aenean Circe's isle, ere thou mayest build thy city in safety on a peaceful land. I will tell thee the token, and do thou keep it close to thine heart. When in thy perplexity, beside the wave of a sequestered river, a great sow shall be discovered lying under the oaks on the brink, with her newborn litter of 30, couched white on the ground, her white brood about her teats. That shall be the place of the city, that the appointed rest from thy toils. Neither shrink thou at the non-tables that await thee. The fates will find a way, and Apollo aid thy call. These lands, moreover, on this nearest border of the Italian shore, that our own sea's tide washes, flee thou. Evil Greeks dwell in all their towns. Here the Locrians of Naurycus have set their city, and here Lyctian Idomeneus beset the Salentine plains with soldiery. Here is the town of Melibæan captain, Philoctetes, little Petelia fenced by her wall. Nay, when thy fleets have crossed over seas and lie at anchor, when now thou rearest altars and payest vows on the beach, veil thine hair with a purple garment for covering, that no hostile face at thy divine worship may meet thee amid the holy fires and make void the omens. This fashion of sacrifice keep thou, thyself and thy comrades, and let thy children abide in this pure observance. But when at thy departure the wind hath borne thee to the Sicilian coast, and the bared straits of Pelorus open out, steer for the left-hand country, the long circuit of the seas on the left hand, shun the shore and water on thy right. These lands, they say, of old broke asunder, torn and upheaved by vast force, when either country was one and undivided. The ocean burst in between, cutting off with its waves the Hesperian from the Sicilian coast, and with narrow tide washes tilth and town along the severance of shore. On the right Scylla keeps guard, on the left unassuaged Charybdis, who thrice swallows the vast flood sheer down her swirling gulf, and ever again hurls it upward, lashing the sky with water. But Scylla lies prisoned in her cavern's blind recesses, thrusting forth her mouth and drawing ships upon the rocks. In front her face is human, and her breast fair as a maiden's to the waist down. Behind she is a sea-dragon of monstrous frame, with dolphins' tails joined on her wolf-girt belly. Better to track the goal of Trinacrian Pachynus, lingering and wheeling round through long spaces, than once catch sight of misshapen Scylla, deep in her dreary cavern, and of the rocks that ring to her sea-coloured hounds. Moreover, if Helenus hath aught of foresight, or his prophecy of assurance, if Apollo fills his spirit with the truth, this one thing, goddess-born, one thing for all will I foretell thee, and again repeat my counsel. To great Juno's deity be thy first prayer and worship. To Juno utter thy willing vows, and overcome thy mighty mistress with gifts and supplications. So at last thou shalt leave Trinacria behind, and be sped in triumph to the Italian borders. When borne hither thou drawest nigh the Cimmerian city, the haunted lakes and rustling woods of Avernus, thou shalt behold the raving prophetess, who deep in the rock chants of fate, and marks down her words on leaves. What verses she writes down on them the maiden sorts into order, and shuts behind her in the cave. They stay in their places unstirred, and quit not their rank. But when at the turn of the hinge the light wind from the doorways stirs them, and disarranges the delicate foliage, never after does she trouble to capture them, as they flutter about the hollow rock, nor restore their places or join the verses. Men depart without counsel, and hate the Sibyl's dwelling. Here let no waste and delay be of such account to thee, though thy company chide, and the passage call thy sails strongly to the deep, and thou mayest fill out their folds to thy desire, that thou do not approach the prophetess, and plead with prayers that she herself utter her oracles, and deign to loose the accents from her lips. The nations of Italy and the wars to come, and the fashion whereby every toil may be avoided or endured, she shall unfold to thee, and grant her worshipper prosperous passage. Thus far is our voice allowed to counsel thee. Go thy way, and exalt Troy to heaven by thy deeds. This the seer uttered with friendly lips, then orders gifts to be carried to my ships of heavy gold and sawn ivory, and loads the hulls with massy silver and cauldrons of Dodona, a mail coat triple woven with hooks of gold, and a helmet splendid with spike and tressed plumes, the armour of Neoptolemus. My father too hath his gifts. Horses besides he brings, and grooms, fills up the tale of our oarsmen, and equips my crew with arms. Meanwhile Anchises bade the fleet set their sails, that the fair wind might meet no delay. Him Phoebus' interpreter accosts with high courtesy. Anchises, honoured with the splendour of Venus' espousal, the gods' charge, twice rescued from the fallen towers of Troy, lo, the land of Aesonia is before thee. Sail thou, and seize it, and yet needs must thou float past it on the sea. Far away lies the quarter of Aesonia that is revealed of Apollo. Go, he continues, happy in thy son's affection. Why do I run on further, and delay the rising winds and talk? Andromache, too, sad at this last parting, brings figured raiment with woof of gold, and a Phrygian scarf for Ascanius, and wearies not in courtesy, loading him with gifts from the loom. Take these too, so says she, my child, to be memorials to thee of my hands, and testified long hence the love of Andromache, wife of Hector. Take these last gifts of thy kinsfolk, O sole surviving likeness to me of my own Astyanax. Such was he in eyes and hands and features, and now his equal age were growing into manhood like thine. To them, as I departed, I spoke with starting tears. Live happily, as they do whose fortunes are perfected. We are summoned ever from fate to fate. For you there is rest in store, and no ocean floor to furrow, no ever-retreating Aesonean fields to pursue. You see a pictured Xanthus, and a Troy your own hands have built, with better omens, I pray, and to be less open to the Greeks. If ever I enter Tiber and Tiber's bordering fields, and see a city granted to my nation, then to these kindred towns and allied peoples in Epirus and Hesperia, which have the same Dardanus for founder, and whose story is one, of both will our hearts make a single Troy. Let that charge await our posterity. We put out to sea, keeping the Ceronian mountains close at hand, whence is the shortest passage and seaway to Italy. The sun sets meanwhile, and the dusky hills grow dim. We chose a place, and fling ourselves on the lap of earth at the water's edge, and, allotting the oars, spread ourselves on the dry beach for refreshment. The dew of slumber falls on our weary limbs. Not yet had night, driven of the hours, climbed her mid-arch. Palinurus rises lightly from his couch, explores all the winds, and listens to catch a breeze. He marks the constellations gliding together through the silent sky, Arcturus, the rainy Hyades, and the twin oxen, and scans Orion in his armor of gold. When he sees the clear sky quite unbroken, he gives from the stern his shrill signal. We disencamp and explore the way, and spread the wings of our sails. And now reddening dawn had chased away the stars, when we descry afar dim hills in the low line of Italy. Achates first raises the cry of Italy, and with joyous shouts my comrades salute Italy. Then Lord Anchises enwreathed a great bowl, and filled it up with wine, and called on the gods, standing high astern, God sovereign over sea and land and weather, bring wind to ease our way, and breathe favourably. The breezes freshen at his prayer, and now the harbour opens out nearer at hand, and a temple appears on the fort of Minerva. My comrades furl the sails and swing the prows to shore. The harbour is scooped into an arch by the eastern flood. Reefs run out and foam with the salt spray. Itself, it lies concealed. Turreted walls of rock let down their arms on either hand, and the temple retreats from the beach. Here, an inaugural sight, 4 horses of snowy whiteness are grazing abroad on the grassy plain. And Lord Anchises, war dost thou carry, land of our sojourn? Horses are armed in war, and menace of war is in this herd. But yet these same beasts are wont in time to enter harness, and carry yoke and bit in concord. There is hope of peace, too, says he. Then we pray to the holy deity, Pallas of the clangorous arms, the first to welcome our cheers, and before the altars we veil our heads in Phrygian garments, and duly, after the council of Helenus had urged deepest on us, pay the bidden burnt sacrifice to Juno of Argos. Without delay, once our vows are fully paid, we round to the arms of our sail-yards and leave the dwellings and menacing fields of the Grecian people. Next is descried the bay of Tarentum, town, if rumour is true, of Hercules. Over against it the goddess of Licinium rears her head, with the towers of Caulon and Cilicium, wrecker of ships. Then Trinacrian Aetna is descried in the distance rising from the waves, and we hear from afar a great roaring of the sea on beaten rocks, and broken noises by the shore. The channels boil up, and the surge churns with sand. And Lord Anchises, of a surety, this is that Charybdis. Of these cliffs, these awful rocks, did Helenus prophesy. Out, O comrades, and rise together to the oars! Even as bidden they do, and first Palinurus swung the gurgling prow leftward through the water. To the left all our squadron bent with oar and wind. We are lifted skyward on the crescent wave, and again sunk deep into the nether world as the water is sucked away. Thrice amid their rocky caverns and cliffs uttered a cry. Thrice we see the foam flung out, and the stars through a dripping veil. Meanwhile the wind falls with sundown, and weary and ignorant of the way, we glide on to the Cyclopes coast. There lies a harbour, large and unstirred by the wind's entrance, but nigh it Aetna thunders awfully in wrack, and ever and again hurls a black cloud into the sky, smoking with boiling pitch and embers white hot, and heaves balls of flame flickering up to the stars, ever and again vomits out on high crags from the thorn entrails of the mountain, tosses up masses of molten rock with a groan, and boils forth from the bottom. Rumour is that this mass weighs down the body of Enceladus, half consumed by the thunderbolt, and mighty Aetna, laid over him, suspires the flame that bursts from her furnaces, and so often as he changes his weary side, all Trinacria shudders with moans, veiling the sky in smoke. That night we spend in cover of the forest among portentous horrors, and see not from what source the noise comes, for neither did the stars show their fires, nor was the vault of constellated sky clear, but vapours blotted heaven, and the moon was held in a storm cloud through dead of night. And now the morrow was rising in the early east, and the dewy darkness rolled away from the sky by dawn, when sudden out of the forest advances a human shape, strange and unknown, worn with uttermost hunger and pitiably attired, and stretches entreating hands towards the shore. We look back. Filthy and wretched, with shaggy beard, and a coat pinned together with thorns, he was yet a Greek, and had been sent of old to Troy in his father's arms. And he, when he saw afar the Dardanian habits and armor of Troy, hung back a little in terror at the sight, and stayed his steps, then ran headlong to the shore with weeping and prayers. "By the heavens, I beseech you, by the heavenly powers in this luminous sky that gives us breath, take me up, O Trojans, carry me away to any land soever, and it will be enough. I know I am one out of the Grecian fleets. I confess I warred against the household gods of Ilium. For that, if our wrong and guilt is so great, throw me piecemeal on the flood, or plunge me in the waste sea. If I do perish, gladly will I perish at human hands." He ended, and clung clasping our knees and groveling at them. We encourage him to tell who he is and of what blood born, and reveal how fortune pursues him since then. Lord Anchises, after little delay, gives him his hand, and strengthens his courage by visible pledge. At last, laying aside his terror, he speaks thus: "I am from an Ithacan home, Achaemenides by name, set out for Troy in luckless Ulysses' company. Poor was my father at Amastus, and would God fortune had stayed thus. Here my comrades abandoned me, in the Cyclops' vast cave, mindless of me while they hurry away from the barbarous gates. It is a house of gore and blood-stained feasts, dim and huge within. Himself he is great of stature, and knocks at the lofty skies. Gods take away a curse like this from the earth, to none gracious in aspect or courteous of speech. He feeds on the flesh and dark blood of wretched men. I myself saw when he caught the bodies of 2 of us with his great hand, and, lying back in the middle of the cave, crushed them on the rock, and the court splashed and swam with gore. I saw when he champed the flesh adrip with dark clots of blood, and the warm limbs quivered under his teeth. Yet not unavenged, Ulysses brooked not this, nor even in such straits did the Ithacan forget himself, for so soon as he, gorged with his feast and buried in wine, lay with bent neck sprawling huge over the cave, in his sleep vomiting gore and gobbets mixed with wine and blood, we, praying to the great gods with parts allotted, pour at once all round him, and pierce with a sharp weapon the huge eye that lay sunk single under his savage brow, in fashion of an Argolic shield, or the lamp of the moon, and at last we exultingly avenge the ghosts of our comrades. But fly, O wretched men, fly and pluck the cable from the beach, for even in the shape and stature of Polyphemus, when he shuts his fleeced flocks and drains their udders in the cave's covert, 100 other horrible Cyclopes dwell all about this shore, and stray on the mountain heights. Thrice now does the horned moon fill out her light, while I linger in life among desolate lairs and haunts of wild beasts in the woodland, and from a rock survey the giant Cyclopes, and shudder at their cries and echoing feet. The boughs yield a miserable sustenance. Berries and stony sloes, and plants torn up by the root feed me. Sweeping all the view, I at last espied this fleet standing in to shore. On it, whatsoever it were, I cast myself. It is enough to have escaped the accursed tribe. Do you rather, by any death you will, destroy this life of mine." Scarcely had he spoken thus, when on the mountain top we see shepherding his flocks a vast moving mass, Polyphemus himself, seeking the shores he knew, a horror ominous, shapeless, huge, bereft of sight. A pine lopped by his hand guides and steadies his footsteps. His fleeced sheep attend him, this his single delight, and solace in ill. After he hath touched the deep flood and come to the sea, he washes it in the blood that oozes from his eye socket, grinding his teeth with groans. And now he strides through the sea up to his middle, nor yet does the wave wet his towering sides. We hurry far away in precipitate flight, with the suppliant who had so well merited rescue, and silently cut the cable, and bending forward sweep the sea with emulous oars. He heard, and turned his steps toward the echoing sound, but when he may in no wise lay hands on us, nor can fathom the Ionian waves in pursuit, he raises a vast cry, at which the sea and all his waves shuddered, and the deep land of Italy was startled, and Aetna's vaulted caverns moaned. But the tribe of the Cyclopes, roused from the high-wooded hills, run to the harbor and fill the shore. We descry the Aetnaean brotherhood standing impotent with scowling eye, their stately heads up to heaven, a dreadful consistory. Even as on a mountain summit stand oaks high in air, or coned cypresses. a high forest of Jove, or covert of Diana. Sharp fear urges us to shake out the sheets in reckless haste, and spread our sails to the favoring wind. Yet Helenus' commands counsel that our course keep not the way between Scylla and Charybdis, the very edge of death on either hand. We are resolved to turn our canvas back, and lo! from the narrow fastness of Pelorus the north wind comes down and reaches us. I sail past Pantagias' mouth with its living stone, the Megarian Bay, and low-lying Thapsus. Such names did Achaemenides of luckless Ulysses' company point out as he retraced his wanderings along the returning shores. Stretched in front of a bay of Sicily lies an islet over against wave-beat Plemmyrium. They of old called it Ortygia. Hither Alpheus, the river of Elis, so rumour runs, hath cloven a secret passage beneath the sea, and now through thy wellhead, Arethusa, mingles with the Sicilian waves. We adore as bidden the great deities of the ground, and thence I cross the fertile soil of Helorus in the march. Next we graze the high reefs and jutting rocks of Pachynus, and far off appears Camarina, forbidden forever by oracles to move, and the Geloan plains, and vast Gela, named after its river. Then Acragas on the steep, once the breeder of noble horses, displays its massive walls in the distance. And with granted breeze I leave thee behind, palm-girt Selinus, and thread the difficult shoals and blind reefs of Lilybaeum. Thereon Drepanum receives me in its haven and joyless border. Here, so many tempestuous seas outgone, alas, my father, the solace of every care and chance, Anchises, is lost to me. Here thou, dear Lord, abandonest me in weariness, alas, rescued in vain from peril and doom. Not Helenus the prophet, though he counselled of many a terror, not boding Celino foretold me of this grief. This was the last agony, this the goal of the long ways. Thence it was I had departed, when God landed me on your coasts. Thus Lord Aeneas, with all attent, retold alone the divine doom and the history of his goings. At last he was hushed, and here in silence made an end. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aeneid by Virgil. Translated by J.W. MacKail. Book 4th, The Love of Dido and Her End. Part 1. But the queen, long ere now pierced with sore distress, feeds the wound with her life-blood, and catches the fire unseen. Again and again his own valiance and his line's renown flood back upon her spirit. Look and accent cling fast in her bosom, and the pain allows not rest or calm to her limbs. The morrow's dawn bore the torch of Phoebus across the earth, and had rolled away the dewy darkness from the sky, when, scarce herself, she thus opens her confidence to her sister. Anna, my sister, such dreams of terror thrill me through. What guest unknown is this who hath entered our dwelling? How high his mien, how brave in heart as in arms! I believe it well with no vain assurance. His blood is divine. Fear proves the vulgar spirit. Alas, by what destinies is he driven? What wars outgone he chronicled? Were my mind not planted, fixed and immovable, to ally myself to none in wedlock, since my love of old was false to me in the treachery of death, were I not sick to hear of bridal torch and chamber, to this temptation alone I might happily yield. Anna, I will confess it, since Sychaeus mine husband met his piteous doom, and our household was shattered by a brother's murder, he only hath touched mine heart, and stirred the balance of my soul. I know the prince of the ancient flame. But rather I pray, may earth first yawn deep for me, or the Lord omnipotent hurl me with his thunderbolt into gloom, the pallid gloom and profound night of Erebus, ere I soil thee, mine honour, or unloose thy laws. He took my love away, who made me one with him long ago. He shall keep it with him, and guard it in the tomb. She spoke, and welling tears filled the bosom of her gown. Anna replies, O dearer than the daylight to thy sister, wilt thou waste, sad and alone, all thy length of youth, and know not the sweetness of motherhood, nor love's bounty? Deemest thou the ashes care for that, or the ghost within the tomb? Be it so. In days gone by, no wooers bent thy sorrow, not in Libya, not ere then in Tyre. Iarbas was slighted, and other princes nurtured by the triumphal land of Africa. Wilt thou contend so with a love to thy liking? Nor does it cross thy mind whose are these fields about thy dwelling? On this side are thy Gaetulian towns, a race unconquerable in war. The rainless Numidian riders, and the grim Syrtis hem thee in. On this lies a thirsty tract of desert, swept by the raiders of Barca. Why speak of the war gathering from Tyre, and thy brother's menaces? With God's auspices to my thinking, and with Juno's favour, hath the Ilian fleet held on hither before the gale. What a city wilt thou discern here, O sister? What a realm will rise on such a union? The arms of Troy ranged with ours, what glory will exalt the Punic state? Do thou only, asking divine favour with peace offerings, be bounteous in welcome, and draw out reasons for delay, while the storm rages at sea, and Orion is wet, and his ships are shattered in the sky and voyageable. With these words she made the fire of love flame up in her spirit, put hope in her wavering soul, and let honor slip away. First they visit the shrines, and desire grace from altar to altar. They sacrifice sheep fitly chosen to Ceres the lawgiver, to Phoebus and Lord Laius, to Juno before all, guardian of the marriage bond. Dido herself, excellent in beauty, holds the cup in her hand, and pours libation between the horns of a milk-white cow, or moves in state to the rich altars before the gods' presences, day by day renewing her gifts, and gazing athirst into the breasts of cattle laid open to take counsel from the throbbing entrails. Ah, witless souls of soothsayers, how many vows or shrines help her madness? All the while the subtle flame consumes her inly, and deep in her breast the wound is silent and alive. Stung to misery, Dido wanders in frenzy all down the city, even as an arrow-stricken deer, whom, far and heedless amid the Cretan woodland, a shepherd archer hath pierced and left the flying steel in her unaware. She ranges in flight the Dictaean forest lawns, fast in her side clings the deadly reed. Now she leads Aeneas with her through the town, and displays her Sidonian treasure and ordered city. She essays to speak, and breaks off halfway in utterance. Now, as day wanes, she seeks the repeated banquet, and again madly pleads to hear the agonies of Ilium, and again hangs on the teller's lips. Thereafter, when all are gone their ways, and the dim moon in turn quenches her light, and the setting stars counsel to sleep, alone in the empty house she mourns, and flings herself on the couch he left. Distant, she hears and sees him in the distance, or enthralled by the look he has of his father, she holds Ascanius on her lap, if so she may steal the love she may not utter. No more do the unfinished towers rise, no more do the people exercise in arms, nor work for safety in war on harbor or bastion. The works hang broken off, vast looming walls and engines towering into the sky. So soon as she perceives her thus fasten the toils, and madly careless of her name, Jove's beloved wife, daughter of Saturn, accosts Venus thus: "Noble indeed is the fame and splendid the spoils you win, thou and that boy of thine, and the mighty renown of deity, if two gods have vanquished one woman by treachery. Nor am I so blind to thy terror of our town, thine old suspicion of the high house of Carthage. But what shall be the end, or why all this contest now? Nay, rather let us work an enduring peace, and a bridal compact. But what shall be the end, or why all this contest now? Nay, rather let us work an enduring peace, and a bridal compact. Thou hast what all thy soul desired. Dido is on fire with love, and hath caught the madness through and through. Then rule we this people jointly in equal lordship. Allow her to be a Phrygian husband's slave, and to lay her Tyrians for dowry in thine hand." To her, for she knew the dissembled purpose of her words, to turn the Teucrian kingdom away to the coasts of Libya, Venus thus began in answer: "Who so mad as to reject these terms, or choose rather to try the fortune of war with thee, if only when done, as thou sayest, fortune follow? But I move in uncertainty of Jove's ordinance, whether he will that Tyrians and wanderers from Troy be one city, or approve the mingling of peoples in the treaty of union. Thou art his wife, and thy prayers may essay his soul. Go on, I will follow." Then Queen Juno thus rejoined: "That task shall be mine. Now, by what means the present need may be fulfilled, attend, and I will explain in brief. Aeneas and Dido, alas and woe for her, are to go hunting together in the woodland when tomorrow's rising sun goes forth and his rays unveil the world. On them, while the beaters run up and down, and the lawns are girt with toils, will I pour down a blackening rain cloud, mingled with hail, and startle all the sky in thunder. Their company will scatter for shelter in the dim darkness. Dido and the Trojan captain shall take refuge in the same cavern. I will be there, and if thy good will is assured me, I will unite them in wedlock, and make her wholly his. Here shall Hymen be present." The Cytherean gave ready assent to her request, and laughed at the wily invention. Meanwhile, dawn rises forth of ocean. A chosen company issue from the gates while the morning star is high. They pour forth with meshed nets, toils, broad-headed hunting spears, Massilian horsemen, and sinewy sleuth-hounds. At her doorway the chief of Carthage await their queen, who yet lingers in her chamber, and her horse stands splendid in gold and purple, with clattering feet and jaws champing on the foamy bit. At last she comes forth amid a great thronging train, girt in a Sidonian mantle, broidered with needlework, her quivers of gold, her tresses knotted into gold. A golden buckle clasps up her crimson gown. Therewithal the Phrygian train advances with joyous Iülus. Himself first and foremost of all, Aeneas joins her company, and unites his party to hers, even as Apollo, when he leaves wintry Lycia and the streams of Xanthus to visit his mother's Delos, and renews the dance, while Cretans and Dryopes and painted Agathrysians mingle clamorous about his altars. Himself he treads the Cynthian ridges, and plaits his flowing hair with soft heavy sprays, and entwines it with gold. The arrows rattle on his shoulder, as lightly as he went Aeneas, such glow and beauty is on his princely face. When they are come to the mountain heights and pathless coverts, lo, wild goats driven from the cliff tops run down the ridge. In another quarter stags speed over the open plain and gather their flying column in a cloud of dust as they leave the hills. But the boy Ascanius is in the valleys, exultant on his fiery horse, and gallops past one and another, praying that among the unwarlike herds a foaming boar may issue or a tawny lion descend the hill. Meanwhile the sky begins to thicken and roar aloud. A rain cloud comes down mingled with hail. The Tyrian train and the men of Troy and the Dardanian boy of Venus' son scatter in fear and seek shelter far over the fields. Streams pour from the hills. Dido and the Trojan captain take refuge in the same cavern. Primeval Earth and Juno the bridesmaid give the sign. Fires flash out high in air, witnessing the union, and nymphs cry aloud on the mountain top. That day opened the gate of death and the springs of ill. For now Dido recks not of eye or tongue, nor sets her heart on love in secret. She calls it marriage, and with this name veils her fall. Straightway rumour runs through the great cities of Libya, rumour, than whom none other is more swift to mischief. She thrives on restlessness, and gains strength by going. At first small and timorous, soon she lifts herself on high, and paces the ground with head hidden among the clouds. Her, one saith, Mother Earth, when stung by wrath against the gods, bore last sister to Coeus and Enceladus, fleet-footed and swift of wing, ominous, awful, vast. For every feather on her body is a walking eye beneath, wonderful to tell, and a tongue, and as many loud lips and straining ears. By night she flits between sky and land, shrilling through the dusk, and droops not her lids in sweet slumber. In daylight she sits on guard upon tall towers or the ridge of the house roof, and makes great cities afraid. Obstinate in perverseness, and forgery no less than messenger of truth. She then exultingly filled the countries with manifold talk, and blazoned alike what was done and undone. When Aeneas is come, born of Trojan blood, On him beautiful Dido thinks no shame to fling herself. Now they hold their winter, long drawn through mutual caresses, regardless of their realms and enthralled by passionate dishonor. This the pestilent goddess spreads abroad in the mouths of men, and bends her course right on to King Aearbus, and with her words fires his spirit and swells his wrath. He, the seed of Ammon, by a ravished Garamantian nymph, has built to Jove in his wide realms 100 great temples, 100 altars, and consecrated the wakeful fire that keeps watch by night before the gods perpetually, where the soil is fat with the blood of beasts, and the courts blossom with pied garlands. And he, distracted, and on fire at the bitter tidings, before his altars, amid the divine presences often, it is said, bowed in prayer to Jove with uplifted hands. Jupiter, omnipotent, to whom the broidered cushions of their banqueting halls of the Morosian people now pour lenient offering, lookest thou on this? Or do we shudder vainly when our Father hurls a thunderbolt, and do blind fires in the clouds and idle rumblings appall our soul? The woman who, wandering in our coasts, planted a small town on purchased ground, to whom we gave fields by the shore and laws of settlement, she hath spurned our alliance and taken Aeneas for lord of her realm. Now that Paris with his effeminate crew, his chin and oozy hair swathed in the turban of Maeonia, takes off and keeps her, since to thy temples we bear oblation, and hallow an empty name. In such words he pleaded, clasping the altars. The Lord omnipotent heard, and cast his eye on the royal city, and the lovers forgetful of their fairer fame. Then he addresses this charge to Mercury. Up and away, O sun! Call the breezes and slide down them on thy wings. Accost the Dardanian captain, who now loiters in Tyrian Carthage, and casts not a look on distant cities. Carry down my words through the fleet air. Not such a one did his mother most beautiful vouch him to us, nor for this twice rescued him from Grecian arms, but he was to rule in Italy, teeming with empire and loud with war, to transmit the line of Teucer's royal blood, and lay all the world beneath his law. If such glories kindle him in no wise, and he take no trouble for his own honor, does a father grudge his Ascanius the towers of Rome? With what device, or in what hope loiters he among a hostile race, and casts not a glance on his Ausonian children in the fields of Lavinium? Let him set sail. This is the sum. Thereof be thou our messenger. He ended. His son made ready to obey his high command. And first he laces to his feet the shoes of gold that bear him high, winging over seas or land, as fleet as the gale, and then takes the rod wherewith he calls wan souls forth of Orcus, or sends them again to the sad depth of hell, gives sleep and takes it away and unseals dead eyes, in whose strength he courses the winds and swims across the tossing clouds. And now in flight he descries the peak and steep sides of toiling Atlas, whose crest sustains the sky, Atlas, whose pine-clad head is girt always with black clouds and beaten by wind and rain. Snow is shed over his shoulders for covering, rivers tumble over his aged chin, and his rough beard is stiff with ice. Here the Cyllenian, poised evenly on his wings, made a first stay, hence he shot himself sheer to the water, like a bird that flies low, skirting the sea about the craggy shores of its fishery. Even thus the brood of Cyllene left his mother's father, and flew, cutting the winds between sky and land, along the sandy Libyan shore. So soon as his winged feet reached the settlement, he espies Aeneas founding towers and ordering new dwellings. His sword twinkled with yellow jasper, and a cloak hung from his shoulders, ablaze with Tyrian sea purple, a gift that Dido had made costly, and shot the warp with thin gold. Straightway he breaks in. Layest thou now the foundations of tall Carthage, and buildest up a fair city in dalliance? Ah, forgetful of thine own kingdom and state, from bright Olympus I descend to thee at express command of Heaven's sovereign, whose deity sways sky and earth. Expressly he bids me carry this charge through the fleet air. With what device, or in what hope, dost thou loiter idly on Libyan lands? If such glories kindle thee in no wise, yet cast an eye on growing Ascanius, on Iulus, thine hope and heir, to whom the kingdom of Italy and the Roman land are due. As these words left his lips, the Caelian, yet speaking, quitted mortal sight, and vanished into thin air, away out of his eyes. But Aeneas in truth gazed in dumb amazement. His hair thrilled up, and the accents faltered on his tongue. He burns to flee away and leave the pleasant land, aghast at the high warning and divine ordinance. Alas, what shall he do? How venture to smooth the tale to the frenzied queen? What prologue shall he find? And this way and that he rapidly throws his mind, and turns it on all hands in swift change of thought. In his perplexity this seemed the better counsel. He calls Mnestheus and Sergestus, and brave Serestus, and bids them silently equip the fleet, gather their crews on shore, and order their armament, keeping the cause of the commotion hid. Himself meanwhile, since Dido the gracious knows not, nor looks for severance to so strong a love, will essay to approach her when she may be told most gently, and the way for it be fair. All at once gladly do as bidden, and obey his command. But the queen, who may delude a lover, foreknew his devices, and at once caught the presaging stir. Safety's self was fear. To her likewise had evil rumor borne the maddening news that they equip the fleet and prepare for passage. Helpless at heart, she reels aflame with rage throughout the city, even as the startled Thyad in her frenzied triennial orgies, when the holy vessels move forth and the cry of Bacchus re-echoes, and Cytheron calls her with night-long din. Thus at last she opens out upon Aeneas. And thou didst hope, traitor, to mask the crime, and slip away in silence from my land? Our love holds thee not, nor the hand thou once gavest, nor the bitter death that is left for Dido's portion. Nay, under the wintry star thou labourest on thy fleet, and hastenest to launch into the deep amid northern gales. Ah, cruel! Why, were thy quest not of alien fields and unknown dwellings? Did thine ancient Troy remain? Should Troy be sought in voyages over tossing seas? Fliest thou from me? Me, who by these tears in thine own hand beseech thee, since naught else, alas, have I kept mine own, by our union and the marriage rites preparing. If I have done thee any grace, or aught of mine hath once been sweet in thy sight, pity our sinking house, and if there yet be room for prayers, put off this purpose of thine. For thy sake Libyan tribes and nomad kings are hostile, my Tyrians are estranged. For thy sake, thine is mine honour perished, and the former fame, my one title to the skies. How leavest thou me to die, O my guest, since to this the name of husband is dwindled down? For what do I wait, till Pygmalion overthrow his sister city, or the Gaetulian Iarbas lead me to captivity? At least if before thy flight a child of thine had been clasped in my arms, if a tiny Aeneas were playing in my hall, whose face might yet image thine, I would not think myself ensnared and deserted utterly. She ended. He by counsel of Jove held his gaze unstirred, and kept his distress hard down in his heart. At last he briefly answers. Never, O Queen, will I deny that thy goodness hath gone high as thy words can swell the reckoning. Nor will my memory of Elissa be ungracious while I remember myself, and breath sways this body. Little will I say in this. I never hoped to slip away in stealthy flight. Fancy not that. Nor did I ever hold out the marriage torch, or enter thus into alliance. Did fate allow me to guide my life by mine own government, and call my sorrows as I would, my first duty were to the Trojan city and the dear remnant of my kindred. The high house of Priam should abide, and my hand had set up Troy towers anew for a conquered people. But now for broad Italy hath Apollo of Grynos bid me steer, for Italy, the oracles of Lycia. Here is my desire, this is my native country. If thy Phoenician eyes are stayed on Carthage towers, and thy Libyan city, what wrong is it, I pray, that we Trojans find our rest on Ausonian land? We too may seek a foreign realm unforbidden. In my sleep, often as the dank shades of night veil the earth, often as the stars lift their fires, the troubled phantom of my father Anchises comes in warning and dread. My boy Ascanius, how I wrong one so dear in cheating him of an Hesperian kingdom and distant fields. Now even the god's interpreter, sent straight from Jove, I call both to witness, hath borne down his commands through the fleet air. Myself in broad daylight I saw the deity passing within the walls, and these ears drank his utterance. Cease to madden me and thyself alike with plaints. Not of my will do I follow Italy." Long ere he ended she gazes on him askance, turning her eyes from side to side, and perusing him with silent glances. Then thus wrathfully speaks: "No goddess was thy mother, nor Dardanus founder of thy line, traitor, but rough Caucasus bore thee on his iron crags, and the Hyrcanian tigresses gave thee suck. For what do I conceal it? For what further outrage do I want? Hath our weeping cost him a sigh, or a lowered glance? Hath he broken into tears, or had pity on his lover? Where shall I begin? Neither doth Queen Juno, nor our Saturnian lord regard us with his righteous eyes. Nowhere is trust safe. Cast ashore and destitute, I welcomed him, and madly gave him place and portion in my kingdom. I found him his lost fleet, and drew his crews from death. Alas, the fire of madness speeds me on. Now prophetic Apollo, now oracles of Lycia, now the very gods' interpreter, sent straight from Jove through the air, carries these rude commands. Truly that is work for the gods, a care to vex their peace. I detain thee not, nor gainsay thy words. Go, follow thine Italy down the wind, seek thy realm overseas. Yet midway my hope is, if righteous gods can do aught at all, thou wilt drain the cup of vengeance on the rocks, and re-echo calls on Dido's name. In murky fires I will follow far away, and when chill death hath severed body from soul, my ghost will haunt thee in every region. Wretch, thou shalt repay. I will hear, and the rumor of it shall reach me deep in the underworld." Even on these words she breaks off her speech unfinished, and, sick at heart, escapes out of the air and sweeps round and away out of sight, leaving him in fear and much hesitance, and with much on his mind to say. Her women catch her in their arms, and carry her swooning to her marble chamber, and lay her on her bed. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Meshkoff. The Aeneid by Virgil. Translated by J.W. MacKail, Book 4th, The Love of Dido and Her End, Part 2. But good Aeneas, though he would fain soothe and comfort her grief, and talk away her distress with many a sigh, and melted in his soul by great love, yet fulfills the divine commands and returns to his fleet. Then indeed the Teucrians set to work, and haul down their tall ships all along the shore. The hulls are oiled and afloat, they carry from the woodland green boughs for oars, and massy logs unhewn, in hot haste to go. One might descry them shifting their quarters and pouring out of all the town, even as ants, mindful of winter, plunder a great heap of wheat and store it in their house. A black column advances on the plain as they carry home their spoil on a narrow track through the grass. Some shove and strain their shoulders at big grains. Some marshal the ranks and chastise delay. All the path is aswarm with work. What then were thy thoughts, O Dido, as thou sawest it? What sighs didst thou utter, viewing from the fortress roof the broad beach aswarm, and seeing before thine eyes the whole sea stirred with their noisy din? Injurious love, to what dost thou not compel mortal hearts? Again she must needs break into tears, again essay entreaty, and bow her spirit down to love, not to leave aught untried, and go to death in vain. Anna, thou seest the bustle that fills the shore. They have gathered round from every quarter. Already their canvas woos the breezes, and the merry sailors have garlanded the sterns. This great pain, my sister, I shall have the strength to bear, as I have had the strength to foresee. Yet this one thing, Anna, for love and pity's sake, for of thee alone was the traitor fain. To thee even his secret thoughts were confided. Alone thou knewest his moods and tender fits. Go, my sister, and humbly accost the haughty stranger. I did not take the Grecian oath in Oilus to root out the race of Troy. I sent no fleet against her fortresses, neither have I disentombed his father Anchises' ashes and ghost, that he should refuse my words entrance to his stubborn ears. Whither does he run? Let him grant this grace, alas the last, to his lover, and await fair winds and an easy passage. No more do I pray for the old delusive marriage, nor that he give up fair Latium and abandon a kingdom. A breathing space I ask, to give my madness rest and room, till my very fortune teach my grief submission. This last favor I implore, sister, be pitiful, grant this to me, and I will restore it in full measure when I die. So she pleaded, and so her sister carries and recarries the piteous tale of weeping. But by no weeping is he stirred, inflexible to all the words he hears. Fate withstands and lays divine bars on unmoved mortal ears. Even as when the eddying blasts of northern alpine winds are emulous to uproot the secular strength of a mighty oak, it wails on, and the trunk quivers and the high foliage strews the ground. The tree clings fast on the rocks, and high as her top soars into heaven, so deep strike her roots to hell. Even thus is the hero buffeted with changeful perpetual accents, and distress thrills his mighty breast, while his purpose stays unstirred, and his tears fall in vain. Then indeed, hapless and dismayed by doom, Dido prays for death, and is weary of gazing on the arch of heaven. The more to make her fulfill her purpose and quit the light she saw when she laid her gifts on the altars alight with incense. Awful to tell, the holy streams blacken, and the wine turns as it poured into ghastly blood. Of this sight she spoke to none, no, not to her sister. Likewise there was within the house a marble temple of her ancient lord, kept of her in marvelous honor and fastened with snowy fleeces and festal boughs. Forth of it she seemed to hear her husband's voice crying and calling when night was dim upon the earth. And alone on the housetops the screech owl often made moan with funeral note and long-drawn, sobbing cry. Therewithal many a warning of wizards of old terrifies her with appalling presage. In her sleep fierce Aeneas drives her wildly, and ever she seems being left by herself alone, ever going uncompanioned on a weary way, and seeking her Tyrians in a solitary land, even as frantic Pentheus sees the arrayed Furies in a double sun, and Thebes shows herself twofold to his eyes, or Agamemnonian Orestes, renowned in tragedy, when his mother pursues him armed with torches and dark serpents, and the fatal sisters crouch avenging in the doorway. So when, overcome by her pangs, she caught the madness and resolved to die, she works out secretly the time and fashion, and accosts her sorrowing sister with mien hiding her design and hope calm on her brow. I have found a way, mine own, wish me joy, sister-like, to restore him to me, or release me of my love for him. Hard by the ocean limit and the set of sun is the extreme Ethiopian land, where ancient Atlas turns on his shoulders the starred burning axletree of heaven. Out of it hath been shown to me a priestess of Massilian race, warder of the temple of the Hesperides, even she who gave the dragon his food and kept the holy boughs on the tree, sprinkling clammy honey and slumberous poppy seed. She professes with her spells to relax the purposes of whom she will, but on others to bring passion and pain, to stay the river waters and turn the stars backward. She calls up ghosts by night. Thou shalt see the earth moaning underfoot and mountain ashes descending from the hills. I take heaven, sweet, to witness, and thee, mine own darling sister. I do not willingly arm myself with the arts of magic. Do thou secretly raise a pyre in the inner court, and let them lay on it the arms that the accursed one left hanging in our chamber, and all the dress he wore, and the bridal bed where I fell. It is good to wipe out all the wretch's traces, and the priestess orders thus. So speaks she, and is silent, while pallor overruns her face. Yet Anna deems not her sister veils death behind these strange rites, and grasps not her wild purpose, nor fears aught deeper than Sichaeus' death. So she makes ready as bidden. But the queen, the pyre being built up of piled faggots and sawn ilex in the innermost of her dwelling, hangs the room with chaplets and garlands it with funeral boughs. On the pillow she lays the dress he wore, the sword he left, and an image of him, knowing what was to come. Altars are reared around, and the priestess, with hair undone, thrice peals from her lips the 100 gods of Erebus and Chaos, and the triform Hecate, the triple-faced maidenhood of Diane. Likewise she had sprinkled pretended water of Avernus' spring, and rank herbs are sought mown by moonlight with brazen sickles, dark with milky venom, and sought is the talisman torn from a horse's forehead at birth, ere the dam could snatch it. Herself, the holy cake in her pure hands, hard by the altars, with one foot unshod and garments flowing loose, she invokes the gods ere she die, and the stars that know of doom, then prays to whatsoever deity looks in righteousness and remembrance on lovers ill-allied. Night fell. Weary creatures took quiet slumber all over the earth, and woodland and wild waters had sunk to rest. Now the stars wheel midway on their gliding path. Now all the country is silent, and beasts and gay birds that haunt liquid levels of lake or thorny rustic thicket lay couched asleep under the still night. But not so the distressed Phoenician, nor does she ever sink asleep, or take the night upon eyes or breast. Her pain redoubles, and her love swells to renewed madness, as she tosses on the strong tide of wrath. Even so she begins, and thus revolves with her heart alone. See, what shall I do? Shall I again make trial of mine own wooers that will scorn me, and stoop to sue for a Numidian marriage among those whom already, over and over, I have disdained for husbands? Then shall I follow the Ilian fleets and the uttermost bidding of the Teucrians? Because it is good to think they were once raised up by my succor, or the grace of mine own kindness is fresh in their remembrance? And how should they let me if I would, or take the odious woman on their haughty ships? Art thou ignorant on me, even in ruin, and knowest not yet the forsworn race of Laomedon? And then, shall I accompany the triumphant sailors a lonely fugitive, or plunge forth girt with all my Tyrian train, so hardly severed from Sidon's city, shall I again drive them seaward, and bid them spread their sails to the tempest? Nay, diest thou, as thou deservest, and let the steel end thy pain. With thee it began, overborne by my tears, thou, O my sister, dost load me with this madness and agony, and layest me open to the enemy. I could not spend a wild life without stain, far from the bridal chamber, and free from touch of distress like this. O faith ill kept, that was plighted to Sichaeus' ashes! Thus her heart broke in long lamentation. Now Aeneas was fixed to go, and now, with all set duly in order, was taking hasty sleep on his high stern. To him as he slept, the god appeared once again in the same fashion of countenance, and thus seemed to renew his warning, in all points like to Mercury, voice and hue and golden hair and limbs, gracious in youth. Goddess-born, canst thou sleep on in such danger, and seest not the coming perils that hem thee in, madman, nor hearest the breezes blowing fair? She, fixed on death, is revolving craft and crime grimly in her bosom, and swells the changing surge of wrath. Fliest thou not headlong, while headlong flight is yet possible? Even now wilt thou see the ocean weltering with broken timbers, see the fierce glare of her torches, and the beach in a riot of flame, if dawn break on thee yet dallying in this land. Up-ho! Linger no more. Woman is ever a fickle and changing thing. So spoke he, and melted in the black night. Then indeed Aeneas, startled by the sudden phantom, leaps out of slumber and bestirs his crew. Haste and awake, O men, and sit down to the thwarts, shake out sails speedily. A god sent from high heaven, lo, again spurs us to speed our flight and cut the twisted cables. We follow thee, Holy One of heaven, whoso thou art, and again joyfully obey thy command. O be favorable, give gracious aid, and bring fair sky and weather. He spoke, and snatching his sword like lightning from the sheath, strikes at the hawser with the drawn steel. The same zeal catches all at once. Rushing and tearing they quit the shore. The sea is hidden under their fleets. Strongly they toss up the foam and sweep the blue water. And now dawn broke, and, leaving the saffron bed of Tithonus, shed her radiance anew over the world, when the queen saw from her watchtower the first light whitening, and the fleet standing out under squared sail, and discerned shore and haven empty of all their oarsmen. Thrice and 4 times she struck her hand on her lovely breast and rent her yellow hair. God, she cries, shall he go? Shall an alien make mock of our realm? Will they not issue in armed pursuit from all the city, and some launch ships from the dockyards? Go, bring fire in haste, serve weapons, swing out the oars. What do I talk, or where am I? What mad change is on my purpose? Alas, Dido, now thou dost feel thy wickedness that had graced thee once when thou gavest away thy crown. Behold the faith and hand of him whom, they say, carries his household's ancestral gods about with him, who stooped his shoulders to a father outworn with age. Could I not have riven his body in sunder and strewn it on the waves, and slain with the sword his comrades and his dear Ascanius, and served him for the banquet at his father's table? But the chance of battle had been dubious. If it had, whom did I fear with my death upon me? I should have borne firebrands into his camp and filled his decks with flame, blotted out father and son and race together, and flung myself atop of all. Sun, whose fires lighten all the works of the world, and thou, Juno, mediatress and witness of these my distresses, and Hecate, cried on by night in crossways of cities, and you, fatal avenging sisters and gods of dying Alyssa, hear me now. Bend your just deity to my woes, and listen to our prayers. If must needs be that the accursed one touch his haven and float up to land, if thus Jove's decrees demand, and this the appointed term, yet, distressed in war by an armed and gallant nation, and driven homeless from his borders, rent from Ilias's embrace, let him sue for succor, and see death untimely on his people. Nor when he hath yielded him to the terms of a harsh peace, may he have joy of his kingdom, or the pleasant light. But let him fall before his day, and without burial on a waste of sand. This I pray. This, and my blood with it I pour for the last utterance. And you, O Tyrians, hunt his seed with your hatred for all ages to come. Send this guerdon to our ashes. Let no kindness nor truce be between nations. Arise out of our dust, O unnamed avenger, to pursue the Dardanian settlement with firebrand and steel. Now then, whensoever strength shall be given, I invoke the enmity of shore to shore, wave to water, sword to sword. Let their battles go down to their children's children. So speaks she as she kept turning her mind round about, seeking how soonest to break away from the hateful light. Thereon she speaks briefly to Bars, nurse of Sychaeus, for a heap of dusky ashes held her own in her country of long ago. Sweet nurse, bring Anna my sister hither to me. Bid her haste and sprinkle river water over her body, and bring with her the beasts ordained for expiation. So let her come, and thou likewise veil thy brows with a pure chaplet. I would fulfill the rites of Stygian Jove that I have fitly ordered and begun, so to set the limit to my distresses and give over to the flames the funeral pyre of the Dardanian. So speaks she. The old woman went eagerly with quickened pace. But Dido, fluttered and fierce in her awful purpose, with bloodshot restless gaze and spots on her quivering cheeks burning through the pallor of imminent death, bursts into the inner courts of the house, and mounts in madness the high funeral pyre, and unsheaths the sword of Dardania, a gift asked for no use like this. Then after her eyes fell on the Ilian raiment and the bed she knew, dallying with her purpose through her tears, she sank on the pillow and spoke the last words of all. Dress he wore, sweet while doom and deity allowed, receive my spirit now and release me from my distresses. I have lived and fulfilled fortune's allotted course, and now I shall go a queenly phantom under the earth. I have built a renowned city, I have seen my ramparts rise. By my brother's punishment I have avenged my husband of his enemy. Happy, ah me, and over happy, had but the keels of the Dardania never touched our shores. She spoke, and burying her face in the pillow, Death it will be, she cries, and unavenged, but death be it. Thus it is good to pass into the dark. Let the pitiless Dardanian's gaze drink in this fire out at sea, and my death be the omen he carries on his way. She ceased, and even as she spoke, her people see her sunk on the steel, and blood reeking on the sword and spattered on her hands. A cry rises in the high halls, rumor riots down the quaking city. The house resounds with lamentation and sobbing and bitter crying of women. Heaven echoes their loud wails, even as though all Carthage or ancient Tyre went down as the foe poured in, and the flames rolled furious over the roofs of house and temple. Swooning at the sound, her sister runs in a flutter of dismay, with torn face and smitten bosom, and darts through them all, and calls the dying woman by her name. Was it this, mine own? Was my summons a snare? Was it this thy pyre, ah me, this thine altar fires meant? How shall I begin my desolate moan? Didst thou disdain a sister's company in death? Thou shouldst have called me to share thy doom. In the selfsame hour, the selfsame pang of steel had been our portion. Did these very hands build it? Did my voice call on our father's gods, that with thee lying thus I should be away as one without pity? Thou hast destroyed thyself and me together, O my sister, and the Sidonian lords and people, and this thy city. Give her wounds water. I will bathe them and catch on my lips the last breath that haply yet lingers. So speaking, she had climbed the high steps, and, wailing, clasped and caressed her half-lifeless sister in her bosom, and staunched the dark streams of blood with her gown. She, essaying to lift her heavy eyes, swoons back. The deep-driven wound gurgles in her breast. Thrice she rose, and strained to lift herself on her elbow. Thrice she rolled back on her pillow, and with wandering eyes sought the light of high heaven, and moaned as she found it. Then Juno omnipotent, pitying her long pain and difficult disease, sent Iris down from heaven to unloose the struggling life from the body where it clung. For since neither by fate did she perish, nor as one who had earned her death, but woefully before her day, and fired by sudden madness, not yet had Proserpine taken her lock from the golden head, nor sentenced her to the Stygian underworld. So Iris on dewy saffron pinions flits down through the sky athwart the sun in the trail of 1,000 changing dyes, and stopping over her head, This hair, sacred to Dis, I take as bidden, and release thee from that body of thine. So speaks she, and cuts it with her hand, and therewith all the warmth ebbed forth from her, and the life passed away upon the winds. End of Section 8. Recording by Pete Meshkoff.
Section 9 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Aeneid by Virgil. Translated by J. W. MacKail. Chapter 10. The Games of the Fleet. Part 1. Meanwhile, Aeneas and his fleet in unwavering track now held mid-passage, and cleft the waves that blackened under the north, looking back on the city that even now gleams with hapless Elissa's funeral flame. Why the broad blaze is lit lies unknown, but the bitter pain of a great love trampled, and the knowledge of what woman can do in madness, draw the Teucrians' hearts to gloomy guesses. When their ships held the deep, nor any land farther appears, the seas all round, and all round the sky, a dusky shower drew up overhead, carrying night and storm, and the wave shuddered and gloomed. Palinurus, master of the fleet, cries from the high stern, "Alas, why have these heavy storm clouds girt the sky? Lord Neptune, what wilt thou?" Then he bids clear the rigging and bend strongly to the oars, and brings the sails across the wind, saying thus: "Noble Aeneas, not did Jupiter give word and warrant would I hope to reach Italy under such a sky. The shifting winds roar athwart our course and blow stronger out of the black west, and the air thickens into mist. Nor are we fit to force our way on and across. Fortune is the stronger. Let us follow her and turn our course whither she calls. Not far away, I think, are the faithful shores of thy brother Eryx and the Sicilian haven. If only my memory retraces rightly the stars I watched before." Then, good Aeneas, even I ere now discern the winds will have it so, and thou urgest against them in vain. Turn thou the course of our sailing. Could any land be welcomer to me, or where I would sooner choose to put in my weary ships, than this that hath Dardanian Acestes to greet me, and laps in its embrace Lord Anchises' dust? This said, they steer for harbour, while the following west wind stretches their sails. The fleet runs fast down the flood, and at last they land joyfully on the familiar beach. But Acestes, high on a hilltop, amazed at the friendly squadron approaching from afar, hastens towards them, weaponed and clad in the shaggy skin of a Libyan she-bear. Him a Trojan mother conceived, and bore to Grimmissus river. Not forgetful of his parentage, he wishes them joy of their return, and gladly entertains them on his rustic treasure and comforts their weariness with his friendly store. So soon as the morrow's clear daylight had chased the stars out of the east, Aeneas calls his comrades along the beach together, and from a mounded hillock speaks. "Great people of Dardanus, born of the high blood of gods, the yearly circle of the months is measured out to fulfilment since we laid the dust in earth, all that was left of my divine father, and sadly consecrated our altars. And now the day is at hand. This, O gods, was your will, which I will ever keep in grief, ever in honour. Did I spend it an exile on Gaetulian quicksands, did it surprise me on the Argolic sea or in Mycenae town, yet would I fulfil the yearly vows and annual ordinance of festival, and pile the altars with their due gifts. Now we are led hither, to the very dust and ashes of our father, not as I deem without divine purpose and influence, and borne home into the friendly haven. Up then, and let us all gather joyfully to the sacrifice. Pray we for winds, and may he deign that I pay these rites to him year by year in an established city and consecrated temple. 2 head of oxen, Acestes, the seed of Troy, gives to each of your ships by tale. Invite to the feast your own ancestral gods of the household, and those whom our host Acestes worships. Further, so the 9th dawn uplift the gracious day upon men, and her shafts unveil the world, I will ordain contests for my Trojans, first for swift ships, then whoso excels in the foot race, and whoso, confident in strength and skill, comes to shoot light arrows, or adventures to join battle with gloves of raw hide. Let all be here, and let merit look for the prize and palm. Now all be hushed, and twine your temples with boughs." So speaks he, and shrouds his brows with his mother's myrtle. So Helymus does, so Aletes ripe of years, so the boy Ascanius, and the rest of the people follow. He advances from the assembly to the tomb among a throng of many thousands that crowd about him. Here he pours on the ground in fit libation 2 goblets of pure wine, 2 of new milk, 2 of consecrated blood, and flings bright blossoms, saying thus: "Hail, holy father! Once again hail! Ashes of him I saved in vain, and soul and shade of my sire. Thou wert not to share the search for Italian borders and destined fields, nor the dim Ausonian Tiber. Thus had he spoken, when from beneath the sanctuary a snake slid out in 7 vast coils and 7-fold slippery spires, quietly circling the grave and gliding from altar to altar, his green checkered body and the spotted lustre of his scales ablaze with gold, as the bow in the cloud darts 1,000 changing dyes athwart the sun. Aeneas stood amazed at the sight. At last he wound his long train among the vessels and polished cups, and tasted the feast, and again leaving the altars where he had fed, crept harmlessly back beneath the tomb. Doubtful if he shall think it the genius of the ground, or his father's ministrant, he slays, as is fit, 2 sheep of 2 years old, as many swine and dark-backed steers, pouring the while cups of wine, and calling on the soul of great Anchises and the ghost re-arisen from Acheron. Therewithal his comrades, as each hath store, bring gifts to heap joyfully on the altars, and slay steers in sacrifice. Others set cauldrons a-row, and, lying along the grass, heap live embers under spits, and roast the flesh. The desired day came, and now the 9th dawn rose up clear and bright behind Phaeton's coursers, and the name and renown of illustrious Acestes had stirred up all the bordering people. Their holiday throng filled the shore to see Aeneas' men, and some ready to join in contest. First of all the prizes are laid out to view in the middle of the racecourse: tripods of sacrifice, green garlands and palms, the reward of the conquerors, armours and garments dipped in purple, talents of silver and gold. And from a hillock in the mist the trumpet sounds, the game's begun. First is the contest of rowing, and 4 ships matched in weight enter, the choice of all the fleet. Mnestheus' keen oarsmen drive the swift dragon, Mnestheus the Italian to be, from whose name is the Memnian family. Gyas the huge bulk of the huge Chimera, a floating town, whom her triple-tiered Dardanian crew urge on with oars rising in 3-fold rank. Sergestus, from whom the Sergian house holds her name, sails in the tall centre. And in the sea-coloured Scylla, Cloanthus, whence is thy family, Cluentius of Rome. Apart in the sea, and over against the foaming beach, lies a rock that the swollen waves beat and drown what time the north-western gales of winter blot out the stars. In calm it rises silent out of the placid water, flat-topped, and a haunt where cormorants love best to take the sun. Here Lord Aeneas set up a goal of leafy ilex, a mark for the sailors to know whence to return, where to the wheel their long course round. Then they choose stations by lot, and on the sterns their captains glitter afar, beautiful in gold and purple. The rest of the crews are crowned with poplar sprays, and their naked shoulders glisten wet with oil. They sit down at the thwarts, and their arms are tense on the oars. At full strain they wait the signal, while throbbing fear and heightened ambition drain their riotous blood. Then, when the clear trumpet note rang, all in a moment leap forward from their line. The shouts of the sailors strike up to heaven, and the channels are swept into foam by the arms as they swing backwards. They cleave their furrows together, and all the sea is torn asunder by oars and triple-pointed prows. Not with speed so headlong do racing pairs whirl the chariots over the plain, as they rush streaming from the barriers. Not so do their charioteers shake the wavy reins loose over their team and hang forward on the whip. All the woodland rings with clapping and shouts of men that cheer their favourites, and the sheltered beach eddies back their cries, the noise buffets and re-echoes from the hills. Gyas shoots out in front of the noisy crowd and glides foremost along the water, whom Cloanthus follows next, rowing better, but held back by his dragging weight of pine. After them, at equal distance, the dragon and the centaur strive to win the foremost room. And now the dragon has it, now the vast centaur outstrips and passes her. Now they dart on both together, their stems in a line, and their keels driving long furrows through the salt waterways. And now they drew nigh the rock, and were hard on the goal, when Gyas as he led, winner over half the flood, cries out to Menoetes the ship's steersman, Whither away so far to the right? This way direct her path. Kiss the shore, and let the oar blades graze the leftward reefs. Others may keep to deep water. He spoke, but Menoetes, fearing blind rocks, turns the bow away towards the open sea. Whither wanderest thou away? To the rocks, Menoetes, again shouts Gyas, to bring him back. And lo, glancing round, he sees Cloanthus passing up behind and keeping nearer. Between Gyas' ship and the echoing crags, he scrapes through inside on his left, flashes past his leader, and leaving the goal behind, is in safe water. Then indeed grief burned fierce through his strong frame, and tears sprung out on his cheeks. Heedless of his own dignity and his crew's safety, he flings the too cautious Menoetes sheer into the sea from the high stern. Himself succeeds as guide and master of the helm, and cheers on his men, and turns his tiller into shore. But Menoetes, when at last he rose struggling from the bottom, heavy with advancing years and wet in his dripping clothes, makes for the top of the crag and sits down on a dry rock. The Teucrians laughed out as he fell and as he swam, and laughed to see him spitting the salt water from his chest. At this a joyful hope kindled in the two behind, Sergestus and Mnestheus, of catching up Gyas' wavering course. Sergestus slips forward as he nears the rock, yet not all in front, nor leading with his length of keel. Part is in front, part pressed by the dragon's jealous prow. But striding amidships between his comrades, Mnestheus cheers them on. Now, swing back, oarsmen who were Hector's comrades, whom I chose to follow me in Troy's extremity. Now put forth the might and courage you showed in Gaetulian quicksands, amid Ionian seas and Malea's chasing waves. Not the first place do I now seek for Mnestheus, nor strive for victory, though, yet let them win, O Neptune, to whom thou givest it. But the shame of coming in last, win but this, fellow citizens, and avert that disaster. His men bend forward, straining every muscle. The brasswork of the ship quivers to their mighty strokes, and the ground runs from under her. Limbs and parched lips shake with their rapid panting, and sweat flows in streams all over them. Mere chance brought the crew the glory they desired. For while Sergestus drives his prow furiously in towards the rocks, and comes up with too scanty room, alas, he caught on a rock that ran out, the reef ground. The oars struck and shivered on the jagged teeth, and the bows crashed and hung. The sailors leap up and hold her with loud cries, and get out iron-shod poles and sharp-pointed boat-hooks, and pick up their broken oars out of the eddies. But Mnestheus, rejoicing and flushed by his triumph, with oars fast dipping and winds at his call, issues into the shelving water and runs down the open sea. As a pigeon whose house and sweet nestlings are in the rock's recesses, if suddenly started from her cavern, wings her flight over the fields and rushes frightened from her house with loud clapping pinions, then, gliding noiselessly through the air, slides on her liquid way and moves not her rapid wings. So Mnestheus, so the dragon under him swiftly cleaves the last space of sea, so her own speed carries her flying on. And first Sergestus is left behind, struggling on the steep rock and shoal water, and shouting in vain for help, and learning to race with broken oars. Next he catches up Gyas and the vast bulk of the Chimera. She gives way without her steersman. And now on the very goal Cloanthus alone is left. Him he pursues and presses hard, straining all his strength. Then indeed the shouts redouble, all together eagerly cheer on the pursuer, and the sky echoes their din. These scorn to lose the honour that is their own, the glory in their grasp, and would sell life for renown. To these success lends life. Power comes with belief in it, and haply they carried the prize with prows abreast, had not Cloanthus, stretching both his open hands over the sea, poured forth prayers and called the gods to hear his vows. Gods who are sovereign on the sea, over whose waters I run, to your altars on this beach will I bring a snow-white bull, my vow's glad penalty, and will cast his entrails into the salt flood and pour liquid wine. He spoke, and far beneath the flood maiden Panopeia heard him, with all Phorcys' choir of Nereids, and Lord Portunus with his own mighty hand pushed him on his way. The ship flies to land swifter than the wind or an arrow's flight, and shoots into the deep harbour. Then the seed of Anchises, summoning all in order, declares Cloanthus conqueror by herald's outcry, and dresses his brows in green bay, and gives gifts to each crew, 3 bullocks of their choice, and wine, and a large talent of silver to take away. For their captains he adds special honours. To the winner a scarf wrought with gold, encircled by a double border of deep Meliboean purple. Woven in it is the kingly boy on leafy Ida, chasing swift stags with javelin and racing feet, keen and as one panting. Him Jove's swooping armour-bearer hath caught up from Ida in his talons. His aged guardians stretch their hands vainly upward, and the barking of hounds rings fierce into the air. But to him who, next in merit held the second place, he gives to wear a corslet triple woven with hooks of polished gold, stripped by his own conquering hand from Demoleus under tall Troy by the swift Simois, an ornament and safeguard among arms. Scarce could the straining shoulders of his servants Phegeus and Sagaris carry its heavy folds. Yet with it on, Demoleus at full speed would chase the scattered Trojans. The third prize he makes 2 cauldrons of brass, and bowls wrought in silver and rough with tracery. And now all moved away in the pride and wealth of their prizes, their brows bound with scarlet ribbons, when, hardly torn loose by all his art from the cruel rock, his oars lost, rowing feebly with a single tear, Sergestus brought in his ship, jeered at and unhonoured. Even as often a serpent caught on a highway, if a brazen wheel hath gone aslant over him, or a wayfarer left him half dead and mangled with the blow of a heavy stone, wreathes himself slowly in vain effort to escape, in part undaunted, his eyes ablaze and his hissing throat lifted high. In part the disabling wound keeps him coiling in knots and twisting back on his own body. So the ship kept rowing slowly on, yet hoists sail and under full sail glides into the harbour mouth. Glad that the ship is saved, and the crew brought back, Aeneas presents Sergestus with his promised reward. A slave woman is given him, not unskilled in Minerva's labours, Pholoe the Cretan, with 2 boys at her breast. This contest sped, good Aeneas moved to a grassy plain girt all about with winding wooded hills, and amid the valley an amphitheatre, whither, with a concourse of many thousands, the hero advanced and took his seat on a mound. Here he allures with rewards and offer of prizes those who will try their hap in the fleet foot race. Trojans and Sicilians gather mingling from all sides. Nisus and Euryalus foremost, Euryalus in the flower of youth and famed for beauty, Nisus for pure love of the boy. Next follows renowned Diores of Priam's royal line, after him Salius and Patron together, the one Acarnanian, the other Tegean by family and of Arcadian blood. Next 2 men of Sicily, Helymus and Panopes, foresters and attendants on old Acestes, many besides whose fame is hid in obscurity. Then among them all Aeneas spoke thus: Hearken to this, and attend in good cheer. None out of this number will I let go without a gift. To each will I give 2 glittering Gnosian spearheads of polished steel, and an axe chased with silver to bear away. One and all shall be honoured thus. The 3 foremost shall receive prizes, and have pale olive bound about their head. The first shall have a caparisoned horse, as conqueror. The second an Amazonian quiver filled with the arrows of Thrace, girt about by a broad belt of gold, and on the link of the clasp a polished gem. Let the third depart with this Argolic helmet for recompense. This said, they take their place, and the signal once heard, dart over the course and leave the line, pouring forth like a storm cloud while they mark the goal. Nisus gets away first, and shoots out far in front of the throng, fleeter than the winds or the winged thunderbolt. Next to him, but next by a long gap, Salius follows, then, left a space behind him, Euryalus third, and Helymus comes after Euryalus. And closer behind him, lo, Diores goes flying, just grazing foot with foot, hard on his shoulder. And if a longer space were left, he would creep out past him and win the tie. And now, almost in the last space, they begin to come up breathless to the goal. when unfortunate Nisus trips on the slippery blood of the slain steers, where haply it had spilled over the ground and wetted the green grass. Here, just in the flush of victory, he lost his feet. They slid away on the ground they pressed, and he fell forward right among the ordure and blood of the sacrifice. Yet forget he not his darling Euryalus, for rising, he flung himself over the slippery ground in front of Salius, and he rolled over and lay all along on the hard sand. Euryalus shoots by, wins and holds the first place his friend gave, and flies on amidst prosperous clapping and cheers. Behind Helymus comes up, and Diores now third for the palm. At this Salius fills with loud clamour the whole concourse of the vast theatre, and the lords who looked on in front, demanding restoration of his defrauded prize. Euryalus is strong in favour, and beauty in tears, and the merit that gains grace from so fair a form. Diores supports him, who succeeded to the palm, so he loudly cries and bore off the last prize in vain, if the highest honours be restored to Salius. Then Lord Aeneas speaks, for you, O boys, your rewards remain assured, and none alters the prize's order. Let me be allowed to pity a friend's innocent mischance. So speaking, he gives to Salius a vast Gaetulian lion skin, with shaggy masses of hair and claws of gold. If this, cries Nisus, is the reward of defeat, and thy pity is stirred for the fallen, what fit recompense wilt thou give to Nisus? To my excellence the first crown was due, had not I, like Salius, met fortune's hostility. And with words he displayed his face and limbs foul with the wet dung. His lord laughed kindly on him, and bade a shield be brought forth, the workmanship of Didymaon, torn by him from the hallowed gates of Neptune's Grecian temple. With this special prize he rewards his excellence. Thereafter, when the races are finished and the gifts fulfilled, now, he cries, come whoso hath in him valour and a ready heart, and lift up his arms with gauntleted hands. So speaks he, and sets forth a double prize of battle, for the conqueror a bullock gilt and garlanded, a sword and beautiful helmet to console the conquered. Straightway, without pause, Dares issues to view in his vast strength, rising amid loud murmurs of the people. He who alone was wont to meet Paris in combat. He, who at the mound where princely Hector lies, struck down as he came the vast bulk upborne by conquering Butes, of Amycus' Bebrycian line, and stretched him in death on the yellow sand. Such was Dares. At once he raises his head high for battle, displays his broad shoulders, and stretches and swings his arms right and left, lashing the air with blows. For him another is required, but none out of all the train durst approach or put the gloves on his hands. So he takes his stand exultant before Aeneas' feet, deeming he excelled all in victories, and thereon without more delay grasps the bull's horn with his left hand, and speaks thus: Goddess-born, if no man dare trust himself to battle, to what conclusion shall I stand? How long is it seemly to keep me? Bid me carry off thy gifts. Therewith all the Dardanians murmured assent, and bade yield him the promised prize. At this aged Acestes spoke sharply to Entellus, as he sate next him on the green cushion of grass. Entellus, bravest of heroes, once of old in vain, wilt thou thus idly let a gift so great be borne away uncontested? Where now, prithee, is divine Eryx, thy master of fruitless fame? Where thy renown over all Sicily, and those spoils hanging in thy house? Thereat he: Desire of glory is not gone, nor ambition checked by fear, but torpid age dulls my chilly blood, and my strength of limb is numb and outworn. If I had what once was mine, if I had now that prime of years, yonder braggart's boast and confidence, it had taken no prize of goodly bullock to allure me, nor heed I these gifts. So he spoke, and on that flung down a pair of gloves of giant weight, with whose hard hide bound about his wrists valiant Eryx was wont to come to battle. They stood amazed, so stiff and grim lay the vast sevenfold ox-hide sewn in with lead and iron. Dares most of all shrinks far back in horror. and the noble son of Anchises turns round this way and that with their vast weight and voluminous folds. Then the old man spoke thus in deep accents. How had they seen the gloves that were Hercules' own armour, and the fatal fight on this very beach? These arms thy brother Eryx once wore. Thou seest them yet stained with blood and spattered brains. In them he stood to face great Alcides. To them was I used while fuller blood supplied me strength, and envious old age had not yet strewn her snows on either temple. But if Dares of Troy will have none of these our arms, and good Aeneas is resolved on it, and my patron Acestes approves, let us make the battle even. See, I give up the gauntlets of Eryx. Dismiss thy fears, and do thou put off thy Trojan gloves. So spoke he, and throwing back the fold of his raiment from his shoulders, he bares the massive joints and limbs, the great bones and muscles, and stands up huge in the middle of the ground. Then Anchises' lordly seed brought out equal gloves and bound the hands of both in matched arms. Straightway each took his stand on tiptoe, and undauntedly raised his arms high in the air. They lift their heads right back and away out of reach of blows, and make hand play through hand, inviting attack. The one nimbler of foot and confident in his youth, the other mighty in mass of limb, but his knees totter tremulous and slow, and sick panting shakes his vast frame. Many a mutual blow they deliver in vain, many an one they redouble on chest and side, sounding hollow and loud. Hands play fast about ear and temple, and jawbones clash under the hard strokes. Old Entellus stands immovable under strain, only parrying hits with body and watchful eye. The other, as one who casts mounts against some high city or blockades a hill fort in arms, tries this and that entrance, and ranges cunningly over all the ground, and presses many an attack in vain. Entellus rose and struck clean out with his right downwards. His quick opponent saw the descending blow before it came, and slid his body rapidly out of its way. Entellus hurled his strength into the air, and all his heavy mass overreaching fell heavily to the earth, as sometime on Erymanthus or mighty Ida a hollow pine falls torn out by the roots. Teucrians and men of Sicily rise eagerly. A cry goes up, and Acestes himself runs forward, and pityingly lifts his friend and birthmate from the ground. But the hero, not dulled nor dismayed by his mishap, returns the keener to battle, and grows violent in wrath, while shame and resolved valour kindle his strength. All afire, he hunts Dares headlong over the lists, and redoubles his blows now with right hand, now with left, no breath nor pause. Heavy as hailstones rattle on the roof from a storm cloud, so thickly shower the blows from both his hands as he buffets Dares to and fro. Then lord Aeneas allowed not wrath to swell higher, or Entellus to rage out his bitterness, but stopped the fight and rescued the exhausted Dares, saying thus in soothing words: "Unhappy! What height of madness hath seized thy mind? Knowest thou not the strength is another's, and the gods are changed? Yield thou to heaven." And with the words he proclaimed the battle over. But him his faithful mates lead to the ships, dragging his knees feebly, swaying his head from side to side, and spitting from his mouth clotted blood mingled with teeth. At summons they bear away the helmet and shield, and leave palm and bull to Entellus. At this the conqueror, swelling in pride over the bull, cries, "Goddess born, and you, O Trojans, learn thus what my strength of body was in its prime, and from what a death Dares is saved by your recall." He spoke, and stood right opposite in face of the bullock as it stood by, the prize of battle, then drew back his hand, and swinging the hard gauntlet sheer down between the horns, smashed the bones in upon the shattered brain. The ox rolls over, and quivering and lifeless lies along the ground. Above it he utters these deep accents: "This life, Eryx, I give to thee, a better payment than Dares' death. Here I lay down my gloves and unconquered skill." End of section 9. Section 10 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Aeneid by Virgil, translated by J.W. MacKail. Book 5th, The Games of the Fleet, Part 2. Forthwith Aeneas invites all that will to the contest of the swift arrow, and proclaims the prizes. With his strong hand he uprears the mast of Serestus' ship, and on a cord crossing it hangs from the masthead a fluttering pigeon as mark for their steel. They gather, and a helmet of brass takes the lots as they throw them in. First in rank, and before them all, amid prosperous cheers, comes out Hippocoon, son of Hyrtacus, and Mnestheus follows on him, but now conqueror in the ship race, Mnestheus with his chaplet of green olive. Third is Eurytion, thy brother, O Pandarus, great in renown, thou who of old, when prompted to shatter the truce, did hurl the first shaft amid the Achaeans. Last of all, and at the bottom of the helmet, sank Acestes, he too venturing to set hand to the task of youth. Then each and all they strongly bend their bows into a curve, and pull shafts from their quivers. And first the arrow of the son of Hyrtacus, flying through heaven from the sounding string, whistles through the fleet breezes, and reaches and sticks fast full in the mast's wood. The mast quivered, and the bird fluttered her feathers in affright, and the whole ground rang with loud clapping. Next valiant Mnestheus took his stand with bow bent, aiming high with levelled eye and arrow, yet could not, unfortunate, hit the bird herself with his steel, but cut the knotted hempen bands that tied her foot as she hung from the masthead. She winged her flight into the dark windy clouds. Then Eurytion, who ere now held the arrow ready on his bended bow, swiftly called in prayer to his brother, marked the pigeon as she now went down the empty sky exultant on clapping wings, and as she passed under a dark cloud, struck her. She fell breathless, and leaving her life in the airy firmament, slid down, carrying the arrow that pierced her. Acestes alone was over, and the prize lost. Yet he sped his arrow into the air to display his lordly skill and resounding bow. At this a sudden sign meets their eyes, mighty in augural presage, as the high event taught thereafter, and in late days boding seers prophesied of the omen. For the flying reed blazed out amid the swimming clouds, traced its path in flame, and burned away on the light winds, even as often stars shooting from their sphere draw a train athwart the sky. Trinacrians and Trojans hung in astonishment, praying to the heavenly powers. Neither did great Aeneas reject the omen, but embraces glad Acestes and loads him with lavish gifts, speaking thus: "Take, my lord, for the high King of heaven by these signs hath willed thee to draw the lot of peculiar honour. This gift shall thou have from aged Anchises' own hand, a bowl embossed with figures, that once Cisseus of Thrace gave my father Anchises to bear in high token and guerdon of affection." So speaking he twines green bay about his brows, and proclaims Acestes conqueror first before them all. Nor did gentle Eurytion, though he alone struck the bird down from the lofty sky, grudge him to be preferred in honour. Next comes for his prize he who cut the cord, he last who pierced the mast with his winged reed. But lord Aeneas, ere yet the contest is sped, calls to him Epytides, guardian and attendant of ungrown Iülus, and thus speaks into his faithful ear: "Up and away, and tell Ascanius, if he now holds his band of boys ready, and their horses arrayed for the charge, to defile his squadrons to his grandsire's honour in bravery of arms." So says he, and himself bids all the crowding throng withdraw from the long racecourse and leave the lists free. The boys move in before their parents' faces, glittering in rank on their bitted horses. As they go, all the people of Troy and Trinacria murmur and admire. On the hair of them all rests a garland fitly trimmed. Each carries 2 cornel spear shafts tipped with steel. Some have polished quivers on their shoulders. Above their breast and round their neck goes a flexible circlet of twisted gold. 3 in number are the troops of riders, and 3 captains gallop up and down. Following each in equal command rides a glittering division of 12 boys. 1 youthful line goes rejoicingly behind little Priam, renewer of his grandsire's name, thy renowned seed, O Polites, and destined to people Italy. He rides a Thracian horse dappled with spots of white, showing white on his pacing pasterns and white on his high forehead. Second is Attis, from whom the Latin Atii draw their line, little Attis, boy beloved of the boy Iulus. Last, and excellent in beauty before them all, Iulus rode in on a Sidonian horse that Dido the Bright had given him for token and pledge of love. The rest of them are mounted on old Acestes' Sicilian horses. The Dardanians greet their shy entrance with applause, and rejoice at the view, and recognise the features of their parents of old. When they have ridden merrily round all the concourse of their gazing friends, Epitides shouts from afar the signal they await, and sounds his whip. They gallop apart in equal numbers, and open their files 3 and 3 in deploying bands, and again at the call wheel about and bear down with levelled arms. Next they start on other charges, and other retreats in corresponsive spaces, and interlink circle with circle, and wage the armed phantom of battle. And now they bear their backs in flight, now turn their lances to the charge, now plight peace and ride on side by side. As once of old, they say, the labyrinth in high Crete had a tangled path between blind walls, and 1,000 ways of doubling treachery, where tokens to follow failed in the maze unmastered and irrecoverable. Even in such a track do the children of Troy entangle their footsteps, and weave the game of flight and battle, like dolphins who, swimming through the wet seas, cut Carpathian or Libyan. This fashion of riding, these games Ascanius first revived, when he girt Alba the Long about with walls, and taught their celebration to the old Latins in the way of his own boyhood, with the youth of Troy about him. The Albans taught it their children. On from them mighty Rome received it, and kept the ancestral observance. And now it is called Troy, and the boys the Trojan troop. Thus far spread the sacred contests to their holy lord. Just at this, Fortune broke faith and grew estranged. While they pay the due rites to the tomb with diverse games, Juno, daughter of Saturn, sends Iris down the sky to the Ilian fleet, and breathes a gale to speed her on, revolving many a thought, and not yet satiate of the ancient pain. She, speeding her way along the 1,000-coloured bow, runs swiftly, seen of none, down her maiden path. She discerns the vast concourse, and traverses the shore, and sees the haven abandoned and the fleet left alone. But far withdrawn by the solitary verge of the sea, the Trojan women wept their lost Anchises, and as they wept gazed all together on the fathomless flood. Alas! After all those weary waterways, that so wide a sea is yet to come, such is the single cry of all. They pray for a city, sick of the burden of their sea sorrow. So she darts among them, not witless to harm, and lays by face and raiment of a goddess. She becomes Beroe, the aged wife of Tmarian Doriclus, who had once had birth and name and children, and in this guise goes among the Dardanian matrons. Ah, wretched we, she cries, whom hostile Achaean hands did not drag to death beneath our native city. Ah, hapless race, for what destruction does fortune hold thee back? The 7th summer now declines since Troy's overthrow, while we pass measuring out by so many stars the harbourless rocks over every water and land, pursuing all the while over the vast sea an Italy that flies us, and tossing on the waves. Here are our brother Eryx's borders, and Acestes' welcome. Who denies us to cast up walls and give our garden a city? O country, O household gods, vainly rescued from the foe, shall there never be a Trojan town to tell of? Shall I nowhere see a Xanthus and a Simois, the rivers of Hector? Nay, up and join me in burning with fire these ill-ominous ships. For in sleep the phantom of Cassandra, the soothsayer, seemed to give me blazing brands. Here seek your Troy, she said, here is your home. Now is the time to do it, nor do these high portents allow delay. Behold, 4 altars to Neptune, the god himself lends the firebrand and the nerve. Speaking thus at once, she strongly seizes the fiery weapon, and with straining hand whirls it far upreared and flings. The souls of the Ilian women are startled, and their wits amazed. At this, one of their multitude, and she the eldest, Pyrgo, nurse in the palace to all Priam's many children. This is not Beroe, I tell you. O mothers, this is not the wife of Doriclus of Rhetum. Mark the lineaments of divine grace and the gleaming eyes. What a breath is hers, what a countenance, and the sound of her voice, and the steps of her going. I time agone left Beroe apart, sick and fretting that she alone must have no part in this our service, nor pay Anchises his due sacrifice. So spoke she. But the matrons at first, dubious and wavering, gazed on the ships with malignant eyes, between the wretched longing for the land they trod, and the fated realm that summoned them. When the goddess rose through the sky, on poised wings, and in her flight drew a vast bow beneath the clouds. Then indeed, amazed at the tokens, and driven by madness, they raise a cry and snatch fire from the hearths within. Others plunder the altars, and cast on brushwood boughs and brands. The fire god rages with loose rein over thwarts and oars and hulls of painted fur. Eumelus carries the news of the burning ships to the grave of Anchises and the ranges of the theatre, and looking back, their own eyes see the floating cloud of dark ashes. And in a moment Ascanius, as he rode gaily before his cavalry, spurred his horse to the disordered camp, nor can his breathless guardians hold him back. What strange madness is this, he cries. Whither now hasten you? Whither, alas and woe? O citizens, not on the foe, nor on some hostile Argive camp. It is your own hopes you burn. Behold me, your Ascanius. And he flung before his feet the empty helmet, put on when he roused the mimicry of war. Aeneas and the Trojan train together hurry to the spot. But the women scatter apart in fear all over the beach, and stealthily seek the woods and the hollow rocks they find. They loathe their deed and the daylight, and with changed eyes know their people, and Juno is startled out of their breast. But not thereby do the flames of the burning lay down their unconquered strength. Under the wet oak the seams are alive, spouting slow coils of smoke. The creeping heat devours the hulls, and the destroyer takes deep hold of all. Nor does the hero's strength avail, nor the floods they pour in. Then good Aeneas rent away the raiment from his shoulders, and called the gods to aid, stretching forth his hands. Jupiter omnipotent, if thou hatest not Troy yet wholly to her last man, if thine ancient pity looks at all on human woes, now, O Lord, grant our fleet to escape the flame, and rescue from doom the slender Teucrian estate. Or do thou plunge to death this raiment, if I deserve it, with levelled thunderbolt, and here with thine own hand smite us down. Scarce had he uttered this when a black tempest rages in streaming showers. Earth trembles to the thunder on plain and steep. The water flood rushes in torrents from the whole heaven amid black darkness and volleying blasts of the south. The ships are filled from overhead, the half-burnt timbers are soaking, till all the heat is quenched, and all the hulls, but 4 that are lost, are rescued from destruction. But Lord Aeneas, dismayed by the bitter mischance, resolved at heart this way and that his shifting weight of care, whether, forgetting fate, he should rest in Sicilian fields, or reach forth to the borders of Italy. Then old Nautes, whom Tritonian Pallas taught like none other, and made famous in eminence of art, she granted him to reply what the gods' heavy anger menaced, or what the order of fate claimed. He then in accents of comfort thus speaks to Aeneas. Goddess born, follow we fate's ebb and flow. Whatsoever it shall be, fortune must be born to be overcome. Acestes is of thine own divine Dardanian race. Take him, for he is willing to join thee in common counsel. Deliver to him those who are over, now these ships are lost, and those who are quite weary of thy fortunes and the great quest. Choose out the old men stricken in years, and the matrons sick of the sea, and all that is weak and fearful of peril in thy company. Let this land give a city to the weary. They shall be allowed to call their town Acesta by name. Then indeed, kindled by these words of his aged friend, his spirit is distracted among all his cares. And now black night rose chariot-borne, and held the sky, when the likeness of his father Anchises seemed to descend from heaven, and suddenly utter thus: O son, more dear to me than life once of old while life was yet mine, O son, hard wrought by the destinies of Ilium, I come hither by Jove's command, who drove the fire from thy fleets, and at last had pity out of high heaven. Obey thou the fair counsel aged Nautes now gives. Carry through to Italy thy chosen men and bravest souls. In Latium must thou war down a people hard and rough in living. Yet ere then draw thou nigh the nether chambers of Dis, and in the deep tract of hell come, O son, to meet me. For I am not held in cruel Tartarus among wailing ghosts, but inhabit Elysium and the sweet societies of the good. Hither with much blood of dark cattle shall the holy Sibyl lead thee. Then shalt thou learn of all thy line, and what city is given thee. And now farewell. Dank night wheels her mid-career, and even now I feel the stern breath of the panting horses of the east. He ended, and retreated like a vapour into thin air. Ah, whither hurriest thou? Cries Aeneas. Whither so far away? From whom fliest thou? Or who withholds thee from our embrace? So speaking, he kindles the sleeping embers of the fire, and with holy meal and laden censer does sacrifice to the tutelar of Pergama and hoar Vesta's secret shrine. Straightway he summons his crews and Acestes first of all, and instructs them of Jove's command and his beloved father's precepts, and what is now his fixed mind and purpose. They linger not in council, nor does Acestes decline his bidden duty. They enroll the matrons in their town and plant a people there, souls that will have none of glory. The rest repair the thwarts and replace the ship's timbers that the flames had gnawed upon, and fit up oars and rigging, little in number, but alive and valiant for war. Meanwhile Aeneas traces the town with the plough and allots the homesteads. This he bids be Ilium, and these lands Troy. Trojan Acestes, rejoicing in his kingdom, appoints a court and gathers his senators to give them statutes. Next, where the crest of Eryx is neighbour to the stars, a dwelling is founded to Venus the Idalian, and a priest and breadth of holy wood is attached to Anchises' grave. And now for 9 days all the people hath feasted, and offering been paid at the altars. Quiet breezes have smoothed the ocean floor, and the gathering south wind blows, calling them again to sea. A mighty weeping arises along the winding shore, and night and a day they linger in mutual embraces. The very mothers now, the very men to whom once the sight of the sea seemed cruel and the name intolerable, would go on and endure the journey's travail to the end. These Aeneas comforts with kindly words, and commends with tears to his kinsman Acestes' care. Then he bids slay 3 steers to Eryx, and a she-lamb to the tempests, and loose the hawser as is due. Himself, his head bound with stripped leaves of olive, he stands apart on the prow holding the cup, and casts the entrails into the salt flood, and pours liquid wine. A wind rising astern follows them forth on their way. Emulously the crews strike the water, and sweep through the seas. But Venus meanwhile, wrought upon with distress, accosts Neptune and thus pours forth her heart's complaint. Juno's bitter wrath and heart insatiable compel me, O Neptune, to sink to the uttermost of entreaty. Neither length of days nor any goodness softens her, nor doth Jove's command and fate itself break her to desistance. It is not enough that her accursed hatred hath devoured the Phrygian city from among the people, and exhausted on it the stores of vengeance. Still she pursues this remnant, the bones and ashes of murdered Troy. I pray she knows why her passion is so fierce. Thyself art my witness what a sudden stir she raised of late on the Libyan waters, flinging all the seas to heaven in vain reliance on Aeolus' blasts. This she dared in thy realm. Lo, too, driving the Trojan matrons into guilt, she hath foully burned their ships, and forced them, their fleet lost, to leave the crews to an unknown land. Let the remnant, I beseech thee, give their sails to thy safe keeping across the seas. Let them reach Laurentine Tiber, if I ask what is permitted, if fate grants them a city there. Then the son of Saturn, compeller of the ocean deep, uttered thus: It is wholly right, O Cytherean, that thy trust should be in my realm, whence thou drawest birth, and I have deserved it. Often have I allayed the rage and full fury of sky and sea. Nor less on land, I call Xanthus and Simois to witness, hath been my care of thine Aeneas. When Achilles pursued the Trojan armies and hurled them breathless on their walls, and sent many thousands to death, when the choked rivers groaned and Xanthus could not find passage or roll out to sea, then I snatched Aeneas away in sheltering mist, as he met the brave son of Peleus outmatched in strength and gods, eager as I was to overthrow the walls of perjured Troy that mine own hands had built. Now too my mind rests the same. Dismiss thy fear. In safety, as thou desirest, shall he reach the haven of Avernus. One will there be alone on whom the flood thou shalt lose and require. One life shall be given for many. With these words the goddess's bosom is soothed to joy. Then their lord yokes his wild horses with gold, and fastens the foaming bits, and letting all the reins run slack in his hand, flies lightly in his sea-coloured chariot over the ocean surface. The waves sink to rest, and the swollen waterways smooth out under the thundering axle. The storm clouds scatter from the vast sky. Diverse shapes attend him, monstrous whales and Glaucus' aged choir, and Palemon, son of Ino, the swift Tritons, and Phorcus with all his army. Thetis and Melite keep the left, and maiden Panopea, Nesaea and Spio, Thalia and Cymodoce. At this, Lord Aeneas' soul is thrilled with soft counterchange of delight. He bids all the masts be upreared with speed, and the sails stretched on the yards. Together all set their sheets, and all at once slacken their canvas to left and again to right. Together they brace and unbrace the yard arms aloft. Prosperous gales waft the fleet along. First, in front of all, Palinurus steered the close column. The rest under orders ply their course by his. And now dewy night had just reached heaven's mid-cone. The sailors, stretched on their hard benches under the oars, relaxed their limbs in quiet rest, when sleep, sliding lightly down from the starry sky, parted the shadowy air and cleft the dark, seeking thee, O Palinurus, carrying dreams of bale to thee who dreamt not of harm, and lit on the high stern, a god in Phoebus' likeness, dropping this speech from his lips. Palinurus, son of Iasus, the very seas bear our fleet along. The breezes breathe steadily. For an hour, rest is given. Lay down thine hand and steal thy worn eyes from their toil. I myself for a little will take thy duty in thy stead. To whom Palinurus, scarcely lifting his eyes, returns: Wouldst thou have me ignorant what the calm face of the brine means, and the waves at rest? Shall I have faith in this perilous thing? How shall I trust Aeneas to deceitful breezes, and the placid treachery of the sky that hath so often deceived me? Such words he uttered, and, clinging fast to the tiller, slackened hold no whit, and looked up steadily on the stars. Lo! the god shakes over either temple a bough dripping with Lethean dew, and made slumberous with the might of Styx, and makes his swimming eyes relax their struggles. Scarcely had sleep begun to slacken his limbs unaware, when, bending down, he flung him sheer into the clear water, tearing rudder and half the stern away with him, and many a time crying vainly on his comrades. Himself he rose on flying winds into the thin air. None the less does the fleet run safe on its sea path, and glides on unalarmed in Lord Neptune's assurance. Yes, and now they were sailing into the cliffs of the Sirens, dangerous once of old and white with the bones of many a man, and the hoarse rocks echoed afar in the ceaseless surf, when her lord felt the ship rocking astray for loss of her helmsman, and himself steered her on over the darkling water, sighing often the while, and heavy at heart for his friend's mischance. Ah, too trustful in sky and sea's serenity thou shalt lie, O Palinurus, naked on an alien sand. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aeneid by Virgil, translated by J.W. MacKail. Chapter 6. The Vision of the Underworld, Part 1. So speaks he weeping, and gives his fleet the rein, and at last glides into Euboicumai's coast. They turn the prows seaward, the ships grounded fast on their anchors' teeth, and the curving ships line the beach. The warrior band leaps forth eagerly on the Hesperian shore. Some seek the seeds of flame, hidden in veins of flint. Some scour the woods, the thick coverts of wild beasts, and find and show the streams. But good Aeneas seeks the fortress where Apollo sits high enthroned, and the lone mystery of the awful Sibyl's cavern depth, over whose mind and soul the prophetic Delian breathes high inspiration and reveals futurity. Now they draw nigh the groves of Trivia and the roof of gold. Daedalus, as the story runs, when in flight from Minos' realm he dared to spread his fleet wings to the sky, glided on his unwonted way towards the icy northern star, and at length lit gently on the Chalcidian fastness. Here, on the first land he retrod, he dedicated his winged oarage to thee, O Phoebus, in the vast temple he built. On the doors is Androgeus' death. Thereby the children of Cecrops, bidden, me, to pay for yearly ransom 7 souls of their sons. The urn stands there, and the lots are drawn. Right opposite, the land of Gnosus rises from the sea. On it is the cruel love of the bull, the disguised stealth of Pasiphae, and the mingled breed and double issue of the Minotaur, record of a shameful passion. On it the famous dwelling's laborious inextricable maze. But Daedalus, pitying the great love of the princess, himself unlocked the tangled treachery of the palace, guiding with the clue her lover's blind footsteps. Thou too hadst no slight part in the work he wrought, O Icarus, did grief allow. Twice had he essayed to portray thy fate in gold. Twice the father's hands dropped down. Nay, their eyes would scan all the story in order, were not Achates already returned from his errand, and with him the priestess of Phoebus and Trivia, Deiphobe, daughter of Glaucus, who thus accosts the king. Other than this are the sights the time demands. Now were it well to sacrifice 7 unbroken bullocks of the herd, as many fitly chosen sheep of 2 years old. Thus speaks she to Aeneas, nor do they delay to do her sacred bidding. And the priestess calls the Teucrians into the lofty shrine. A vast cavern is scooped in the side of the Euboic cliff, whither lead 100 wide passages by 100 gates, whence peal forth as manifold the responses of the Sibyl. They had reached the threshold when the maiden cries, "It is time to inquire thy fate. The god, lo, the god." And even as she spoke thus in the gateway, suddenly countenance nor colour nor ranged tresses stayed the same. Her wild heart heaves madly in her panting bosom, and she expands to sight. and her voice is more than mortal. Now the god breathes on her in nearer deity. Lingerest thou to vow and pray, she cries, Aeneas of Troy? Lingerest thou? For not till then will the vast portals of the spellbound house swing open. So spoke she, and sank to silence. A cold shiver ran through the Teucrians' iron frames, and the king pours heart-deep supplication. Phoebus, who hast ever pitied the sore travail of Troy, who didst guide the Dardanian shaft from Paris' hand full on the son of Aeacus, in thy leading have I pierced all these seas that skirt mighty lands, the Massilian nations far withdrawn, and the fields the Syrtes fringe. Thus far let the fortune of Troy follow us. You too may now unforbidden spare the nation of Pergama, gods and goddesses to whomsoever Ilium and the great glory of Dardania did wrong. And thou, O prophetess most holy, foreknower of the future, grant, for no unearned realm does my destiny claim, a resting place in Latium to the Teucrians, to their wandering gods and the storm-tossed deities of Troy. Then will I ordain to Phoebus and Trivia a temple of solid marble, and festal days in Phoebus' name. Thee likewise a mighty sanctuary awaits in our realm, for here I will place thine oracles, and the secrets of destiny uttered to my people, and consecrate chosen men, O gracious one. Only commit not thou thy verses to leaves, lest they fly disordered, the sport of rushing winds. Thyself utter them, I beseech thee. His lips made an end of utterance. But the prophetess, not yet tame to Phoebus' hand, rages fiercely in the cavern, so she may shake the mighty godhead from her breast. So much the more does he tire her maddened mouth, and subdue her wild breast, and shape her to his pressure. And now the 100 mighty portals of the house open of their own accord, and bring through the air the answer of the soothsayer. O past at length with the great perils of the sea, though heavier yet by land await thee, the Dardanians shall come to the realm of Lavinium. Relieve thy heart of this care, but not so shall they have the joy of their coming. Wars, grim wars I discern, and Tiber afoam with streams of blood. A Simois shall not fail thee, a Xanthus, a Dorian camp. Another Achilles is already found for Latium, he too goddess born. Nor shall Juno's presence ever leave the Teucrians. While thou in thy need, to what nations or what towns of Italy shalt thou not sue? Again is an alien bride the source of all that Teucrian woe, again a foreign marriage chamber. Yield not thou to distresses, but all the bolder go forth to meet them, as thy fortune shall allow thee way. The path of rescue, little as thou deemest it, shall first open from a Grecian town. In such words the Sibyl of Cumae chants from the shrine her perplexing terrors, echoing through the cavern truth wrapped in obscurity. So does Apollo clash the reins and ply the goad in her maddened breast. So soon as the spasm ceased and the raving lips sank to silence, Aeneas the hero begins, No shape of toil, O maiden, rises strange or sudden on my sight. All this ere now have I guessed, and inly rehearsed in spirit. One thing I pray. Since here is the gate named of the infernal king, and the darkling marsh of Acheron's overflow, be it given me to go to my beloved father, to see him face to face. Teach thou the way, and open the consecrated portals. Him on these shoulders I rescued from encircling flames and 1,000 pursuing weapons, and brought him safe from amid the enemy. He accompanied my way over all the seas, and bore with me all the threats of ocean and sky, in weakness, beyond his age's strength and due. Nay, it was he who besought and enjoined me to seek thy grace and draw nigh thy courts. Have pity, I beseech thee, on son and father, O gracious one, for thou art all-powerful, nor in vain hath Hecate given thee rule in the groves of Avernus. If Orpheus could call up his wife's ghost in the strength of his Thracian lyre and the music of the strings, if Pollux redeemed his brother by exchange of death, and passes and repasses so often, why make mention of great Theseus? Why of Alcides? I too am of Jove's sovereign race. In such words he pleaded and clasped the altars, when the soothsayer thus began to speak. O sprung of God's blood, child of Anchises of Troy, easy is the descent into hell. All night and day the gate of dark Dis stands open. But to recall thy steps and issue to upper air, this is the task and burden. Some few of God's lineage have availed, such as Jupiter's gracious favour or virtue's ardour hath upborne to heaven. Midway all is muffled in forest, and the black coils of Cocytus circle it round. Yet if thy soul is so passionate and so desirous twice to float across the Stygian lake, twice to see dark Tartarus, and thy pleasure is to plunge into the mad task, learn what must first be accomplished. Hidden in a shady tree is a bough with leafage and pliant shoot all of gold, consecrate to nether Juno, wrapped in the depth of woodland and shut in by dim dusky veils. But to him only who first hath plucked the golden tressed fruitage from the tree is it given to enter the hidden places of the earth. This hath beautiful Proserpine ordained to be borne to her for her proper gift. The first torn away, a second fills the place in gold, and the spray burgeons with even such ore again. So let thine eyes trace it home, and thine hand pluck it duly when found, for lightly and unreluctant will it follow if thine is fate's summons. Else will no strength of thine avail to conquer it, nor hard steel to cut it away. Yet again, a friend of thine lies a lifeless corpse, alas, thou knowest it not, and defiles all the fleet with death, while thou seekest our counsel and lingerest in our courts. First lay him in his resting place, and hide him in the tomb. Lead thither black cattle. Be this thine first expiation. So at last shalt thou behold the Stygian groves, and the realm untrodden of the living. She spoke, and her lips shut to silence. Aeneas goes forth, and leaves the cavern with fixed eyes and sad countenance, his soul revolving inly the unseen issues. By his side goes faithful Achates, and plants his footsteps in equal perplexity. Long they ran on in mutual change of talk. Of what lifeless comrade spoke the soothsayer? Of what body for burial? And even as they came, they see on the dry beach Misenus, cut off by untimely death, Misenus the Aeolid, excelled of none other in stirring men with brazen breath, and kindling battle with his trumpet note. He had been attendant on mighty Hector. In Hector's train he waged battle, renowned alike for bugle and spear. After victorious Achilles robbed him of life, the valiant hero had joined Dardanian Aeneas' company, and followed no meaner leader. But now, while he makes his hollow shell echo over the seas, ah, fool, and calls the gods to rival his blast, jealous Triton, if belief is due, had caught him among the rocks and sunk him in the foaming waves. So all surrounded him with loud murmur and cries, good Aeneas the foremost. Then weeping they quickly hasten on the Sibyl's orders, and work hard to pile trees for the altar of burial, and heap it up into the sky. They move into the ancient forest, the deep coverts of game. Pitch pines fall flat, ilex rings to the stroke of axes, and ashen beams and oak are split in clefts with wedges. They roll in huge mountain ashes from the hills. Aeneas likewise is first in the work, and cheers on his crew and arms himself with their weapons. And alone with his sad heart he ponders it all, gazing on the endless forest, and utters this prayer: If but now that bough of gold would show itself to us on the tree in this depth of woodland, since all the soothsayer's tale of thee, Misenus, was, alas, too truly spoken. Scarcely had he said thus, when twin doves haply came flying down the sky, and lit on the green sod right under his eyes. Then the kingly hero knows them for his mother's birds, and joyfully prays, Ah, be my guides, if way there be, and direct your airy passage into the groves where the rich bough overshadows the fertile ground, and thou, O goddess mother, fail not our wavering fortune. So spoke he, and stayed his steps, marking what they signify, whither they urge their way. Feeding and flying they advance at such distance as following eyes could keep them in view. Then, when they came to Avernus' pestilent gorge, they tower swiftly, and sliding down through the liquid air, choose their seat and light side by side on a tree, through whose boughs shone out the contrasting flicker of gold. As in chill midwinter the woodland is wont to blossom with the strange leafage of the mistletoe, sown on an alien tree and wreathing the smooth stems with burgeoning saffron. So on the shadowy ilex seemed that leafy gold, so the foil tinkled in the light breeze. Immediately Aeneas seizes it, and eagerly breaks off its resistance, and carries it beneath the Sibyl's roof. And therewithal the Teucrians on the beach wept Misenus, and bore the last rites to the thankless ashes. First they build up a vast pyre of resinous billets and sawn oak, whose sides they entwine with dark leaves, and plant funereal cypresses in front, and adorn it above with his shining armour. Some prepare warm water in cauldrons bubbling over the flames, and wash and anoint the chill body, and make their moan. Then, their weeping done, lay his limbs on the pillow, and spread over it crimson raiment, the accustomed pall. Some uplift the heavy bier, a melancholy service, and with averted faces in their ancestral fashion, hold and thrust in the torch. Gifts of frankincense, food, and bowls of olive oil are poured and piled upon the fire. After the embers sank in and the flame died away, they soaked with wine the remnant of thirsty ashes, and Coroneus gathered the bones and shut them in an urn of brass. And he too thrice encircled his comrades with fresh water, and cleansed them with light spray sprinkled from a bough of fruitful olive, and spoke the last words of all. But good Aeneas heaps a mighty mounded tomb over him, with his own armour and his oar and trumpet, beneath a skyey mountain that now is called Misenus after him, and keeps his name immortal from age to age. This done, he hastens to fulfil the Sibyl's ordinance. A deep cave yawned dreary and vast, shingle-strewn, sheltered by the black lake and the gloom of the forests. Over it no flying things could wing their way unharmed. Such a vapour streamed from the dark gorge and rose into the overarching sky. Here the priestess first arrays 4 black-bodied bullocks, and pours wine upon their forehead, and plucking the topmost hairs from between the horns, lays them on the sacred fire for first offering, calling aloud on Hecate, mistress of heaven and hell. Others lay knives beneath, and catch the warm blood in cups. Aeneas himself smites with the sword a black-fleeced she-lamb, to the mother of the Eumenides and her mighty sister. and a barren heifer, Proserpine, to thee. Then he uprears darkling altars to the Stygian king, and lays whole carcasses of bulls upon the flames, pouring fat oil over the blazing entrails. And lo! about the first rays of sunrise the ground moaned underfoot, and the woodland ridges began to stir, and dogs seemed to howl through the dusk as the goddess came. Apart! Ah, keep apart, O ye unsanctified, cries the soothsayer. Retire from all the grove. And thou, stride on, and unsheathe thy steel. Now is need of courage, O Aeneas, now of strong resolve. So much she spoke, and plunged madly into the cavern's opening. He with unflinching steps keeps pace with his advancing guide. Gods who are sovereign over souls, silent ghosts, and chaos and phlegethon, the wide dumb realm of night, as I have heard, so let me tell, and according to your will unfold things sunken deep under earth in gloom. They went darkling through the dusk beneath the solitary night, through the empty dwellings and bodiless realm of Dis. Even as one walks in the forest beneath the jealous light of a doubtful moon, when Jupiter shrouds the sky in shadow, and black night blots out the world. Right in front of the doorway, and in the entry of the jaws of hell, grief and avenging cares have made their bed. There dwell wan sicknesses and gloomy eld, and fear, and ill-counselling hunger, and loathly want, shapes terrible to see, and death and travail, and thereby sleep death's kinsman, and the soul's guilty joys, and death-dealing war full in the gateway, and the furies in their iron cells, and mad discord with blood-stained fillets enwreathing her serpent locks. Midway an elm, shadowy and high, spreads her boughs and secular arms, where, one saith, idle dreams dwell clustering, and cling under every leaf. And monstrous creatures besides, many and diverse, keep covert at the gates, centaurs and twy-shaped Scyllas, and the hundredfold Briareus, and the beast of Lerna hissing horribly, and the Chimera, armed with flame, Gorgons and Harpies, and the body of the triform shade. Here Aeneas snatches at his sword in a sudden flutter of terror, and turns the naked edge on them as they come. And did not his wise fellow-passenger remind him that these lives flit thin and unessential in the hollow mask of body, he would rush on and vainly lash through phantoms with his steel. Hence a road leads to Tartarus and Acheron's wave. Here the dreary pool swirls thick in muddy eddies, and disgorges into Cocytus with its load of sand. Charon, the dread ferryman, guards these flowing streams, ragged and awful, his chin covered with untrimmed masses of hoary hair, and his glassy eyes of flame. His soiled raiment hangs knotted from his shoulders. Himself he plies the pole, and trims the sails of his vessel, the steel-blue galley with freight of dead. Stricken now in years, but a god's old age is lusty and green. Hither all crowded, and rushed streaming to the bank, matrons and men and high-hearted heroes dead and done with life, boys and unwedded girls, and children laid young on the bier before their parents' eyes, multitudinous as leaves fall dropping in the forest at autumn's earliest frost, or birds swarm landward from the deep gulf, when the chill of the year routs them overseas and drives them to sunny lands. They stood pleading for the first passage across, and stretched forth passionate hands to the farther shore. But the grim sailor admits now one and now another, while some he pushes back far apart on the strand. Moved with marvel at the confused throng, "Say, O maiden," cries Aeneas, "what means this flocking to the river? Of what are the souls so fain? Or what difference makes these retire from the banks, those go with sweeping oars over the leaden waterways? To him the long-lived priestess thus briefly returned, Seed of Anchises, most sure progeny of gods, thou seest the deep pools of Cocytus and the Stygian marsh, by whose divinity the gods fear to swear falsely. All this crowd thou discernest is helpless and unsepultured. Charon is the ferryman. They who ride on the wave found a tomb. Nor is it given to cross the awful banks and hoarse streams ere the dust hath found a resting place. 100 years they wander here, flitting about the shore. Then at last they gain entrance, and revisit the pools so sorely desired. Anchises' son stood still, and ponderingly stayed his footsteps, pitying at heart their cruel lot. There he discerns mournful and unhonoured dead, Leucaspis and Orontes, captains of the Lycian squadron, whom, as they sailed together from Troy over gusty seas, the south wind overwhelmed, and wrapped the waters round ship and men. Lo! There went by Palinurus the steersman, who of late, while he watched the stars on their Libyan passage, had slipped from the stern and fallen amid the waves. To him, when he first knew the melancholy form in that depth of shade, he thus opened speech. What god, O Palinurus, reft thee from us, and sank thee amid the seas? Forth and tell! For in this single answer Apollo deceived me, never found false before, when he prophesied thee safety on ocean and arrival on the Ausonian coasts. See, is this his promise keeping? And he, neither did Phoebus on his oracular seat delude thee, O prince, Anchises' son, nor did any god drown me in the sea. For while I clung to my appointed charge and governed our course, I pulled the tiller with me in my fall, and the shock as I slipped wrenched it away. By the rough seas I swear, fear for myself never wrung me so sore as for thy ship, lest, the rudder lost and the pilot struck away, those gathering waves might master it. 3 wintry nights in the water the blustering south drove me over the endless sea. Scarcely on the 4th dawn I descried Italy as I rose on the climbing wave. Little by little I swam shoreward. Already I clung safe, but while, encumbered with my dripping raiment, I caught with crooked fingers at the jagged needles of mountain rock, the barbarous people attacked me in arms and ignorantly deemed me a prize. Now the wave holds me, and the winds toss me on the shore. By heaven's pleasant light and breezes I beseech thee, by thy father, by Iulus thy rising hope, rescue me from these distresses, O unconquered one. Either do thou, for thou canst, cast earth over me and again seek the haven of Velia, or do thou, if in any wise that may be, if in any wise the goddess who bore thee shows a way, for not without divine will do I deem thou wilt float across these vast rivers and the Stygian pool. Lend me a pitying hand, and bear me over the waves in thy company, that at least in death I may find a quiet resting place. Thus he ended, and the soothsayer thus began, Whence, O Palinurus, this fierce longing of thine? Shalt thou without burial behold the Stygian waters and the awful river of the Furies? Cease to hope prayers may bend the decrees of heaven, but take my words to thy memory for comfort in thy woeful case. Far and wide shall the bordering cities be driven by celestial portents to appease thy dust. They shall rear a tomb, and pay the tomb a yearly offering, and for evermore shall the place keep Palinurus's name. The words soothed away his distress, and for a while drove grief away from his sorrowing heart. He is glad in the land of his name. So they complete their journey's beginning, and draw nigh the river. Just then the waterman descried them from the Stygian wave, advancing through the silent woodland, and turning their feet towards the bank, and opens on them in these words of challenge. Whoso thou art, who marchest in arms towards our river, Forth, and say, there as thou art, why thou comest, and stay thine advance. This is the land of shadows, of sleep and slumberous night. No living body may the Stygian hull convey. Nor truly had I joy of taking Alcides on the lake for passenger, nor Theseus and Pirithous, born of gods though they were, and unconquered in might. He laid fettering hand on the warder of Tartarus, and dragged him cowering from the throne of my lord the king. They essayed to ravish our mistress from the bridal chamber of Dis. Thereto the Amphrysian soothsayer made brief reply, no such plot is here. Be not moved, nor do our weapons offer violence. The huge gatekeeper may bark on forever in his cavern, and affright the bloodless ghosts. Proserpine may keep her honour within her uncle's gates. Aeneas of Troy, renowned in goodness as in arms, goes down to meet his father in the deep shades of Erebus. If the sight of such affection stirs thee in no wise, yet this bow, she discovers the bow hidden in her raiment, thou must know. Then his heaving breast allays its anger, and he says no more, but marvelling at the awful gift, the fated rod so long unseen, he steers in his dusky vessel and draws to shore. Next he routs out the souls that sat on the long benches, and clears the thwarts, while he takes mighty Aeneas on board. The galley groaned under the weight in all her seams, and the marsh water leaked fast in. At length prophetess and prince are landed unscathed on the ugly ooze and livid sedge. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aeneid by Virgil, translated by J.W. MacKail. Chapter 12, Book 6th, The Vision of the Underworld, Part 2. This realm rings with the triple-throated baying of vast Cerberus, couched huge in the cavern opposite, to whom the prophetess, seeing the serpents already bristling up on his neck, throws a cake made slumberous with honey and drugged grain. He, with threefold jaws gaping in ravenous hunger, catches it when thrown, and sinks to earth with monstrous body outstretched, and sprawling huge over all his den. The warder overwhelmed, Aeneas makes entrance, and quickly issues from the bank of the irremeable wave. Immediately wailing voices are loud in their ears, the souls of babies crying on the doorway sill, whom, torn from the breast and portionless in life's sweetness, a dark day cut off and drowned in bitter death. Hard by them are those condemned to death on false accusation. Neither indeed are these dwellings assigned without lot and judgment. Minos presides and shakes the urn. He summons a council of the silent people, and inquires of their lives and charges. Next in order have these mourners their place, whose own innocent hands dealt them death, who flung away their souls in hatred of the day. How fain were they now in upper air to endure their poverty and sore travail! It may not be. The unlovely pool locks them in her gloomy wave, and Styx pours her ninefold barrier between. And not far from here are shown stretching on every side the wailing fields, so they call them by name. Here they whom pitiless love hath wasted in cruel decay hide among untrodden ways, shrouded in embosoming myrtle thickets. Not death itself ends their distresses. In this region he discerns Phaedra and Procris, and woeful Eriphyle, showing on her the wounds of her merciless son, and Evadne and Pasiphae. Laodamia goes in their company, and she who was once Aeneas, and a man, now woman, and again returned by fate into her shape of old. Among whom Dido the Phoenician, fresh from her death wound, wandered in the vast forest. By her the Trojan heroes stood, and knew the dim form through the darkness, even as the moon to him who sees, or thinks he sees, her rising through the vapours. He let tears fall, and spoke to her lovingly and sweet. Alas, Dido, so the news was true that reached me. Thou didst perish, and the sword sealed thy doom. Ah me, was I the cause of thy death? By the stars I swear, by the heavenly powers and all that is sacred beneath the earth, unwillingly, O Queen, I left thy shore. But the gods, at whose orders now I pass through this shadowy place, this land of mouldering overgrowth and deep night, the gods' commands drove me forth, nor could I deem my departure would bring thee pain so great as this. Stay thy footstep, and withdraw not from our gaze. From whom fliest thou? The last speech of thee fate ordains me is this. In such words, and with starting tears, Aeneas soothed the burning and fierce-eyed soul. She turned away with looks fixed fast on the ground, stirred no more in countenance by the speech he essays than if she stood in iron flint or Marpesian stone. At length she started, and fled wrathfully into the shadowy woodland, where Sychaeus, her ancient husband, responds to her distresses and equals her affection. Yet Aeneas, dismayed by her cruel doom, follows her far on her way with pitying tears. Thence he pursues his appointed path, and now they trod those utmost fields where the renowned in war have their haunt apart. Here Tydeus meets him, here Parthenopaeus, glorious in arms, and the pallid phantom of Adrastus. Here the Dardanians long wept on earth and fallen in the war. Sighing, he discerns all their long array, Glaucus and Medon and Thursilocus, the three children of Antenor, and Polyphetes, Ceres' priest, and Idaeus, yet charioted, yet grasping his arms. The souls throng round him to right and left, nor is one look enough. Lingering delighted, they pace by his side, and inquire wherefore he is come. But the princes of the Grecians and Agamemnon's armies, when they see him glittering in arms through the gloom, hurry terror-stricken away. Some turn backward, as when of old they fled to the ships. Some raise their voice faintly, and gasp out a broken, ineffectual cry. And here he saw Deiphobus, son of Priam, with face cruelly torn, face and both hands, and ears lopped from his mangled temples, and nostrils maimed by a shameful wound. Barely he knew the cowering form that hid its dreadful punishment. Then he springs to accost it in familiar speech. Deiphobus, mighty in arms, seed of Teucer's royal blood, whose wantonness of vengeance was so cruel, who was allowed to use thee thus? Rumour reached me that on that last night, outwearied with endless slaughter, thou hadst sunk on the heap of mingled carnage. Then mine own hand reared an empty tomb on the Rhoetian shore, mine own voice thrice called aloud upon thy ghost. Thy name and armour keep the spot. Thee, O my friend, I could not see, nor lay in the native earth I left. Whereto the son of Priam: In nothing, O my friend, wert thou wanting. Thou hast paid the full to Deiphobus and the dead man's shade. But me my fate and the Laconian woman's murderous guilt thus dragged down to doom. These are the records of her leaving. For how we spent that last night in delusive gladness thou knowest, and must needs remember too well. When the fated horse leapt down the steep towers of Troy, bearing armed infantry for the burden of its womb, she, in feigned procession, led round our Phrygian women with Bacchic cries. Herself she upreared a mighty flame amid them, and called the Grecians out of the fortress height. Then was I fast in mine ill-fated bridal chamber, deep asleep and outworn with my charge, and lay overwhelmed in slumber sweet and profound, and most like to easeful death. Meanwhile that crown of wives removes all the arms from my dwelling, and slips out the faithful sword from beneath my head. She calls Menelaus into the house, and flings wide the gateway. Be sure she hoped her lover would magnify the gift, and so she might quench the fame of her ill deeds of old. Why do I linger? They burst into the chamber, they and the Aeolid, counsellor of crime, in their company. Gods, recompense the Greeks even thus, if with righteous lips I call for vengeance. But come, tell in turn what hap hath brought thee hither yet alive. Comest thou driven on ocean wanderings, or by promptings from heaven? Or what fortune keeps thee from rest, that thou shouldst draw nigh these sad sunless dwellings, this disordered land? In this change of talk Dawn had already crossed heaven's mid-axle on her rose-charioted way, and happily had they thus drawn out all the allotted time. But the Sibyl made brief warning speech to her companion. Night falls, Aeneas. We waste the hours in weeping. Here is the place where the road disparts. By this that runs to the right, under great Dis's city, is our path to Elysium. But the leftward wreaks vengeance on the wicked, and sends them to unrelenting hell. But Deiphobus, be not angered, mighty princess. I will depart. I will refill my place, and return into darkness. Go, glory of our people, go. Enjoy a fairer fate than mine. Thus much he spoke, and on the word turned away his footsteps. Aeneas looks swiftly back, and sees beneath the cliff on the left hand a wide city, girt with a triple wall, and encircled by a racing river of boiling flame, Tartarian Phlegethon, that echoes over its rolling rocks. In front is the gate, huge and pillared with solid adamant, that no warring force of men nor the very habitants of heaven may avail to overthrow. It stands up, a tower of iron, and Tisiphone, sitting girt in blood-stained pall, keeps sleepless watch at the entry by night and day. Hence moans are heard, and fierce lashes resound, with the clank of iron and dragging chains. Aeneas stopped and hung, dismayed at the tumult. What shapes of crime I hear? Declare, O maiden, or what the punishment that pursues them? And all this upsurging wail. Then the soothsayer thus began to speak. Illustrious chief of Troy, no pure foot may tread these guilty courts. But to me Hecate herself, when she gave me rule over the groves of Avernus, taught how the gods punish, and guided me through all her realm. Gnosian Rhadamanthus here holds unrelaxing sway, chastises secret crime revealed, and exacts confession, wheresoever in the upper world one vainly exultant in stolen guilt hath till the dusk of death kept clear from the evil he wrought. Straightway avenging Tisiphone, girt with her scourge, tramples down the shivering sinners, menaces them with the grim snakes in her left hand, and summons forth her sisters in merciless train. Then at last the sacred gates are flung open, and grate on the jarring hinge. Markest thou what sentry is seated in the doorway? What shape guards the threshold? More grim within sits the monstrous Hydra with her 50 black yawning throats, and Tartarus's self gapes sheer, and strikes into the gloom through twice the space that one looks upward to Olympus and the skyey heaven. Here earth's ancient children, the Titans' brood, hurled down by the thunderbolt, lie wallowing in the abyss. Here likewise I saw the twin Aloids, enormous of frame, who essayed with violent hands to pluck down high heaven and thrust Jove from his upper realm. Likewise I saw Salmoneus in the cruel payment he gives for mocking Jove's flame and Olympus's thunders. Borne by 4 horses and brandishing a torch, he rode in triumph midway through the populous city of Grecian Elis, and claimed for himself the worship of deity. Madman, who would mimic the storm cloud and the inimitable bolt with brass that rang under his trampling horse-hoofs. But the Lord omnipotent hurled his shaft through thickening clouds, no firebrand his nor smoky glare of torches, and dashed him headlong in the fury of the whirlwind. Therewithal Tityos might be seen, fosterling of earth, the mother of all, whose body stretches over 9 full acres, and a monstrous vulture with crooked beak eats away the imperishable liver and the entrails that breed in suffering, and plunges deep into the breast that gives it food and dwelling. Nor is any rest given to the fibres that ever grow anew. Why tell of the Lapithae, of Ixion, and Pirithous, over whom a stone hangs just slipping, and just as though it fell, or the high banqueting couches gleam golden pillared, and the feast is spread in royal luxury before their faces. Couched hard by, the eldest of the Furies wards the tables from their touch, and rises with torch upreared and thunderous lips. Here are they who hated their brethren while life endured, or struck a parent, or entangled a client in wrong, or who brooded alone over found treasure, and shared it not with their fellows. This is the greatest multitude of all. And they who were slain for adultery, and who followed unrighteous arms, and feared not to betray their master's plighted hand. Imprisoned they await their doom. Seek not to be told that doom, that fashion of fortune wherein they are sunk. Some roll a vast stone, or hang outstretched on the spokes of wheels. Hapless Theseus sits, and shall sit for ever, and Phlegeus in his misery gives counsel to all, and witnesses aloud through the gloom, "Learn by this warning to do justly, and not to slight the gods." This man sold his country for gold, and laid her under a tyrant's sway. He set up and pulled down laws at a price. This other forced his daughter's bridal chamber, and a forbidden marriage. All dared some monstrous wickedness, and had success in what they dared. Not had I 100 tongues, 100 mouths, and a voice of iron, could I sum up all the shapes of crime, or name over all their punishments. Thus spoke Phoebus' long-lived priestess. Then, "But come now," she cries, "haste on the way, and perfect the service begun. Let us go faster. I descry the ramparts cast in Cyclopean furnaces, and in front the arched gateway, where they bid us lay the gifts foreordained." She ended, and advancing side by side along the shadowy ways, they pass over and draw nigh the gates. Aeneas makes entrance, and sprinkling his body with fresh water, plants the bough full in the gateway. Now at length, this fully done, and the service of the goddess perfected, they came to the happy place, the green pleasances and blissful seats of the fortunate woodlands. Here an ampler air clothes the meadows in lustrous sheen, and they know their own sun and a starlight of their own. Some exercise their limbs in tournament on the greensward, content in games, and wrestle on the yellow sand. Some dance with beating footfall and lips that sing. With them is the Thracian priest in sweeping robe, and makes music to their measures with the notes sevenfold interval, the notes struck now with his fingers, now with his ivory rod. Here is Teucer's ancient brood, a generation excellent in beauty, high-hearted heroes born in happier years, Ilus and Assaracus and Dardanus, founder of Troy. Afar he marvels at the armour and chariots, empty of their lords. Their spears stand fixed in the ground, and their unyoked horses pasture at large over the plain. Their life's delight in chariot and armour, their care in pasturing their sleek horses, follows them in like wise low under earth. Others, lo, he beholds feasting on the sward to right and left, and singing in chorus the glad paean cry, within a scented laurel grove, whence Eridanus river surges upward, full volumed through the wood. Here is the band of them who bore wounds in fighting for their country, and they who were pure in priesthood while life endured, and the good poets whose speech abased not Apollo, and they who made life beautiful by the arts of their invention, and who won by service a memory among men, the brows of all girt with the snow-white fillet. To their encircling throng the Sibyl spoke thus, and to Musaeus before them all, for he is midmost of all the multitude, and stands out head and shoulders among their upward gaze. Tell, O blissful souls, and thou, poet most gracious, what region, what place hath Anchises for his own? For his sake are we come, and have sailed across the wide rivers of Erebus. And to her the hero thus made brief reply, None hath a fixed dwelling. We live in the shady woodlands. Soft swelling banks and meadows fresh with streams are our habitation. But you, if this be your heart's desire, scale this ridge, and I will even now set you on an easy pathway. He spoke, and paced on before them, and from above shows the shining plains. Thereafter they leave the mountain heights. But Lord Anchises, deep in the green valley, was musing in earnest survey over the imprisoned souls destined to the daylight above, and haply reviewing his beloved children and all the tale of his people, them and their fates and fortunes, their works and ways. And he, when he saw Aeneas advancing to meet him over the greensward, stretched forth both hands eagerly, while tears rolled over his cheeks, and his lips parted in a cry, Art thou come at last? And hath thy love, O child of my desire, conquered the difficult road? Is it granted, O my son, to gaze on thy face, and hear and answer in familiar tones? Thus indeed I forecast in spirit, counting the days between, nor hath my care misled me. What lands, what space of seas hast thou traversed to reach me? Through what surge of perils, O my son? How I dreaded the realm of Libya might work thee harm. And he, Thy melancholy phantom, thine, O my father, came before me often and often, and drove me to steer to these portals. My fleet is anchored on the Tyrrhenian brine. Give thine hand to clasp, O my father, give it, and withdraw not from our embrace. So spoke he, his face wet with abundant weeping. Thrice there did he essay to fling his arms about his neck. Thrice the phantom, vainly grasped, fled out of his hands, even as light wind, and most like to fluttering sleep. Meanwhile Aeneas sees, deep withdrawn in the covert of the vale, a woodland and rustling forest thickets, and the river of Lethe that floats past their peaceful dwellings. Around it flitted nations and peoples innumerable, even as in the meadows when in clear summer weather bees settle on the variegated flowers and stream round the snow-white lilies, all the plain is murmurous with their humming. Aeneas starts at the sudden view, and asks the reason he knows not. What are those spreading streams, or who are they whose vast train fills the banks? Then Lord Anchises, Souls, for whom second bodies are destined and due, drink at the wave of the Lethean stream, the heedless water of long forgetfulness. These of a truth have I long desired to tell and show thee face to face, and number all the generation of thy children, that so thou mayest the more rejoice with me in finding Italy. O father, must we think that any souls travel hence into upper air, and return again to bodily fetters? Why this their strange sad longing for the light? I will tell, rejoins Anchises, nor will I hold thee in suspense, my son. And he unfolds all things in order, one by one. First of all, heaven and earth, and the liquid fields, the shining orb of the moon, and the Titanian star, doth a spirit sustain inly. And a soul shed abroad in them sways all their members, and mingles in the mighty frame. Thence is the generation of man and beast, the life of winged things, and the monstrous forms that ocean breeds under his glittering floor. Those seeds have fiery force and divine birth, so far as they're not clogged by the taint of the body and dulled by earthy frames and limbs ready to die. Hence is it they fear and desire, sorrow and rejoice. Nor can they pierce the air while barred in the blind darkness of their prison house. Nay, and when the last ray of life is gone, not yet, alas, does all their woe, nor do all the plagues of the body wholly leave them free. And needs must be that many a long ingrained evil should take root marvellously deep. Therefore they are schooled in punishment, and pay all the forfeit of a lifelong ill. Some are hung stretched to the viewless winds. Some have the taint of guilt washed out beneath the dreary deep, or burned away in fire. We suffer, each a several ghost. Thereafter we are sent to the broad spaces of Elysium, some few of us to possess the happy fields, till length of days completing time's circle takes out the ingrained soilure, and leaves untainted the ethereal sense and pure spiritual flame. All these before thee, when the wheel of 1,000 years hath come fully round, a god summons in vast train to the river of Lethe, that so they may regain in forgetfulness the slopes of upper earth, and begin to desire to return again into the body. Anchises ceased, and leads his son and the Sibyl likewise amid the assembled murmurous throng, and mounts a hillock whence he might scan all the long ranks and learn their countenances as they came. Now come, the glory hereafter to follow our Dardanian progeny, the posterity to abide in our Italian people, illustrious souls and inheritors of our name to be. These will I rehearse, and instruct thee of thy destinies. He yonder, seest thou? The warrior, leaning on his pointless spear, holds the nearest place allotted in our groves, and shall rise first into the air of heaven from the mingling blood of Italy, Silvius of Alban name, the child of thine age, whom late in thy length of days thy wife Lavinia shall nurture in the woodland, king and father of kings. From him in Alba the long shall our house have dominion. He next him is Procas, glory of the Trojan race, and Capys and Numitor, and he who shall renew thy name, Silvius Aeneas, eminent alike in goodness or in arms, if ever he shall receive his kingdom in Alba. Men of men, see what strength they display, and wear the civic oak shading their brows. They shall establish Nomentum and Gabii in Fidena city, they the Collatine hill fortress, Pometii, and the fort of Inuus, Bola and Cora. These shall be names that are now nameless land. Nay, Romulus likewise, seed of Mavos, shall join his grandsire's company, from his mother Ilia's nurture and Assaracus' blood. Seest thou how the twin plumes straighten on his crest, and his father's own emblazonment already marks him for upper air? Behold, O son, by his augury shall Rome, the renowned, fill earth with her empire and heaven with her pride, and gird about 7 fortresses with her single wall, prosperous mother of men. Even as Our Lady of Berecyntus rides in her chariot turret-crowned through the Phrygian cities, glad in the gods she hath borne, clasping 100 of her children's children, all habitants of heaven, all dwellers on the upper heights. Hither now bend thy twin-eyed gaze. Behold this people, the Romans that are thine. Here is Caesar, and all Iulius' prosperity that shall arise under the mighty cope of heaven. Here is he of whose promise once and again thou hearest, Caesar Augustus, a god's son, who shall again establish the ages of gold in Latium over the fields that once were Saturn's realm, and carry his empire afar to Garamant and Indian, to the land that lies beyond our stars, beyond the sun's year-long ways, where Atlas the sky-bearer wheels on his shoulder the glittering star-spangled pole. Before his coming, even now, the kingdoms of the Caspian shudder at oracular answers, and the Meotic land and the mouths of sevenfold Nile flutter in alarm. Nor indeed did Alcides traverse such spaces of earth, though he pierced the brazen-footed deer, or though he stilled the Erymanthian woodlands and made Lerna tremble at his bow, nor he who sways his team with reins of vine, Liber the conqueror, when he drives his tigers from Nyassa's lofty crest. And do we yet hesitate to give valour scope in deeds, or shrink in fear from setting foot on Ausonian land? Ah, and who is he, apart, marked out with sprays of olive, offering sacrifice? I know the locks and hoary chin of the King of Rome, who shall establish the infant city in his laws, sent from little Cures' sterile land to the majesty of empire. To him Tullus shall next succeed, who shall break the peace of his country, and stir to arms men rusted from war, and armies now disused to triumphs. And hard on him over-vaunting Ancus follows, even now too elate in popular breath. Wilt thou see also the Tarquin kings, and the haughty soul of Brutus the Avenger, and the fasces regained? He shall first receive a consul's power and the merciless axes. And when his children would stir fresh war, the father, for fair freedom's sake, shall summon them to doom. Unhappy! Yet howsoever posterity shall take the deed, love of country and limitless passion for honour shall prevail. Nay, behold apart the Decii and the Drusi, Torquatus with his cruel axe, and Camillus returning with the standards. Yonder souls likewise, whom thou discernest gleaming in equal arms, at one now, while shut in night, ah me, what mutual war, what battle lines and bloodshed shall they arouse, so they attain the light of the living. Father-in-law descending from the Alpine barriers and the fortress of the dweller alone, son-in-law facing him with the embattled east. Nay, O my children, harden not your hearts to such warfare, neither turn upon her own heart the mastering night of your country. And thou, be thou first to forgive, who drawest thy descent from heaven. Cast down the weapons from thy hand, O blood of mine. He shall drive his conquering chariot to the Capitoline height, triumphant over Corinth, glorious in Achaeans' slaughter. He shall uproot Argos and Agamemnonian Mycenae, and the Achaeads' own heir, the seed of Achilles mighty in arms, avenging his ancestors in Troy in Minerva's polluted temple. Who might leave thee, lordly Cato, or thee, Cossus, to silence? Who the Gracchan family, or these two sons of the Scipios, a double thunderbolt of war, Libya's bale, and Fabricius, potent in poverty, or thee, Serranus, sowing in the furrow? Whither whirl you me all breathless, O Fabii? Thou art he, the most mighty, the one man whose lingering retrieves our state. Others shall beat out the breathing bronze to softer lines, I believe it well, shall draw living lineaments from the marble. The cause shall be more eloquent on their lips. Their pencils shall portray the pathways of heaven, and tell the stars in their arising. Be thy charge, O Roman, to rule the nations in thine empire. This shall be thine art, to lay down the law of peace, to be merciful to the conquered, and beat the haughty down. Thus Lord Anchises, and as they marvel, he so pursues, Look how Marcellus the conqueror marches glorious in the splendid spoils, towering high above them all. He shall stay the Roman state, reeling beneath the invading shock, shall ride down Carthaginian and insurgent Gaul, and a third time hang up the captured armour before Lord Quirinus. And at this Aeneas, for he saw going by his side one excellent in beauty and glittering in arms, but his brow had little cheer, and his eyes looked down. Who, O my father, is he who thus attends him on his way? Son or other of his children's princely race? How his comrades murmur around him, how goodly of presence he is! But dark night flutters round his head with melancholy shade. Then Lord Anchises with welling tears began, O my son, ask not of the great sorrow of thy people. Him shall fate but show to earth, and suffer not to stay further. Too mighty, lords of heaven, did you deem the brood of Rome, had this your gift been abiding. What moaning of men shall arise from the field of Mavos by the imperial city? What a funeral trail shalt thou see, O Tiber, as thou flowest by the new-made grave? Neither shall the boyhood of any Ilian race raise his Latin forefathers' hope so high, nor shall the land of Romulus ever boast of any fosterling like this. Alas his goodness, alas his antique honour, and right hand invincible in war, none had faced him unscathed in armed shock, whether he met the foe on foot, or ran his spurs into the flanks of his foaming horse. Ah me, the pity of thee, O boy! If in any wise thou breakest the grim bar of fate, thou shalt be Marcellus. Give me lilies in full hands, let me strew bright blossoms, and these gifts at least let me lavish on my descendant's soul, and do the unavailing service. Thus they wander up and down over the whole region of broad vaporous plains, and scan all the scene, and when Anchises had led his son over it, each point by each, and kindled his spirit with passion for the glories on their way, he tells him thereafter of the war he next must wage, and instructs him of the Laurentine peoples, and the city of Latinus, and in what wise each task may be turned aside or borne. There are twin portals of sleep, whereof the one is fabled of horn, and by it real shadows are given easy outlet. The other, shining white, of polished ivory, but false visions issue upward from the ghostly world. With these words then Anchises follows forth his son, and the Sibyl, together there, and dismisses them by the ivory gate. He pursues his way to the ships, and revisits his comrades, then bears on to Caeta's haven straight along the shore. The anchor is cast from the prow, the sterns are grounded on the beach. End of section 12.